welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Right now you see the drivers on the course.
And these guys expect really figure it out. And some of these guys are still having some difficulty figuring out a balance point between both the grip and the horsepower of the car and the Hampton board today. So these guys are going to be a little less skilled than our program drivers used to be here.
Heck yeah. So what we're doing today is awarding 5 Pro 2 licenses. This is the stepping stone into the next series. This is what all these drivers have been dreaming about, working towards for so many years. And I think it's amazing because here we are witness to these drivers on the ground floor. We're about to make, actually not us, but they are earning that license, and they're about to step into that Pro 2 space.
Necessary to take home a win, not only the battle, but through all of the battles here to take home a win, ultimately to take home one of those 5 licenses.
Yeah.
And they're sought after.
Oh yeah.
But thanks to, well, unfortunately, not thanks to, but unfortunately to COVID, there was a lack of
they are, and I got a chance to talk to most of the drivers last night and introduce myself to them. I'm going to do my darndest.
No, you're going to make me cry. But these guys, they're working hard. And I grew up with some of these guys. And these guys are still working hard. They're working hard for years. And sometimes putting this before sometimes more important things. And these guys are definitely sacrificing to get out here. It's definitely a unique engineering. These guys out of control when they're coming around here, and to watch guys like Tony Martin get adapted to that chassis after coming back and rebuilding it after a fire, after an engine failure.
Wow.
That's a testament to what these guys are capable of, not only on track, but off track.
Yep.
And in the pits are going to be busy. And they're also bringing in tons of friends to help keep that happen. These guys aren't getting paid the big bucks. They don't have sneaker deals or anything else. These guys are coming out to help their friends to progress. And that's also a cool thing. That brings it into the whole community as a whole.
Yes.
Drifting is amazing. For anybody that doesn't understand that, please, by all means, go out and visit a drift event. It is the most heartwarming, passionate-filled thing. You're going to see competitors helping other competitors get out there to make sure they beat them at their best. No one wants to win anything. These guys are going to come out here and put it on as much as they possibly can to try to beat the best and prove that they're the best here today. I'm excited. I get all ramped up. I love this stuff.
Me too. But we're out here, and right now the Langley Drift Club are getting an opportunity to test out this track and, burn some rubber. Create some class.
At the end of the day, it's fun.
Yes.
We all enjoy it, and that's what we're here. Everybody wants to win. We're all here because we thoroughly enjoy it. And it is. You can never know.
I agree. So right now, we have 4 to 5 coach licenses. They're a local club. You can Google them.
The majority of street clubs too. These guys, some of these guys drove these cars here. They drive these cars to work. Which is kind of reckless if you think about it.
Sure.
But I definitely condone this kind of behavior because
Absolutely.
nothing makes you take care of a car more than when you actually can. When you love and fall in love with a vehicle, you take care of it. Sometimes it comes back to bite you in the butt, but
Sometimes. And we have Ryan out here who has just been working so hard, and you know, he has had his hands in everything out here on this track, and he's been in the drivers' meetings, and he's driving, and he's learning, and he's talking to everybody,
and finding time to get laps in.
Yep.
Crazy amount of energy.
Yeah. I wish I had a quarter of his energy.
Right?
Yep. No, he is
Pretty sure
doing.
Ryan may be able to handle all of this by himself. That dude has some speed to him. He's sporting a Nissan 240 as well, and he has an RB25, I believe, is in there. Great engine. He's been running it for a while, and he actually got out here to be able to utilize it and start driving with friends again. He's been working hard. He's another guy that has multiple jobs, putting everything together, and he's out here and he gets to enjoy kind of the fruits of his labor a little bit, which is a cool concept. And he also gets to share it with our friends, I believe. Is that Danny?
Wow.
If that's Danny, I'm excited now because I haven't seen Danny forever. I don't know if that's Danny or Danny's old car, but either way, it's a beautiful LS400. And I got excited because that's what drifting is. You get to see your friends out here. That's a cool aspect.
Yeah, and now a lot of, you know, you were talking about there's a lot of control with this kind of reckless sport, right? We're trying to break traction, and a lot of guys started doing this by going sideways in a parking lot or just being a little bit of a maverick, right?
Yeah, I mean, originally, everybody says it originates in Japan, and the concept and the ideals, but it's adapted. It's grown through every country, and they've all developed almost their own style of doing things at this point. And we used to start by making sure that we can get the least amount of traction, almost snow drifting, if you will, trying to feel like the car was on ice skates. And actually now these guys are closer to building drag cars. Some of these cars are capable 9 to 10 second cars, and the amount of grip that they're actually trying to utilize at this point to go faster and faster is almost frightening.
Yeah.
These guys are definitely asking a lot, and it's so cool to watch.
It's so cool to watch. And, you know, these guys, in Formula Drift, we have some guys like Dean Carney, who's in the Viper, who's pushing 1,200 horsepower. Von Gittin is in the RTR Ford. He's at 1,200 too. And then you have guys like Travis Reeder, who's in Old Red, and I think he's at 800 horsepower. And so I think looking at Formula Drift from 5 years ago, if they heard us talking about cars that were pushing this much horsepower, they would have thought we were crazy.
Well, I'm pretty sure Daigo just showed up then and started the horsepower race.
That's
way
right.
back
Yeah,
when.
yeah, yep.
But these guys are utilizing that horsepower now. And it's kind of cool to watch because it almost lays back on the hot rod culture all the way through. Is these guys are just finding new ways to do this better. And the sport is progressing. It's almost closer to like an action sport more so than a motorsport where these guys are pushing the limit. You guys we've all watched. We've watched action sports, skateboarding, and motocross go beyond what even seems humanly possible at this point. These guys are right behind them. And this being such a young motorsport, it's just going to grow even further from this.
Yeah, and I am so excited about that. So right now, Langley Drift Club out on the track, just learning the course. Well done to them. We are going to get into our competition real soon. The first battle we're going to see is Matthew Bystrak and Xavier Arrieta. So right now we're going to take a little commercial break. We'll be back in just a minute.
It's a pretty tough looking wheel.
Finding a light wheel that looks good
It's not always the easiest thing.
It can be really stressful.
Welcome back with us. You can see we got our Langley Drift Club still out here. These guys are basically hot lapping at this point, getting tons of seat time. You can see that beautiful drone shot of Langley Speedway, a .397 mile paved oval featuring a 6-degree banking on the turns and 2-degree banking on the straights. With a partially paved infield, Langley has been a home to stock car racing's biggest names like Richard Petty, Jimmy Johnson, Chase Elliott, and former track champion Denny Hamlin, as well as local drivers who love the sport and can be seen each Saturday night from March to late October. The venue had multi-million-dollar renovations performed, and it's a beautiful facility here. There's jets flying around too. It's awesome. So hang tight. We'll get right to the action here, and we'll get tandem competition started. If you guys are just joining us, welcome to the USDrift Battle of the Bay FD Pro-Am series here today. It's 3 days of fun. Since this event is taking place in Tidewater, it's only fitting to partner up with our local area friends over at Sumo Speed and the newly created Langley Drift Club. You can see some of our Langley Drift Club members are out here today, hanging out, practicing, taking a chance at our competition layout, seeing what they have, what it takes, and what looks to be relatively stock to close to street cars. That Nissan S13 you can see in the backside, and that JZX90 you can see with its drone shot. A beautiful car, right-hand drive, not normally available here in the States. As we pan back over, you can see this car's a little far from stock. Sounds like it's sporting a Chevrolet V8 engine in it. Pretty good looking Nissan.
Now, Mike, how much progression do you see these guys making already in this session that they've been out here?
Well, you can tell they've been out for less than an hour, and guys are all running a nice wide aggressive line, taking out clipping points and tons of tire smoke. This driver here is not even competing today, and he's almost in contention of holding his own. It's definitely cool to watch these guys progress throughout the day, and every lap they find little mistakes to fix or correct, and they just start dialing in, and it just gets more and more entertaining as the day goes on. Plus, at that point, the comfortability of in the car and the speed, you start to get used to it, and you start really starting to push it, and then it gets exciting.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. So today you're going to be hearing us talking about outside zones and inside clips. So can you explain what the difference is?
So a outside zone is essentially when we want the back side of the car as close as possible. And the latter of that, the front clipping point, we want the front of the car as close as possible. We also have something here across Victory Lane, which we are claiming to be the touch and go. So we want these drivers to be going so fast that they literally get in there, get as close as, ideally touch the wall, as close to the wall as possible, and then get out of there. Yep. So we call that the touch and go. So as you can see our drivers driving through today, and that beautiful JZX90 as he makes his way through the bank, that's going to be an outside zone. So these guys are going to have to ride that wall all the way around. And when they come back into the infield, that's where that touch and go is going to come, carrying tons of speed. Once we get the competition started, you'll see the layout much, much easier. And we'll probably, hopefully, have some graphics for you so you guys can follow along with us and understand a better way and see what these drivers have to deal with on track conditions. It's definitely a little bit of demanding. The judges have set up multiple zones to score these drivers in, and they're all responsible. We have about 3 minutes left in the session here for Langley Drift Club. So we're going to let these guys hang out with them, and we'll be right to the action momentarily. As you can see, sometimes it just gets a tad too spicy. It looks like our driver is moving around. We do ask our drivers to stay still in their car. It does appear to be bleeding coolant out of it. Our driver is moving around. The car did take a little bit of damage. Doesn't look too bad. We're going to get our safety crew over there and get him taken care of and get the track cleaned up and ready for tandem competition.
craftsmanship. Brid.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill.
In addition to the usual shootout
Even
event
just a little
format,
family
the event
time.
is also going to be a
We live for
two-day
the weekend.
Sumo Speed showcase car show on Saturday
Whatever your
and
passion,
Sunday.
Kenda
Did you have
Tires
something
is
to
there
add
for
about
you.
this?
I
Kenda
do.
Tires,
These
designed for
Sumo
your
Speed
journey.
cars are great looking. And while you guys are on commercial break, we're coming back to the action, or I'm sorry, not back to the action. We're still cleaning up our driver here. That LS400 to take him to the wall. The driver is out of the car. Got a big round of applause from our crowd here, and the driver is doing great. As we work our way back, you can see we're working that car up onto the tow truck. And once we get that driver out of the way, hopefully we can get this tandem competition started.
Absolutely, and I am so excited about that. Not only do we have the tandem competition today, but again, we have the two-day Sumo Speed Showcase Car Show on Saturday and Sunday. We're also going to have the Langley Drift Club Party Time Pro-Am Mixer on Sunday. So for more information on both of those events, please go to Sumo Speed or Langley Drift Club, and you can find it on the Google and on the Facebook.
Find us
and
on
all.
social. Follow us on YouTube.
You guys know what to do. Again, welcome to the 2020 USDrift Shootout Battle on the Bay, presented by Link ECU. My name is Lorette Nickel, and next to me, my dear friend, head judge of FD, Ryan Lontaine. And Lontaine, this is going to be so much fun. The first time that we're ever out here at Langley Speedway, and you and Dan Savage and Reese Marin have been working so hard on this track. So for folks that haven't had a lot of experience with drift, maybe they are very large NASCAR fans, but the first time they're seeing this, what can they expect?
Well, we have an interesting track laid out here. Thankfully, we have a guy like Dan Savage here who is a previous driver in Formula Drift. He was the, I think, 2014 Pro 2 champion, and he brought his S13 with him today. So yesterday we had him out here. He was actually driving through the course, helping us set it up. Typically, we do that with a rental car, and we do the best that we can, and then when the drivers go out on track for the first session, we'll talk to a few of them and figure out what works and what doesn't work. But this time we had Dan in his car, and since he's such a good driver and also the judge, he's able to set the track up really well for us. So we had him helping us out, and we have quite a few different scored areas on this track, more than usual, but since we're not doing qualifying, that's not a big deal. We're able to use as many different sections on the track as we need to make it flow as best as it can. So the first corner that basically starts at NASCAR turn 3, the cars need to be at angle by basically just before that K and N sign. And if they're sideways by that point and they're going to drift all the way through that first corner, they can come off the wall near the end of turn 4, basically, and on that wall you see Langley Speedway painted there, right around the middle point of that name. So right around the end of the word Langley, they should be coming off the wall. And then they come down to the victory lane point here at the traditional start-finish line. There is, as you can see, 2 cones on the wall there. That red section is where they need to get the back of their car as close as possible to. Then they'll transition and go up to inside clip number 1. So they need to get the front of their car nice and close to that inside clip. From that point, they want to draw a nice smooth arc out towards outside zone 2. Outside zone 2 is an area where the back of their car needs to get as close as possible to that scored area, and it's marked by those 2 large orange and white cones that we have out there. From that point, they work their way in and get the front of their car near inside clip number 2. And then as they drive along that yellow and blue wall, they have inside clip number 3. Then they transition, need to avoid, of course, going off track on their left, but also avoid hitting that blue and yellow wall on their right. And then they go to outside zone number 3, which is at the finish line, essentially. At the end of that zone, that's where they can stop drifting. You've noticed that a lot of drivers are drifting through the finish line here onto the front straight because they just think it's fun and it throws up a lot of smoke for the fans. And it looks really cool. So we're probably going to see more of that as the drivers go through the weekend here, or the day today. We told them to shut down a little bit earlier because it makes a lot of smoke, especially during the night event. But today, during the day, it's not that big of a deal.
Right. So now these drivers are putting down their whole goal is to put down a 100-point qualifying run as the lead driver. Now, what we've been seeing on the track are drivers singularly on the track. What we're going to see is tandem battles. So what are the lead car responsibilities?
Yeah, you're right, Laurette. Right now, we can see our group coming out. So this is going to be the USDrift competition group of cars coming out now. So we might actually start seeing some tandem driving as opposed to the Langley Drift Club, which we're doing independent runs by themselves. So the lead driver is always going to start closest to the wall. So we have a chicane set up there that the drivers need to drive through. The lead driver will be up on a higher point of the track. The chase driver will be down low. That lead driver needs to run a perfect lap in the lead. That's what we're expecting them to do. And we're going to judge which driver does the best job in the lead position. As you know, both drivers will get to run a lead lap each and a chase lap each. So we're going to compare their lead runs, and then we're going to compare the chase runs and see who did a better job. Those lead drivers need to hit all the points. They need to get to all the outside zones. They need to maintain momentum throughout the course as much as possible, and they need to have great angle throughout the course. The chase driver, of course, needs to mimic what that lead driver is doing as best as possible while staying as close as possible. So you're going to hear us talking about proximity a lot today, and we're going to be really pushing that a lot. We want those chase drivers to stay within proximity as much as they can throughout the course. You can see we have 2 drivers lined up on the line, so we should have a little tandem practice run right now for you so you can see exactly what a tandem run is going to look like.
Now, that looks like that's Nate Chen. He's in the blue 8.6. He is currently your chase driver. Now, this isn't according to the brackets, but are we allowing the drivers a practice run right now?
Yes, exactly. Right now, we've got about a half an hour of practice for them before they go into competition.
Okay.
And you can see these are actually very closely matched cars. They're both Toyota GT86s. And they're the exact same car, probably different drivetrain in them. But you can see that they're doing a good job of maintaining kind of a mid-proximity, we'll call it, throughout the course. The chase driver was trying to mimic what that lead driver was doing, and he did a pretty good job. This is just practice. We're not expecting them to be really close together, risking everything right now. They're trying to get comfortable with the track, the conditions, the temperature, the grip levels, and just seeing what the other drivers are going to be doing out there on the track.
So you guys are going to be judging these drivers on their lead and the chase runs. They're going to be comparing them. Is there a point deduction for a driver punting the inside clip cone?
Yes, exactly. We don't want them hitting any of the cones out on the track, and if they do that, depending on how hard they hit it. So if they just hit it with the front corner of their bumper, it's not going to be considered that big of a deal. But if, let's say, they hit it with the side of their car, that means they're going to be way offline. What I traditionally like to look at is where are their tires. We have white lines painted on the track, and if they're surpassing that line with one, two, 3, or 4 of their tires, that's really going to set, in my mind, how far offline they were. If they're still on the track and they're touching cones with their bumper, not that big of a deal. But if they're dropping tires and hitting the cones, then that's probably going to be a bigger deal.
Right. Okay, so practice going on right now. We are getting ready for our tandem competition. Again, this is the first time that our Pro-Am drivers have seen this course, so just going out, getting a few sighting laps, and looking at everything.
Yeah, so we do have a run coming up here, the JZX 100 of, I believe that's Rich Whiteman that's driving that car, and he's going to be, I think, one of the guys to keep an eye out for this during this competition. Watching him in practice last night, he was looking like he had this track figured out. He was really high on outside zone 1. And of course, outside zone 1, we want them to be as close to that wall as possible, which of course is kind of risky. So let's have a look here as Rich heads down the track to initiation. He's got the car sideways, looking beautiful, really high up on that bank. His front wheels are actually higher than the dotted lines on the track, and look how close he gets to that touch and go. Beautiful transition to inside clip number 1. He's laying down a perfect lead run here right now for that chase driver to be able to get nice and close and feel confident that he can get nice and close. And as they come by inside clip 3, beautiful transition going to outside zone 4. And Rich Whiteman is really laying down what we are considering one of the best runs here that we've seen this weekend yet. And that's what we're looking for from that lead driver. And round of applause for him. I love that. Thank you, everyone. He deserves it. That was a beautiful run. So that's kind of one of the runs that we can use to gauge how everybody else is doing, let's say, because that's a very high level run right there. Not a lot of drivers are running that high on outside zone 1. That is the trickiest part of this track, to get the car at angle and maintain that line high on that bank. Very difficult to do.
And that sets you up for the entire course.
That's right.
You get that right.
Yeah, if you're off of outside zone 1, if you're down low on the bank, as this driver kind of is near the end, it's going to be a little trickier to fulfill the rest of the course properly, because your line is going to be not setting you up for the rest of the course. We set the rest of the course up expecting the cars to be high on outside zone 1.
Right. So would you consider this to be a technical course?
It is a technical course. Now, this isn't the biggest banking we've ever been on in terms of the actual slope of the track in that area. It's still banked somewhat, but there definitely are more steeply banked tracks, which makes it more difficult to stay high. But there is a slight banking here. That part is like I said, a little bit easier than traditional steep ovals, but once you get into the infield of the track, you have to work a little bit. It's not just letting the car flow through. You do need to kind of work the car to get it to the outside zone. Then you need to work it to get it to the inside clips as well. So it's not a simple track. Some tracks are. You kind of set the car at angle and just play with the throttle. Here you're left foot braking, you're grabbing some handbrake, and you're really adjusting the attitude of the car to attain all of those inside clips and outside zones.
Yeah. So the drivers come into the track, go on the burnout box, warm up the tires, and as they're sitting at the first starting line, what do you think they're thinking looking at that wall coming at them so fast?
Well, a lot of drifting is based on muscle memory and visual cues as well. So they probably have some points on the track that once they get to that point, they know, okay, I should be either clutch kicking the car or kind of doing a feint entry. And if they know they need to get it done by that point, so they might be going over that stuff in their head. I need to initiate by this point, and if it's a tandem and they're in the chase position, a lot of that they're not thinking about at all. They're just thinking, how much distance should I give this guy?
Sure.
How fast is his car? Am I going to be faster than him and have a hard time staying in drift behind him? Or in this case, am I going to be on throttle fully, having a hard time keeping up? So these are things that are going through your mind, not knowing exactly how the other driver is going to perform. And that's what makes drifting so challenging is when you're in the lead, you're in control of your destiny. You're doing what you need to do to get yourself through the track. But when you're in the chase position, you're relying entirely on that lead car, what they're doing in terms of setting the speed, setting the right line, and you're supposed to basically mimic exactly what they're doing. So you are responding to what they're doing in front of you. And in that sense, there's not a whole lot to prepare for mentally other than how much room should I give him, and then am I going to be able to keep up?
Right. So outside zone 1, would you consider that to be maybe the most important part on the track? And what's key to setting yourself up there?
Yeah, you're right. The outside zone 1 area is the key to getting this track right. If you're very low on outside zone 1, it's going to be very difficult to do the rest of the track. But if you get outside zone 1 properly, the rest of the track should be a lot easier to fulfill. Coming down on this low line right here, this puts you at a big disadvantage in terms, and you can see he's got to throw a lot of angle there to try to slow down, and it's going to cause that over-rotation, as you just saw right there. Dmitry Brutsky in the chase position, he just won Pro 2 round number 2 in Seattle in some very challenging conditions, dry, wet, mixed, and he's proven that he's very adaptable to different conditions behind different drivers. So Dmitry is one that is able to really change what he's doing very quickly based on what that lead car is doing. You could see he was following that lead driver all the way up to inside clip 1 where that lead driver over-rotated, and Dmitry was right there with him, and he didn't look stressed out at all. So now we've got another set of drivers at the start line ready to go. I think, did we have a cone knocked over that they maybe need to pick up? So there may be a quick pause on the track here. Sometimes the cones get hit. They need to be placed back into their positions. And sometimes the drivers, when they run them over, they take them back with them under the car. And I believe that's what happened. As I can see there at the end of the track, at the finish line, the cone is missing. So whichever driver ran over it probably still has it underneath their car, and they may be back over at the grid area. So we may need to run another cone out there to him to make sure that he has some spares in this situation. But since it's practice, it's not that big of a deal right now. So we're just going to let the drivers continue driving. So let's have a look at these two FRSs again, going on outside zone 1. And you can see that lead car nice and high on outside zone 1. And I believe that's Chen in the chase position, mimicking him. And you can see that transition-wise, Chen is just maybe a heartbeat behind. He could be a little bit closer there and could be mimicking that transition a little bit better. But in terms of a practice run, this is pretty solid right now. The proximity is what you would expect in a practice run, and he's kind of getting comfortable with how well he has to adapt to that lead driver, and I think he's doing a great job of doing so right now.
Yeah, so Nate Chen is the driver that I was talking about earlier, where he was working 100 hours as a Wall Street banker, and I believe he's in his early 20s. He might have even turned 21 this year. And so his work ethic just speaks volumes, and he's trying so hard. This is a real dream of his, and all of the drivers that we were chatting with, they want to step into Pro 2. They know it's going to be quite a bigger investment for them, but they're ready, and that's what they've been dreaming of. So the guy's just doing a great job out here on the track, and right now inside clip 2, going to inside clip 3, and going to outer zone 3 right there and crossing that finish line.
Beautiful.
Wow. So what were your expectations coming into this Pro-Am event?
I do a lot of these different events, and I've learned to just not have any expectations at all. It's I like to just kind of get into the event and see how things go. You know, after doing so many of these, they can kind of feel the same, but once you get to the event and start seeing the drivers and meeting the track staff, getting the track set up, then that individual feeling or flair will kind of come up a little bit. So I just let that happen naturally. I don't think too much about it. I don't even really research the track too much before we get here. I like to just get here and jump in a rental car and drive around the track as fast as I can. Hopefully the rental car companies aren't listening right now. And just figuring out what flows best, what works for this specific track, because they're all different. We had to work around a couple of little holes out on the track here, just some areas that we needed to avoid while setting up the track, and also dealing with the differences in surface as well. You can see there's asphalt, newer asphalt, older asphalt, newer concrete, and older concrete as well. So having and paint as well at the traditional start-finish line. So you have a lot of different things you have to think about when laying out the track, and that's something that you have to be on the ground live to kind of see personally and to figure it out.
How are those changing track conditions going to affect drivers?
Well, at this point, it's, I think, fairly set in their minds what the conditions are like. When we first started, they were saying that the traditional start-finish, all that paint that's on the ground was very, very slippery, and you could feel it coming off the pavement onto that paint and back onto the pavement again. But at this point, there's enough rubber laid down that I think the grip is probably more consistent now than it was when we first got here. So it's feeling probably better for them right now. And you can see that they're very confident getting close to one another. They know where the little tricky spots are, and they can kind of prepare for them ahead of time. Maybe in an area that's going to be a little more grippy, you'll throw a little more angle before getting there because you know the car's going to grip up a little bit. So you just kind of know after having done as many laps as they had. They had a 4-hour practice yesterday, one big chunk of 4-hour practice, and then they had 2 1-hour practice sessions after that. So they had enough time yesterday, I think, to get pretty comfortable. Not only in the sunshine, but also at night when the sun goes down and the track gets cooler, the grip level goes up. So things change completely. So you have to have a different setup, suspension and tire-wise, to make that work as the temperature changes.
Right. So, like you mentioned, the drivers got about a 4-hour practice block out here. And you guys, as the judges, opened up a session for the spotters to come and talk to you about what these drivers needed to do on the track to improve their line or, their line. Mainly, what was the advice that you were giving?
Well, the number one thing we were talking with them about is outside zone 1. We were saying you need to get higher in outside zone 1. Tell your driver to get higher in outside zone 1 because we tied. Oh, boy, that was close. Nicely saved,
Nice.
guys. Beautiful
That was
save.
a nice save.
Yeah, we attributed a lot of the errors that the drivers were making later on the track to a lack of line on outside zone 1. So if that driver was really low on outside zone 1 and they were having trouble getting to the touch and go and then overshooting inside clip 1, it was easy to see that it was due to their lack of high line on outside zone 1. So that was the number one area. And it is a tricky thing to do, get really close to that wall. And you kind of have to work up to it in practice. You know, you start a little bit lower, and you start getting your line a little bit higher. You work it up as your confidence goes and your knowledge of the track as well. So we did our assisting, we call it spotters help. So we were assisting the spotters near the, I believe it was the middle to the end of that 4-hour session. And then we gave them a couple of hour sessions after that to drive as well. And we thought, you know, that's the best time because it's in the middle. Whatever we tell them, they can now implement in the last hour of practice. Plus, they had 2 other 1-hour sessions to give them time to implement what we had given them advice on.
Right. So, as the lead driver, your responsibility is to put down what would be considered a 100-point qualifying run. And that means going high on outside zone 1, where the drivers are currently. If the lead driver comes down really low on outside zone 1, as a chase driver, you're supposed to mimic them.
Yes.
So if they're really low, you as a chase driver come down even though you want to go a little bit higher.
Yeah, that's something that is, we always put a lot of responsibility on those lead drivers. And if the lead driver is making mistakes or they're making compromises out on the track, then we hold that against them immediately. And if the chase driver has to make compromises to follow them and ends up making errors, that can be attributed to the lead. And since we're comparing lead to lead, chase to chase, when we do the lead to lead comparison, we know that driver A was really low on outside zone 1. Driver B did better on outside zone 1, so he's going to have an advantage. And then when we do a chase to chase comparison, the one that was behind the poor lead, he's not expected to do a great job because he has a very poor lead to follow. But the one following the really good lead, he's going to be expected to do a good job behind that driver. So we have to watch both runs in a full battle. There's two runs, right? We have to make sure we watch the whole thing before we make a decision because it's such a comparative thing for us. We need to have all the information that we can on hand to make that choice. He's not here.
So again, what we have going on right now is Dmitry Brutsky out on the track in the follow position. Out of Springfield, Massachusetts, originally from Belarus, Dmitry Brutsky is already in Pro 2, so he won't be competing for a license today, but he is competing for track time when he steps into Pro 2.
And that's Michael Wallace in the lead position there. He's driving a 240SX with that Boss Rocket Bunny kit that kind of makes it look like an older muscle car in the front part of the car there. I've judged him before when he did the Gambler event up in New Jersey at Englishtown Raceway. He was there. This car was all white at that point in time, and he did really well. He's a driver with a lot of heart and a lot of driving talent as well. So he's one to watch today. And he's got a 1JZ in his car. Dimitri's running an S54 turbo. So the S54, I believe, is the E46 M3 inline 6, and very different types of drivetrain. One's from Toyota, one's from BMW. They're both inline 6s, but in terms of power, do we have the power mounts on here? I don't think we do. He's not listing his power, but I'm sure they're both pretty high numbers either way. But it's a lot of fun to watch all these different brands of cars out there on the track, and the different brands of cars sometimes have different brands of engines as well. Michael Wallace's car is a Nissan, but he's running a Toyota engine. Real quick, everyone, from the Langley Drift Club, all the drivers, please meet at Ryan's trailer. Just meet at Ryan's trailer as soon as possible, please. Everybody from the Langley Drift Club. Thank you. So in the lead position there in the 350Z is Christian Nelson, and he has a 5.7 liter LS, so that'd be the LS1 power plant in his 350Z. Putting down a really nice lead run right now. And he did take my advice. He slowed down a little bit there after the finish line on the throttle. But as we were saying, right now it's not too big of a deal. It's just practice. We're hoping that in competition we don't have too much smoke. That can be a problem if the wind dies down. We tend to have that standing smoke that makes it a little bit harder to see for the drivers. And, of course, for us up here as well, we kind of get blinded by that smoke. And, again, we have White in the lead there, Mr. Is it Richman? Whiteman. Rich Whiteman. I always get his name messed up. I love his car, though. That's a JZX 100 Chaser. That is one of the best drift cars right out of the box from me, anyway. It's it's a car from the 90s. Actually, his is a 2000, but phenomenal car. The chat is just set. It's amazing. It's like Toyota built that car to drift right out of the box. It's got really strong axles if it's a Tourer V. It's got great drive shaft, axles, a diff, engine, transmission. His is a 1JZ engine, so the 2.5 liter inline 6. Just a phenomenal car to drive, to drift. And he's not really caring too much about throwing it up right up to the wall here, which is awesome to see. Look at Dmitry Brutsky right up on outside zone 1.
Man.
He did have a pretty poor transition there at the touch and go. I don't know if that was just hesitation on his part, but he slowed down pretty significantly and stalled up right at that touch and go area. But he's continuing through the rest of the course pretty nicely here, getting close to all the inside clips and nice and close to that wall. He did tap that blue and yellow wall yesterday, and he actually knocked it way out of the way. We had to go fix it afterwards, but he's this is his older car that he uses for competitions like this now. In Pro 2, he's driving the Michael Essa Autosport, I guess, E46 M3 that Michael Essa had, because Michael Essa had 2 of those at one point. So he either rented it or sold it to Dmitry, and that's what he runs in Pro 2 with.
And Dmitry was having some tuning issues.
Okay.
So he was struggling a little bit, but he got it sorted, and he feels pretty confident coming in. So we have our chase driver here. If we were in competition, again, we're just running practice so that these guys, they've come so far. They've worked so hard on these cars, and so we want to give them ample time to feel comfortable not only in their cars but on the track as well, and lay down that 100-point qualifying lead run and hopefully get that Pro 2 FD license, and every driver that I talked to said yes, absolutely. If they earn one of the 5 licenses, they're going to step into Pro 2 next year. So that's so exciting.
That's great to hear. I hadn't heard that. That
Yep.
is beautiful information. We
Yep.
always need a fresh, new class every year in Pro 2 because that's what feeds into the Pro Series, and it makes for some really tight competition. These types of events that we're doing right now are what are basically setting the tone for the new season, right? In the Pro and Pro 2 classes. So we love to see these events building and growing new talent, so that we do have some great competition in the future in the Pro and Pro 2 classes.
Yep, absolutely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the USDrift Battle on the Bay Formula Drift Pro-Am Shootout, the licensing event. We are going to take a quick break. Join us in just a minute.
It's a pretty tough looking wheel.
Finding a light wheel that looks good, it's not always the easiest thing.
It can be really stressful.
Thank you guys for hanging out with us today. As you can see, the Langley Drift Club members are out there putting on a little bit of a demo for you. If you guys are bear with us, we're going to be hanging out with these guys until 1:30 p.m. We'll get our NBC Gold app live stream started, and the USDrift Shootout Tandem competition will start at 2 p.m. So hang tight, enjoy the sights and sounds, and grab some concession stands or chicken fingers. I'm telling you, are great. If you guys are just joining us, thank you for coming to hang out at the USDrift Battle of the Bay FD Pro-Am here at Langley Speedway. We have the Langley Drift Club out. These local guys are out here, been driving just for your pure entertainment. They will be going until 1:30. We'll get to our tandem competition at 2 p.m. Be a good time to check out the snacks and the apparel here at the track, as well as all the sponsors wander around a bunch of cool cars thanks to Sumo Speed. So definitely wander around. There's some cool stuff in the booths, and definitely go check out the pits, talk to drivers. These guys love doing what they do. Talk to them about it.
With so much changing day to day in this challenging 2020 year, US Drift wanted to make sure that one thing stayed the course, and that was that their annual shootout licensing event happened. Many dreams of becoming a pro Formula Drift driver began years ago and can now become reality as 5 Formula Drift Pro 2 licenses will be awarded tonight. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the US Drift Shootout Battle on the Bay presented by Link ECU. I'm your host, Lorette Nickel. Next to me, we have Mike Perez, US Drift driver and Gentleman Street Club driver. Mike, how's it going?
I feel great. The weather here is great. Langley Speedway is beautiful and made a ton of accommodations for us and the drivers, so I'm excited to see what happens here today.
Me too. So this is the 3rd annual shootout event, but it's the first time ever that we're here at Langley Speedway. And as a driver, this is just an incredible course. What are some of the drivers experiencing out here?
Definitely a challenging course. The drivers are going to have to see some speeds all the way in 4th gear, initiating up to our wall, and we want them to ride that wall all the way around. So definitely a bunch of danger there, and that's just the first turn. Then they got to transition past victory lane, go past the walls at a high rate of speed, and then transition into the infield. Normally something that Langley only uses for the go-karts, the drift cars are actually going to utilize that too. So they're going to carry all the speed around the oval and then dive into the inside. And then after that, we're going to add other drivers into the mix, start adding X variables until these guys really have to put on a show.
So for our Formula Drift fans, you know that we have a bracket set up of 32 drivers. Out here, we have 18 drivers that are challenging for only 5 Pro 2 licenses. Now, because these drivers have made such a long drive out here and they put so much time, effort, energy, love, and passion into getting here at Langley Speedway, we wanted to give them 2 chances. So we have a double elimination bracket.
Yeah, so the drivers out here not only get to come out and compete once and hopefully never see a loss today, but if they do, they go into the consolation bracket, and that consolation bracket is going to give them another chance at one of those licenses. One of those 5 licensed guys, they're going to be up for grabs. Those guys through the winners brackets are going to go all the way through, the undefeated bracket, if you will. Those consolation bracket guys, they're not out for the count. Simple mistakes out here could cost you a loss, but it also could get you a win later on. So these guys are going to be fighting extra hard with 2 chances on the board.
For sure. And, you know, there's a lot of really close friends that are teamed up as teammates out here. So will we see team tactics? I don't know. I doubt it, because I did ask some of the guys, you are possibly going to face each other in the top 16. Will one of you go out? Well, no way, they said.
These guys, as much as everyone here is friends, the whole entire drifting community is an amazing source of friendship. And these guys are going to be out here, and they want to win. And they're not going to be scared to take out their friend, but they also know that their friend's going to do their damnedest to do everything they can to take a win back from them, which is just fun, competitive spirit. These guys are going to be pushing hard, and they're not going to take anything from anybody.
I agree. We are about to see some amazing track action out here. Yesterday, Friday, we were able to open the track for about 6 hours. So these drivers came out here and ran the course and learned everything that the judges prescribed for them to do. So we're going to be looking for line, angle, and proximity. Now, these guys have just started running tandem practice, and if you today, and if you look at the brackets, because we didn't have qualifying, drivers were randomly selected.
So all the drivers here today were randomly seated. We skipped the qualifying by having so many drivers out here, and that puts these guys random into battle. They're going to see friends, they're going to see the enemies, they're going to see all the guys that they don't want to see early in the battle, and we're actually lining up our 2 first battle contestants here. So I'm actually going to step out and let Ryan Langtang, one of our judges, come in, and you guys can introduce the rest of the judges and get Ryan to give you a better idea of the format here today.
Perfect. All right, Mike Perez, with that, we have 3 experienced judges out here. We have rapper Dan Savage, our 2014 FD Pro 2 champ. We have Reese Marin, Club Loose instructor. And of course, our head judge is Ryan Lantain from FD, who's going to come in here and explain what the judges are looking for from our drivers. So Ryan, our drivers right now, we have our first battle that is lining up. What are you guys looking for them?
Yeah, the lead driver has responsibilities, and so does the chase. Now, the lead driver responsibilities include filling all the outside zones, getting close as possible to the outside zone. So outside zone 1 is a pretty big zone that we have here. So it needs to run that ideal line that we've set. And then angle has to be as much as possible throughout the course while maintaining momentum. And then, of course, it has to be a chaseable lead run. And what I mean by that is that the chase driver can predict where that lead driver is going to be making decelerations, and will also require that lead driver to be on the appropriate line with the appropriate angle throughout the course entirely. And the decel map that we have has a decel at that red victory lane area right here, which is technically the touch and go. And then there's a slight decel just before the finish line as well, before outside zone number 3. So those are the lead driver responsibilities. They need to run, if we were qualifying, as close to that 100-point qualifying run as possible.
Okay, and we'll always see the lead driver up against the wall. And the chase driver, what are his responsibilities?
So in the chase position, that chase driver needs to mimic the lead driver as much as possible. Now, mimicking means matching their line, their angle, and their transition timing and style as well. They need to do that while in proximity. You're going to hear that word a lot today. I'm sure you're going to be saying it, repeating it over and over again. Proximity is really important, but that chase driver shouldn't be making too many compromises to maintain and achieve that proximity. So when I say cheating, I mean driving on a lower line than the lead car, maybe running with less angle, or having poor transition throughout the course. That would give them an opportunity to probably stay closer, but it's what we call a compromise, and it's not ideal. We want that chase driver to really match the line, angle, and style of the lead driver from the beginning of the course until the finish. Now, you're going to hear maybe, you might be talking about the style portion of driving as well. Style involves fluidity and commitment. Fluidity refers to the rotation of the car on its own axis. So as the car rotates in transition, is it smooth, is it quick, and is it accurate? Are the drivers achieving the right amount of angle that they want to? And the commitment side of things is the drivers maintaining momentum throughout the course from start to finish, using the vehicle's momentum to fill outside zones. And of course, as you see up on the screen now, the tandem format, that's drivers going to be in a head-to-head competition here today. There's driver A is going to lead first, driver B will chase first, and then when they get back to the start line, driver B will lead and driver A will chase. Then as judges, we're going to look at both lead runs, both chase runs, as both drivers have done both of those positions, and we'll try to find a winner based on who won in both positions.
Okay, and so the first zone they're going to see is the outside zone 1. How do they perfectly set themselves up there for the rest of the course?
The drivers need to be initiated. There's a sign on the wall over there that we're not really sure how to pronounce. I'm not sure if it's Kamurs or Shamurs. I don't know. It's that sign. If the cars are sideways by that point in the lead position, that's what we're looking for. They need to then fill from Langley Speedway on the wall, where the number 3 is there for corner 3, all the way around to Langley Speedway at corner 4. So they need to be as high as possible on that wall with the rear bumper all the way around outside zone 1. And then that chase driver has to mimic that from start to finish as well.
Okay, so when they're coming into the touch and go, how far do you want them off of the wall?
We'd like to see them scrape that wall if they could with their bumper, ideally. We're not going to see that very much, I don't think. It is kind of a scary area. You're coming there at high speed. You've just transitioned the car, and you have to really calculate how that car is going to set and where the back bumper is in comparison to that wall. But we really want them wide to that wall with the rear bumper at basically where it says Dale Lemon's Victory Lane, that red section on the wall. Then the car is going to transition and go to inside clip 1. You want to get that front bumper as close to inside clip 1 as possible, which will then carry them off to outside zone number 2, inside clip number 2, inside clip number 3, and then outside zone number 3.
Okay, how do they maintain momentum when they're in the infield?
Well, this is a track that is pretty high speed for the most part. We're going to have, as you can see on the map right now, 1 decel at the touch and go. They're definitely going to get their car set there at angle, and then they're going to decel, and then they're going to get back on throttle and drive through the rest of the course almost entirely with the same amount of momentum, maybe building a little bit of speed from inside clip 2 to 3. And then they're going to decel there in that red section you can see just before outside zone 3, which is just before the finish line. They're going to get the car set at angle and then back on throttle through the finish line.
Sometimes you'll see the drivers punt one of those cones or one of the inside clips. Is that a deduction of points?
We always look at where the car itself is situated. If the front bumper just touches the inside clip, not that big of a deal. If the front tire is over the line, then that would be kind of a detriment to that driver. They shouldn't be dropping a tire off the course. And we do have a list of incompletes out there as well. 3 or more wheels off the course is considered an incomplete. So we're really looking at those white lines on the ground. That's just flour. It's probably going to need to be retouched, but it's very visible. You can see it everywhere on the course right now. And the drivers need to remain on the course, on the race surface. And if they do drop tires, it's going to be held against them, potentially giving them an incomplete if they go 3 or 4 tires off.
So last night, the drivers had about 4 to 6 hours worth of practice, and they also had a judges and spotters session. What was some of the advice that you were giving the spotters to give to their drivers?
Yeah, we do a nice little session up there with the spotters. The spotters can then communicate with their drivers and let them know what we as the judges are saying about the run that they just did. And we were really giving them advice about outside zone 1. It is so important to be wide on outside zone 1. If you're not high on outside zone 1, it sets you kind of offline for the rest of the course. Right. We set this course up for that driver to be high on outside zone 1, and then it would line them up perfectly for the touch and go. But if you're really low on outside zone 1, where you peak at the touch and go is going to be too late, which means you're then going to miss inside clip 1 as well, and it's going to throw off the entirety of the course. So our main advice was to get high on outside zone 1.
Okay. Does it feel like to some of the drivers that they're actually higher than they are, and then how do they combat that?
Well, when you are close to the wall, you know it. Especially a lot of these cars don't have windows. So when you're up against the wall, you can hear the exhaust bouncing off the wall a lot more because you're right up against it, and you know it. Especially some of these drivers, I think it's Rich Whiteman has a right-hand drive car. So for him, it's going to be even more, I guess, intense because he's going to be that much closer to the wall on the driver's right. But we're probably going to have some cars rubbing the wall. You know, the right rear of the bumper will probably touch the wall and rub against it, and that is up to them to gauge where they are. And when they do touch the wall, they don't want to straighten out. They don't want to lose angle. They don't want to get any bobbles. So that's going to be tricky for them when they do get up to that point to maintain drift, maintain angle, and not have any kind of corrections.
Well, I am so excited to start getting into tandem competition. We have just about 60 seconds before we hit the track. So Judge Ryan Lontaine, thank you so much for your time. We'll
My
be
pleasure.
checking in with you all day and all night tonight. So thank you so much. The guys are out in the burnout box getting ready. So excited. This is just going to be amazing day. And our first battle, we are going to see Matthew Bystrack and Xavier Arrieta. So these guys, so good, so excited, so much passion and enthusiasm too. Now our drivers on the track right now going down that straightaway towards outside zone 1. Our lead driver, that's going to be Matthew Bystrack, leading Xavier Arrieta.
And as you can see, both our drivers are working past that touch and go. A little bit of a space as Bystrack takes out that inner clip. Arrieta trying to keep the proximity through that rear zone as both drivers work their way for that second inner clip, keeping the composure. Bystrack taking out another front clip. Arrieta still right behind, controlled pace, put the pressure on over the finish line. Make some noise for our first battle here at the USDrift Battle of the Bay FD Pro-Am.
Man, so good. This is so much fun. And Matt Bystrack, he's in that 1990 Nissan 240 SX, and he's been drifting for 5 years. He just loves going sideways. He entered the military, and the first drift car he bought was the 240 SX. This is actually his 4th competition ever.
It definitely cannot tell. He looks pretty comfortable up there in the lead position. Our drivers have swapped positions. Matt is now taking the chase, and he's going to have to chase that E30 BMW with that stroke 3-liter M20 of Arrieta. Let's see how the change in position strikes for Matt Bystrack and see if Arrieta can keep together and put down what the judges are looking for is a 100-point lead run.
So the judges are going to be comparing lead runs to lead runs and chase runs to chase runs. So our 3 esteemed judges right now, rapper Dan Savage, Reese Marin, and Ryan Lontaine, watching what they are doing. And so the driver starting, going down that straightaway to outside zone 1, going high on the wall.
And Arietta hanging a nice tall line right on the wall. Bystrack punching back in, going into that touch and go now. Super exciting, a little shallow off that touch and go. Both drivers transition in. Arietta a little off that front inner clip, but Bystrack trying to keep that proximity as they work their way into that front inner clip. Going into that inner clip number 3. Bystrack a little off, but still behind Arietta as Arietta works his way across the finish line. Both drivers make it out safe and sound.
Wow, that was so much fun. What a great way to start this shootout. And what's your opinion on what we just saw in that opening battle?
I'm excited.
Yes.
We're finally seeing some really cool drifting here at Langley Speedway, and these 2 drivers came out to definitely put on a show. Now that both drivers have completed 1 run each, it's going to go to our panel of 3 judges to see who our winner is and or a one more time battle. So I've just been informed that Arietta clipped the cone, the chicane cone coming out of the starting grid. Those cones are there for the lead driver. They have to wobble through the start, and that gives our chase driver an opportunity to get as close as possible during the run-up. We don't really want these guys running away from each other so much, as our judges here are looking for a good, chaseable run. So that being said, our drivers had the option to change tires. It looks like they do not need new rubber under there, and both drivers are lined back up on the line.
Is that risky to not change tires?
Well, it all depends on car setup, and we'll see if it pays off for him. We've got Arietta back in the lead. Matt Bystrack in the chase position. As both drivers initiate our initiation point, Arietta still up on that wide line, and Matt right there, right behind him, and Arietta small straighten.
Coming in for that touch and go. Nice job. The guys coming around for inside clip 1, outer zone 2, getting really far out in the zone. Inside clip 2. Well done. Inside
And
clip
still
3.
surviving all the way into inner clip 3. Both drivers are going to transition to outer zone. Matt Bystrack taking out that cone. Both drivers make it over the line. Obviously got enough tire out through that run. So hopefully.
Impressive for sure.
Well, so if you're wondering why the pauses are here, we're getting some chatter over the radio. It looks like we're having some start issues. Bear with us as we get to with the judges and figure out exactly what's going on for both you guys here with us here at Langley Speedway and online on the live stream thanks to NBC Gold.
And of course, a special thank you to Sumo Speed, Langley Drift Club, Larry King Law's Langley Speedway. This is the first time that we're out here at this gorgeous Langley Speedway, and the drivers just so excited to be out here, to be able to drift this pristine course. This is so much fun.
I do know that this 0.397 mile paved oval, it's got 6-degree banking on the turns, 2-degree banking on the straights, and they've spent millions to renovate. Like, the bathrooms here are amazing.
They're so good.
They really are. And this whole speedway is awesome. There's jets flying in the air. We got NASA wind tunnels across the street. It is just a cool vibe. We got tons of fans out here in the stands. We got Sumo Speed car show in the parking lot. There's a ton of commotion going on. So if you're not with us, you're definitely going to want to join us. And if you're missing out, get onto the live stream.
Absolutely.
And join us. This is going to be a great party. It's going to be some fun and exciting driving here today. And it looks like our drivers, looks like we're moving on to another battle. Let me get with our judges and we'll figure out exactly what's going on. All right, so as our drivers, it appears Arietta hit the cone again. They are going to change tires as the cars now need them after taking, what, 3 runs now? Mm-hmm. So we're gonna bring up our next battle here. Our next battle.
We have Michael Wallace and we have Dan Jacala.
Sorry, Dan, if we're ruining that for you.
We got it.
But Dan's got a beautiful BMW E30, a 1987 325. It sports a RB25 Neo. That's a Nissan engine in his BMW. And then we got Michael Wallace, a friend of mine, driving that 95 Nissan 240SX with that Boss kit on there. You can see that front end giving a nice retro look. He's also sporting a 1J VVTi engine, which is a Toyota engine, an inline-six turbo. Both these guys are known for their aggressive driving, so this battle is definitely going to be entertaining.
Well, Michael Wallace has his lady Sydney spotting for him, and this is brand new for her. He just chucked her up into the crow's nest up here, and yeah, so exciting for her.
That's a heavy job, too.
Totally.
The spotters are up here above the judges' tower and above us in the announcing booth, and their job is to give all the information to drivers they possibly can. And here we go. We got Mike Wallace going up to the initiation with a big gap in front of Dan. But right on the wall, Mike Wallace making a smoke out of that S14. That BMW of Dan right behind him, they transition to touch and go. A lot of speed from Wallace. He's transitioned past that second inner clip. Or I'm sorry, first inner clip into that outer zone. A really wide line as Dan keeps his composure. Wallace keeping the throttle down. Transitioning that car a little wobble to get over that clip. And he looks like he sent Dan through the wall. And it looks like Mike Wallace getting really deep in that outside zone. A little bit of a sloppy lead run. It's not exactly what we would like to see, especially when we want the tandem driver to get as close as possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looked like Michael in inside clip 3 just kind of started making too many adjustments. I don't know if he got nervous because of the chase driver going into the wall, but yeah.
He definitely made a correction, and what it appeared to be is he stayed matted through that entire outside zone. When he curled back in for the second inner clip, he curled a little too much power and grip, and curved the car into the wall. He made a mid-correction, but Dan, being in the danger zone behind him in his smoke, had to adjust and just unfortunately didn't have the room or the timing that Wallace did. Unfortunately, we're going to have to go to the judges to see who's at fault for that incident.
You know, and I did really like.
And it appears that from the judges, I got Wallace with 3 tires off the course going into that outer zone. You saw that in that nice wide line. So unfortunately, that's an incomplete. And we'll go to the other side of this battle.
So that's unfortunate for Michael Wallace to have that incomplete run with 3 tires off. So can his chase run be enough to make up for the deficit? A lot of times that's very, very challenging.
It is, especially since your chase run depends a lot on your lead driver. And our lead driver, Dan, as you can see, just went through the kart track wall. So Dan, hopefully his car is mechanically working at 100%. And hopefully he can put down a lead lap that Wallace can do something. He's going to have to pull something out for this one. He's definitely going to have to put the pressure on. If Dan doesn't give him the run, it's going to be very difficult for Wallace.
You know, Dan did tell me that the car is running awesome. He set this goal 8 years ago of getting the Pro 2 license, and he's been building and selling cars to save money to get here. So he's been drifting for 3 years, even though he's had this goal in mind for 8. He started 50 States of Drift, so you can see all the grassroots drift events, and you can check out all those events across the country.
For sure, and there's definitely some drift events out here that you want to check out. We're going to be right back with you guys. We're going to go to a commercial break real quick as we get our drivers ready and get back to the action here at Langley Speedway for the USDrift Battle of the Bay FD Pro-Am.
Quality of Japanese craftsmanship. Brid.
has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
And welcome back to Langley Speedway for the USDrift Battle of the Bay FD Pro-Am. We got our drivers back up on the grid. We're bringing up Mike Wallace. You can see him in that orange Nissan 240SX. And Dan Jacala in that BMW 325 with that Nissan RB25 engine.
So Dan has been, he's a test engineer, and this is an opportunity that he's been chasing, and he's still ready to throw down and chase for many more years. He's pulled so many engines. His second engine blew up. He's blown up 2 engines this
it's all
season.
too familiar for me.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh, man.
I bet.
Well, here we go. We got Mike Wallace in that chase position in that orange S14 and Dan Jacala in that BMW taking the lead. And both drivers go up and initiate. They work their way into that outside zone. A few feet off the wall, but a nice clean lap from Dan. Wallace has got to put the pressure on. Definitely going to have to go a little harder than that, but they both transition into that front inner clip and a little bit of a danger zone as both drivers make it out. They're going to go through that outer zone too and work their way into that inner clip too. Wallace with a little bit of a gap as Dan working his way through the course. Wallace's rear bumper falling off as Dan navigates a little shy of that outer zone, but over the finish line just as well. And a smoke show from Wallace. Make some noise for both drivers here today.
Good job, guys. Well, bumper dragging on the ground. It's kind of like the RTR budgets from Chelsea Denofa, right?
I'm sure Wallace has a slightly smaller budget than the RTR guys.
I know, bumpers are always seem to be the first to go.
And it seems like bumpers always are the first thing to go.
Yep,
We're definitely
absolutely.
asking a lot for these drivers. And
Yes.
they're going to have to put some of these things at risk. All right, our judges have come to a decision, and it looks like Dan Jacala in that BMW E30 will take our first win here at the USDrift Battle of the Bay.
So that means that Michael Wallace moves over into the consolation bracket.
That's true, and his weekend's not over.
Correct.
That's why this double elimination is so cool. This driver, his fight today is not over. He's going to go back to the pits and prep his car for his consolation bracket round. Our next 2 drivers up, and it looks like we have Alex Yeager and Alex Licklider. We're going to have a battle of the Alexes here. Alex Licklider in that FRS. And Alex Yeager in that Gas Factory TireStacks.com purple 240SX coupe. And Alex driving that 2014, Licklider driving that 2014 Scion FRS. He has a supercharged V8 5.3 liter Chevrolet engine in there.
Well, Alex is also one of those really hardworking drivers. He's a full-time flight attendant for Southwest, and his spotter, Stevie, has been doing this for about 1.5 years. She has a 240. She hasn't learned how to drift yet, but it's coming.
Well, it'll be a great time to come down to Langley Drift Club and hang out with those guys as she learns. But here we go. Our first half of this battle is at Licklider. A nice high line in the bank as Alex Yeager keeping the proximity. We would like to see a little more angle, but it seems like Licklider's slower car is making Alex have to adjust as they go through that touch and go. Alex keeping the proximity in, and Licklider keeping his composure as Yeager right there on the door of the FRS pushing in. Make some noise for both drivers. They transition into our 3rd inner clip, and Alex keeping the pressure on as they transition to our last outside zone 3. A little bit taking the wall for a ride. We're gonna have to take a little bit of time to take back the course, but it looks like, Alex, give us that back. That's ours, guy.
Oh my goodness. Someone should stop him if we can wave him to collect that wall. Holy smokes, what a battle. A lot of amazing proximity right there.
I mean, that was great driving from Alex.
Heck yeah.
And
which Alex? Licklider?
And here's the hardest part.
Here we go.
It was a great lap from both Alexes.
Yes.
And Licklider did a great job in lead position and gave the opportunity for Jaeger to even go through it. And you see Alex Jaeger bringing back our track wall. A big round of applause for Alex Jaeger being such a good sport. We're already starting. We're only a couple battles in here, and I'm already having a blast. Oh, man. As you guys are joining us in the live stream, you can see Alex putting the pressure on through that outer zone, just diving into the door of Licklider. And Jaeger transitions great into that next inside zone 3 and keeping the pressure all the way through. And this is where he picks up our wall and takes it for a little ride. He makes a small correction, but both drivers survive over the finish line. And I'm having a blast already. I'm already having fun.
Yeah, me too. Shayna is also Alex Jaeger's spotter, and the first event that they did together, Alex won. So he thinks that she's his lucky charm.
Well, Alex, I'd hate to break it to you, but I was also there announcing that one. So I don't know. We might have to battle Sarah for the good luck charm.
Yep, there you go.
But it seems like she probably had some funny things to say through the radio as Alex works his way back over to the grid. He'll join Licklider. And the other Alex, as Jaeger comes over into the lead position, Licklider will have to do the chase.
Yeah. Now, he was also talking about this process over the years. He's had a lot of growing pains, and the driving, he's had to figure it out. So I think this is a new one that he can add to fence pulling to his resume.
I've known Alex for a long time, and Alex is a great driver, and he's really showcasing that lately this year. And we're going to see if he can put together what we're looking for in a lead as Licklider. So many Alexes, I'm getting confused at this point. Licklider has to put that Scion FRS on the door of Alex Jaeger. Alex did make Jaeger made a few instances, few mistakes, and let's see if Licklider can put together something to get an advantage to the judges and get a win out of this battle.
So, Alex Jaeger right now, he is your lead driver. He's going to be up against the wall. It's Alex Licklider that is going to be giving chase. So, of course, there's a prescribed line that the lead car is expecting to hit. The chase car driver has to mimic everything he does, even if he comes down a little bit low on outside zone 1. Again, outside zone 1 is setting you up. The drivers hitting that straightaway, going to outside zone 1.
And here we go, Jaeger. A little bit off the wall, he's worked his way up. Licklider a little farther behind. You can see that vehicle difference of speed taking play at that first outer zone as they work their way into the touch and go. Jaeger right there on the victory lane. Licklider trying to make up that gap as they work into that first inner clip, that outer zone. Licklider a little wide as Jaeger putting the power down, curling that S13 Coupe, TireStacks.com, back into the clips. Licklider looks like he's trying to chase him through as Jaeger's going to finish off his run strong. We're going to have to go to the judges.
Absolutely. So, again, we have our 3 judges who are looking lead to lead, chase to chase drivers. And so our
judges are deliberating. And it looks like it's a little closer than they want it to be. If you guys are joining us on the live stream, you can see this is where Alex Licklider took a little bit of a gap away from Jaeger. And Jaeger in that lead position looks like it's a 6 or 7 car gap here. Jaeger taking a nice line, going into that touch and go, carrying tons of speed, staying on throttle, which is just holding this gap. As Licklider trying to hold that speed, making up that gap, and makes a small mistake into that outer zone. You can see Jaeger keeping his composure all the way through as they work their way into the last inner clip with that same gap intact as they work their way over the finish line. It's definitely, you're seeing where different setups and different cars and even driving ability is coming into a factor here where both these guys could drive really well, but they're just different cars.
Absolutely, and I think experience has a lot to do with this as well, with how long the drivers have been driving and drifting, because there's so much risk out here. These walls don't move, and so when you're coming into outside zone 1, 4th gear pinned, you're at high speeds, and that wall comes up real quick.
Yeah, it's definitely something, and you're flirting with disaster the entire time. Our judges are looking for you to be as close as possible, and when you're that close, things happen. And sometimes it may just go that way.
So
and
the judges have come in, and we have Judge Ryan Lontaine said Jaeger, Dan said one more time, Reese said one more time, so we are going to go one more time battles.
So if you guys are unfamiliar with the one more time battle, that means our drivers are going to line back up. They will take the lead and chase positions again, and they'll have to battle out another time for you guys, for your entertainment here. And a big thank you for hanging out with us here at Langley Speedway for the USDrift Battle of the Bay FD Pro-Am. All right, we're going to bring up our first battle here. Arrieta taking out those cones off the straight a few times. This is going to be his last strike. He's going to have to put down a solid lead run and leave the starting gate without any issues. And Bystrack is going to have to throw down. I'm almost forget this battle. It's been so long. We've been running all over the place trying to figure out the best way to do this and finding what drivers are available to go to battle this instant. These cars go through tires so quickly, we have to make sure that they're ready.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bystrack, he had a cracked knuckle and added a new steering rack. So he's unfortunately dealt with a lot of challenges this weekend. So Bystrack, I don't know, once you're in your car, normally that's your comfortable safe space, right? But sometimes your heart races, your brain just starts going, and you want to do the best possible job because, again, there's only 5 Pro 2 licenses available from this event, and all of these guys want one of those to make it into the next step.
There's definitely a great pool of friends over there at the Gas Factory Boys tent. And then Arrieta also has his brother already being a Pro 2 driver, bringing a couple experience points I can only assume to the table, helping out Arrieta here. So we got Arrieta in that lead position, Bystrack in that chase, and here we go. They shoot under that Link ECU tent, and they both come out. A slow start, and it looks like we're going to bring them back. And unfortunately, I'm getting wind that Arrieta making a third strike will take a loss there. So that means with Arrieta unfortunately making those mistakes, Matt Bystrack will take the win and move on to the next bracket battle.
But that doesn't mean that Xavier Arrieta is done. He will move on to the consolation round, and we will add him in.
So as these guys are battling here this weekend, not only are they worried about their battle now, but they're also trying to figure out who they're going to battle next. There's a lot of pressure on these guys. They not only have to manipulate these cars through this very challenging, fast-paced course here at Langley Speedway, but they're also thinking about strategy. They're also thinking about how to keep the car together for this entire round. This is going to be a long day of competition for some of these guys, and even longer for some of these cars that are getting just pure abuse at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's all about attrition because these guys are trying to keep their cars together. They need to keep a lot of momentum throughout this entire day. Again, it's a double elimination format. So when you see these drivers in this top 18 be eliminated, they're not eliminated from the competition. They're going on to a consolation bracket. So right now, these guys out on the track, heading out to outside zone 1.
We got Licklider in that lead, trying to take a high line as Jaeger with a little bit of a faster car, keeping the proximity all the way through that zone. We'd like to see a little more angle, but he's right there on the FRS of Licklider as Jaeger transitions, keeping it nice and safe, and dives into the door of that FRS of Licklider, going into that outside zone 2. Jaeger surging on the door of Licklider as they work their way into that second inner clip. They keep their composure to that third inner clip, and they got to come down to our last and final outer zone. And Jaeger right there all across the finish line makes some noise for a great battle here at the Battle of the Bay FD Pro-Am.
Now, these two drivers have seen competition against each other before, and it was Alex Lickletter that got the win over Jaeger. And so today he was a little bit nervous because he said, of course, I'm lining up with Alex. But he knows what he needs to do, and it's keeping that cool head and making thoughtful decisions and setting yourself up for the next inside clip or outside zone.
Well, Licklider being up from the Maryland area and Jaeger being up from the New Jersey area, these guys have been driving together and competing against each other for probably years at this point. I know these guys go to fun events and drive together all the time, so it's definitely cool to see them come back out here and battle out to see who can get the best today at Langley Speedway.
So now the guys will trade spaces. We see Nate Chen just being so excited in that 8.6 heading out. Not yet, son. Is he early?
All right, looks like Nate Chen, antsy to get out there, jumped into the burnout box, trying to get out there before the even battle's done. I think Nate's hungry for something this weekend.
Yeah, me too. And we'll see Nate make a pass on the next run, but it's still Alex Jaeger and Alex Lickletter out on the track, and the drivers switch position. And now we have Jaeger in the lead position.
All right, we got our drivers up on the starting line. You can see them by that Link ECU tent. We got our grid worker waiting to give them the draw. The lead driver's gonna have to go through that chicane of cones. Licklider with a slightly slower car. Let's see if he puts a little bit of strategy, maybe taking a jump on Jaeger. It looks like they leave the line even. He waits for Jaeger to fall into position. Maybe an unwise strategy. He's already put a gap up to that initiation point. Jaeger holding that high line, a little bit less angle than Licklider in the last run, but Licklider not far behind him as Jaeger works his way into that touch and go, tries to get as close as he can to that Dale Lemons victory lane sign, and takes out that front rear clip and shuts it down. An unfortunate turn in event for Jaeger as Licklider keeps his composure behind him, and now these guys are just putting on a show as Jaeger was going to unfortunately take a 0 for that straighten and an unchaseable lead run, but makes some noise for both these drivers. They come across our finish line here at Langley Speedway.
Yeah, an absolutely great way to not throw away a run, that he just kept trying it. You know, it's so easy for someone to make a mistake and just go, oh, shoot, I'm done. But he didn't, and he kept fighting.
We're asking these drivers to go to sometimes their extremes, even past the limit of mechanical there. And it looks like we have a winner. All three judges. Licklider takes the win here.
So we have Alex Licklider that has advanced. That means that Alex Jaeger will move back to the consolation bracket. So we will see him again.
It looks like Licklider got his wish, taking some of the old battles into play here. Jaeger taking himself out, it looked like. And that's part of the pressure point. There's all these X variables that these drivers have to see throughout the entire weekend that it stacks up. We'll see how Jaeger does through the consolation bracket as we move to our next battle. And unfortunately, Max Kimlin in that beautiful Corvette over there got a differential overnight to fix it because he broke it during practice. And anybody that's ever worked on a Corvette knows that's not an easy feat. But unfortunately, the part was just so wrong that he's unable to fix the Corvette and get it ready for competition, thus giving Nate Chen a bye run here. As you can see, that beautiful Toyota GT86 sporting an LS 6.2 liter built by Committed Service Brand. You can see that blue Toyota GT86. Nate Chen's based out of Vienna, Virginia, and he also has Kenda tires and a big shout to Stage Wheels on there as well.
So this is one of our young gun drivers, and he has been working so hard his entire life. He has a complete litany of new jobs, that he's done in his college career and as a young adult, as a sober shuttle driver, as an Uber driver, as someone that was a Wall Street banker, and now he's in mergers and acquisitions. So this young man, only a couple of months ago, was working 100 hours a week, moving into the acquisitions and merger job. Now he's working 80, but he's still coming home and working on this car. So I'm really, really impressed with his professionalism, his drive, and his ambition.
Well, you're going to see that here as he puts on a buy run. These guys are not required to drift, so Nate Chen is just throwing that car around purely for your enjoyment, burning up some tires. So make sure you show some love for Nate Chen and that beautiful GT86 as he takes his buy run here, walking into his next battle bracket.
So there's so much passion that Nate puts forward with this, and he's spending his own dime. There's so many challenges with this, with funding your own program. He's going to give it everything he has, and he won't leave anything on the table. So he knows when this event wraps up, he gave everything he had.
And that's what we want to see from every driver out here. These guys push themselves, their vehicle, their crew. We want to see the best possible driving we possibly can. And that brings up our next battle. And unfortunately, another buy run. You can see Rich Whiteman warming up his tires in that beautiful JZX 100. Unfortunately, Adam Daniels, and I have written down, he caught on fire yesterday.
Unfortunately.
Small engine fire. Our safety team got him taken care of, but unfortunately sustained too much damage to his powertrain, I'm assuming, and Adam is out.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was with his intake manifold, and there was a slight crack in it, and unfortunately, there was some adjustments made. There was a loose nut, and it let too much fuel into the system.
Well, here we go, another driver just putting on a show for you. Rich Whiteman taking a nice high line, carrying that speed of that big four-door JZX 100 through the touch and go. Transitions past that first inner clip into that outer zone. Rich doing a good job keeping the composure. Let's see, he's got to put a little bit of power down, transfer into that last inner clip. Let's see if he can keep it off the wall of that last outer zone. And Rich does a great job over the finish line. A beautiful car, a great job by Rich, and he'll take that buy run and get into the next battle where he'll face off against Nate Chen, our last buy run.
Can you believe that this is his first ever competition? He's been driving with friends for years, but he told me this is the first time driving in a competition and the first time driving a car in over a year, and he is out here killing it. He is amazing.
Rich has been a friend of mine for a long time. I actually call him Dad, even though he doesn't. he won't take ownership of me. But Rich has been doing a great job. Rich is another guy that's also put in a lot of time and to develop the car to his liking, and he even owns a few vehicles. He's been driving for a very long time, and he's definitely a dude you want to keep an eye out.
Yeah, he drove 6 hours to get here, and he's had over 1,000 hours of work put into his car. It was a bare shell when he first got it. So he said that if he earns one of the Pro 2 licenses, absolutely, he would try to make a step in.
And here you can see Christian Nelson taking a buy run of himself, making their way through that midline outside zone, comes into our touch and go. Tons of speed. We want to see him get back on throttle and flick that car in past that front inner clip, and he does a good job putting the car back on power to that outer zone. He's going to work it into that inner clip. We want to see him nice and tight, a few feet off. And an early transition, a lot of power down. It looks like he was nice and tight on that inner clip 3. This lap is going to be a good practice for Christian Nelson going to his next battle. And unfortunately, Alan Boss taking out that beautiful carbon fiber supercharged 6.2-liter V8 350Z earlier yesterday in practice.
Again, these guys working so hard to get here, to even show up at this event. So kudos to all of the drivers putting in so much effort. And that includes friends, family, everybody here supporting the drivers.
These dudes got their wives, their girlfriends, their brothers, sisters, mothers, and they're putting them all to work. All these guys, it's a family almost function for a lot of these guys to make sure that they're doing what they need to do to take home a win here.
for this USDrift Battle on the Bay Formula Drift Pro-Am. This is the licensing event, and the biggest prize out here are those 5 Pro 2 licenses. This is what all these guys have been dreaming of and working towards for the last couple years.
The big leagues, per se.
Yeah.
These guys are fighting and battling out this today during competition to try to get one of those licenses to go up against some of the best drivers in the world.
Absolutely. And this is the grassroots, the stepping stones. This is how the guys want to start progressing their career.
And it looks like you can see that Savage Motorsports S14 pulling up to the line. He's going to start warming up his tires. And we'll get back to the action here. Looks like we only got one car taking a bye run.
So Doug is a self-taught master Porsche technician. He has been trying really hard to get the car dialed, and he's moved from a turbocharger to a supercharger, and he's making the adjustments and the tweaks to his driving style. He's a really hard worker, husband, great husband and father.
Well, he's taking a bye run here, so he's going to go out here and burn some tires off purely for your entertainment. So make sure you show your appreciation to him. Make a bunch of noise as he's flying through that bank on a mid-line coming out of that zone. He's going to come down and transition past victory lane. A little bit of a weak transition. A lock up of the front tire and a late transition. See if he can hold it together. Lays down all that horsepower trying to save that car. Keeps it out of the danger zone, but probably have to watch that run. Thankfully, it is a bye run. And he can go out here and try to test out his extremes, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's advancing. And when drivers come out here, what's your opinion, Mike? Do you think that as a driver, he's going to maybe test out a new driving style or test out something on the track?
So past the skill set of drifting, there's definitely a fear factor that comes into it. And normally there's 2 ways to approach the ideal. There's either the safe way or go too far and come back. You can see where that may or may not be beneficial, but since he had the room, Doug utilized to find out what the car may or may not have been capable of. It could have been a strategy. He could have been just pushing a little too hard, but regardless, he's going to walk out with a win, move on to the next battle bracket, and that brings us up to our next. And our next battle bracket, unfortunately, Trip Robinson unable to make it here. And unfortunately, Josh Lester, also taking some damage through our practice, is also out. So that means we're going to have no winner out of that battle. That's going to put Doug at another bye run into that next battle bracket. These guys work so hard through practice. They've been pushing and trying to find the ideal setup. Sometimes grip bites back, and these guys have these things so dialed in. They're almost drag cars to this point that they're slinging around this track, and sometimes the smallest mistakes can end your weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And, these guys have so much on the line. They have work. They have families. They have businesses. And to put so much passion into this, a lot of the guys were talking about how they just think about drifting all the time, every day, every second of the day. And this is so important. And I think this is a really amazing opportunity for someone like me to see the drivers from where they're starting from. Again, it's that stepping stone into Pro 2 and then eventually into Formula Drift. That's where these guys want to go.
Every driver here has dreams. Yeah. All these guys want to get better. They want to continuously progress themselves, and sometimes you just have to go drive with better drivers. These guys are trying to showcase that they're capable of doing that, to both as a progression standpoint and also, I guess, a measurement of success to themselves. As there's nothing like the testament of a driver to take home a win against some of the best in the world, and that's what these guys are fighting for. They're going to try to take down some of the best over here on this side of the United States while trying to fight for the rest of the world. It's a pretty high pressure build.
So let's do this. Let's take a breath. Let's look at everything, and ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back.
Matt Bystrack to the line, please. Matt Bystrack to the line.
Finding a light wheel that looks good, it's not always the easiest thing.
It can be really stressful.
れが噂のバリバリバリのバリのタイヤ。
And welcome back to the USDrift Battle on the Bay FD Pro-Am 2020 here at Langley Speedway. As you can see, we got Ethan Parnell in that burnout box warming up his tires. These guys are going to want to put as much temperature or operating temperature into these tires as possible to make sure that the car is as consistent for them going into this high-stakes course. Our next driver up, Matt Bystrak, in that TireSacks.com Gas Factory S13 Coupe, sporting a 1JZ VBTI. You can see him warming up those tires. He's on Valino with a BC Racing coilover, and also you can see those Origin Aero kit. Both these drivers have been doing a great job through practice, so we're curious to see how this battle will unfold. We have Ethan Parnell in the lead position, and we have Matt Bystrak taking in the chase. All right, it looks like our judges are in place, our drivers are in place. We're ready to get back to the action here. So hang tight as we get Ethan Parnell in the lead position and Matt Bystrak taking out of the gate. Matt with a jump, hadn't given the room to Parnell, but Matt right there in the door in the initiation, maybe too much little momentum for Bystrak to get up where Parnell is, up high on that wall as both drivers transition into our touch and go. Parnell keeping his composure right there off the touch and go. Bystrak trying to keep the pressure into that outside zone. Doing a great job into that inner clip 2. Both drivers transition to that inner clip 3. Bystrak trying to put the pressure on, takes off that inner clip, and oh no, a big crash into the cart wall. It looks like Bystrak just unfortunately had to follow Ethan into that crash there. Ethan just putting a little too much sauce coming into that inner clip.
You know, and of course we asked the drivers, the chase drivers, to follow the lead drivers, but not into a dangerous situation. So if the chase driver starts to see the lead driver going wrong and going into a dangerous situation, we ask that the chase driver protect themselves as much as they can.
Of course, but sometimes what we're asking for these drivers, they're right there on the door handle. They're smacking side mirrors with each other. So the reaction time or even the room to get out of there sometimes just unfortunately isn't there.
Right, and when we're asking these drivers for close proximity, sometimes the lead car, if there is a slight bobble mistake, or if it, in this case, drives both drivers into a wall, the reaction time is so short. They don't have a lot of room. They don't have a lot of places to go. So unfortunately, the lead spun out, and it was Matt Bystrak that hit Ethan Parnell.
So that means that Bystrak is going to take a slight advantage going into this next lap here. He's going to swap to that lead position where Ethan Parnell will have to put on a chase. He's going to have to put so much pressure on Bystrak to try to force a mistake in that lead position, trying to get that advantage back. And here they go down the straight. Bystrak with a little gap as they initiate up into that wall right past that Langley Speedway. A little bit of a bobble mid-bank, but then here comes Parnell trying to put the proximity on as Bystrak goes in the touch and go, and Parnell may have put a little too much pressure on too early. Bystrak keeping his composure into that outside zone 2. Both drivers look like they're going to survive the fight another day as they work their way past our inner clips here on the infield at Langley Speedway. Bystrak, nice wide transition into that last outer zone, and Parnell keeps it together. Oh, and a contact with the wall from Parnell at that last outer zone. Unfortunately, Bystrak already making it over the line. It may or may not be enough here for Ethan Parnell to take out Bystrak.
You know, from what I saw a really great prescribed line by Matt Bystrak. I saw him holding to it, and so the judges have unanimously voted that Matt Bystrak takes the win.
Definitely a hard-fought battle for Ethan. Definitely pushing it to both his limits and the cars. A big round of applause for both these drivers out here combating it out, putting on an entertainment for you guys. We're going to jump right into our next battle, and it looks like you can see that BMW Z4, Dmitry Buski, up, staged up for the burnout box. Dmitry, all the way from Springfield, Massachusetts, 35-year-old, and with a motto of never settle. This guy is already a Pro 2 licensed driver and a Pro 2 event winner.
Correct. Yeah. So he came into Pro 2 round 2 in Seattle, and this man and his team were experiencing so many hardships, and they never settle. They keep fighting throughout the night. We had pro driver Michael Essa come over and help Dimitri Brutsky. He's out here again. He was having some tuning issues. It was running a little rich, he told me. So he fixed everything, and he hopes to come out here. He just wants the track practice. So even if he finishes top 5, he won't be taking a Pro 2 license away from anybody because he already has one and he is competing. So I think what we're going to do right now, let's take a breath. Let's take a moment. You guys can get up and stretch your legs, grab something to drink if you want. We're going to take a commercial break, and we'll be right back.
The quality of Japanese craftsmanship. Brid.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
All right, we got our driver, Doug, off of the track there. We have our drivers staged for their burnout box. We're going to get them to warm up their tires. So if you have wandered through to check out the many sponsors here, and a big shout out to all of them here at the USDrift Battle on the Bay FD Pro-Am. A big shout out to Link ECU, Stage Wheels, Injuku Racing, BC Racing, Suspension, Valino Tires, Koenig Wheels, Wiring Specialties, Kenda Tires, OG Racing, TireStacks.com, Brid, and Lookout Drift, and also a big shout to the newly formed Langley Drift Club. You'll see some of these drivers out here hanging out with us today, this weekend, and a big shout to Sumo Speed putting on that showcase, that beautiful showcase with vendors alike. So if you're out there, we're going to get back to the action, work your way back to your seat, and we'll get right to it after these drivers warm up their tires. All right, and we got our drivers ready on the line. You can see Dimitri Brutsky ready to go. Dan in that BMW right behind him. Is going to be a battle of the BMWs. That Z4 taking the lead position. Dan in that E30 in the chase. And a big gap change. Oh, and a big correction from Dan. It looks like the car's fighting him through the bank as Dimitri holds his line through that whole outside zone. They're going to work past his touch and go. And it looks like Dan's having a little bit of issues. We don't want him to put himself or Dimitri in danger, but Dimitri with a big correction going into that outside zone. It looks like these guys may or may not have too much grip, maybe down on power. They're definitely struggling to get the machines to do what they're asking of it. Both guys work their way through the course. Dan with a good dive at the end, and it looks like both drivers survived to face another round.
Holy smokes. Well, Dmitry Brutsky, again, doing a great job out in the lead, making a few corrections. It wasn't a totally clean lead run by him. But, again, what do you think is going on there? The chase driver is making so many corrections. What do you think was happening?
Well, it's hard to tell exactly the pinpoint without speaking with the drivers, but as far as we can tell, it looks like the car just kept gripping up. It could have been a loss of horsepower. Sometimes the engine safeties that they tune into the vehicle protect the engine from essentially grenading or blowing up or causing catastrophic damage. But unfortunately, sometimes that pulls the power away. And these guys are so gripped up. They have a ton of tire underneath the car, a bunch of suspension modifications to make these things do what they ask. Sometimes it's just too much, and they don't mix. And here we go in the second half of this battle. You can see Dan taking that lead position, Dimitri in the chase. Let's see if he can keep the power down in that lead, and it looks like he's surviving through a little bit of shallow angle, a dangerous place to go low in power, and Dimitri's right there cutting through the smoke of that E30, and a big correction as Dimitri spins with, and just a love tap, and makes some noise for both drivers. They look to be okay. A big thumbs up from Dimitri. No stranger to danger, Dimitri is. I've driven with Dimitri plenty of times. We have shared paint and body panels.
Nice.
You can see that Z4 has already taken a licking throughout its lifetime.
Yeah,
Giving a thumbs up to both drivers. They're having a blast. That's drifting. This is how sometimes that goes. We're going to go to our judges to make sure to get official.
And officially, all judges go with Dmitry Brutsky gets the win.
With that, we're going to move into our consolation bracket for our 11th battle here today. This position is going to be filled by our first loser of our battle and our 10th loser of our battle. And it looks like we're going to have Arietta up against Dan Jacala.
So that's a quick turnaround for Dan Jacala because we just saw him in that battle against Dmitry Brutsky. So he'll go back to the pits, get new wheels put on, and then go back out to the line. Is that enough time to get your head straight and know what you need to do for the next battle?
It's definitely going to be a stretch for him and his crew, depending if this man even brought a crew with him. He could be solo doing this and have to change tires on his own. Hopefully he has a crew with him, because it is definitely a tall order to both work on the car and be out here in a fire suit and drive. They're also going to be looking for advantages, so they may make slight changes to the car, and he could have a benefit going back to back, now having a fresh idea of what the car felt like and what's expected out of him, or the pressure could get to him. Only time will tell.
Yeah, absolutely. So Arietta will lead first. So Arietta will lead and Dan Jacala will follow. So, you know, it's almost like an exact replica of what we just saw. And unfortunately for Dan, we saw him spin out right at inside clip 1. Now, did it look like he over-rotated to you? Could that be a weight balance?
It's
on the car?
definitely a balance point, and that momentum definitely utilizes that weight, and that's a great observation. When these cars are coming through, they are throwing the car in, and there's a momentum caused by the actual weight, and it goes all the way back to almost a physics class where the changes or input can upset that, and it changes the grip dynamics of the car, where a car could slide almost out of control of the driver because maybe too many stacked inputs or not the input that the car was looking for. It's definitely one of those things where these drivers are making thousands of decisions a second to make the best decision possible. Right. And it adds up sometimes. And sometimes that split second, you don't get to make an error.
Yeah, and on the shorter wheelbase cars, they make that really snappy transition. Sometimes, again, if that weight balance maybe isn't 50-50, that rear end can really come around. For the longer wheelbase cars, I mean, think about taking a boat through this course.
You
it'd
show
be
you what
like
Rich
turning-
Whiteman's driving with that big 4-door JZX 100. You can definitely see in some of the that car sporting a little more weight and having that extra wheelbase definitely requires either a more finesse, but definitely a slower transition. I've talked to Rich earlier, and Rich was definitely putting in different inputs, not necessarily the wrong inputs, but different inputs to make that car do what he needed it to do this weekend.
Okay. All right.
Every driver out here has a laundry list of inputs they could put in, and it's just picking the right one for the time. You also add somebody in front of you that is slightly changing your game plan going into each turn and corner. It really makes you guess, and you have to think on your toes. These drivers are going to be working very hard to survive. All right, it looks like we have Arrieta over there in the burnout box. We're waiting for Dan to swap tires. Both these guys sporting BMW 325s. Both these guys sporting 1987 BMWs. But Dan's sporting a Nissan RB25 Neo engine, whereas Arrieta has the 3-liter M20, a stroke 3-liter M20 at that. So a built BMW engine in his.
So what's interesting about
Jacala.
Oh, man.
We'll just call him Danny.
Hey, Danny. He told me that he needs to show a lot of restraint in the chase. He wants to try to be on the door. He can carry too much speed. He knows that he's going to initiate on target in outside zone 1, but he did say he's comfortable making adjustments on the fly out here. But he is pretty confident in his chase runs. He does have less tandem experience because basically you need a friends group, right? You need a friends group where you guys all have cars that you can all go out and bash on each other, and it's fine. Ish, right?
Ish.
There's no fisticuffs being thrown because you know what's going to happen, and he doesn't have a large drifting friends group. So he feels like maybe in his tandem chase runs, it's a little bit shorter than his lead runs because he's super confident in his leading ability.
All right, so we're going to hop into commercial while Dan finishes up putting some new Nexons on the bottom of that E30 BMW. So hang tight with us. You can see Arrieta on the line. We'll get right back to the action here at Langley Speedway.
It's a pretty tough looking wheel.
Finding a light wheel that looks good, it's not always the easiest thing.
It can be really stressful.
噂のバリバリバリの リのタイヤ
Welcome back, everyone. So, our next battle, we are looking for Xavier Arrieta versus Dan Jakala. Now, we just saw Dan Jakala out on the track against Dmitry Brutsky. This is going to be really fun because we have Xavier, whose nickname is Sabi. And Sabi already has a brother, Carlos, who's competing in Pro 2. So Carlos is ready for Texas. Seattle was a really rough round for him. And this is a family passion because the family owns an automotive business. And so these guys are working 60 to 80 hours a week already on the business and then coming home and finding time to wrench on the cars. I don't know when these guys sleep, but that just speaks to the volume of their passion and dedication.
Definitely coming from experience, they just don't. Sometimes you just don't have enough hours in the day to maintain these things. And these guys are working super hard to put the best possible combination of parts for both themselves and their competition. These cars are almost purpose-built at these points where they're building and manipulating these cars' chassis, suspension, tires, wheels, everything comes into play. There's so many avenues that these guys can take, and we're not even getting to the point that they can choose different cars. Like, these guys are working crazy amounts of time and hard work to engineer really impressive feeding of machinery. I mean, these cars are impressive to say the least, and these guys, some of them build them in their home garages, sometimes outside. I've seen plenty of guys build cars in their front lawn, and they're still coming out and ripping with the rest of us. It's super cool to see, and that's why drifting is such an amazing sport. It's such an obtainable yet endless amount of progression that you can take. You could do whatever you want, and all you have to do is just start. It's literally, and once these guys start, they got bit by the bug, and either fortunately or unfortunately, they're in here and they're having probably the most fun they can ever have, and it's all worth all that hard work to get right here.
For sure, and I think that's the most misunderstood thing about this. Don't walk by these guys and look at their car and go, must be nice. Yeah. Do you know how much hard work and dedication that these drivers put into earning that car, to saving for that car, to saving for the trailer? These guys are not handed anything. None of them have been handed this car, this trailer, this program.
Some of these guys, as much as they might have the nicest stuff out here, sometimes that's at the sacrifice of their daily drivers. Sometimes some of these guys are riding a bus or a bike to work to just make sure that this car is 100% ready for competition. And it looks like we got both our drivers, or their tires are warmed up, they're back on the line. We got Dan Jakala in the chase, and we got Arrieta in the lead. Sabi Arrieta in the lead position. Arrieta taking a lot of input from his brother, and Dan doing a great job. Let's see what they can do. Arrieta in that lead position. Dan a few cars back. Let's see if that grip issue has been settled. Arrieta looking great, coming a little early off that zone, giving Dan a little bit of a time. Transitions that touch and go, kind of avoiding our touch and go, but right there on that front inner clip as they work their way into that outer zone. He's a few feet off that outside, put him pretty close to that front inner. Doesn't really give Dan a great line to chase as he works his way past that last inner clip and transitions to the outer zone. And you can see Dan trying to dive in, trying to get a pair of E30s over the finish line, and a bunch of noise and applause for both drivers as they survive to the second half of this battle.
A great lead run by Sabi Arrieta, and looked like he was really staying to the prescribed line. Dan, for me, it looked like he was straightening out a couple of times, making some adjustments. I don't know quite why that is. There's so many different factors.
Yeah, there's 101 things. There's so many pieces and components that go into all of these cars that the smallest things may catastrophically fail and send everything further back. Fortunately, it looks like he's got a wrestle on it. Let's see if he can put it down and stay in it in the lead position here. And let's see if Arrieta can adapt to whatever Dan has to throw at him. All right, it looks like we had 4 tires off of the course from our chase car. That means Dan, unfortunately, taking a massive correction. It looks like he got shut down. I don't necessarily see any sort of red light, so unfortunately, Dan may or may not have suffered from some sort of mechanical failure preventing him from taking a run. definitely not the way you want to go out on a battle here. But it looks like with that, Arrieta will take the win. Arrieta takes the win. Unfortunately for Dan, that is going to end his weekend here at the shootout. And a big round of applause as Dan exits the track. He has definitely fought hard to make sure that car was ready to get here. And not an easy battle, definitely not the way he wanted to go out, but it's still a hard-fought weekend from Dan Jacala. We're going to move on to our 12th battle, staying in our consolation bracket. We have what I believe is Mike Wallace up against Parnell. So Ethan, you can see him in that blue S14, which we call a kooky front end, or a late model front end, a lot more aggressive eyes, where Wallace is sporting a Boss kit, which is a retro, almost muscle car look on his S14. A very similar chassis, both have been built by themselves. Ethan Parnell also cruised for Taylor Hull in the Formula Drift, so he's familiar with the processes necessary at the next round. And Wallace, also being around for a long time, a very aggressive driver, has put this car together with his father in their home garage, and you can definitely see that that machine is ready to rock.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mike Wallace, he's sponsored by friends and family. All the custom work has been done by Mike and his dad, and if it isn't right, it doesn't go. So really super passionate family. Sydney is spotting for him. That is brand new. And of course, Ethan Parnell, his spotter is Tyler Berry, who drove 8 hours to get here from Knoxville, Tennessee, and Dad Danny is his crew chief.
It's definitely a big family operation here. As you can see, these guys are putting everything on the line, all their hard work, and they're going to go see if they can not smash him up, as they're going to take a lot of rate of speed as they come down the drag. Wallace staying right there by the door. Ethan, as they both transition up into that outer zone, Ethan putting the tire smoke on, Wallace trying to close that gap, and there he does put the proximity in, lets Ethan transition to that touch and go a little off as they work their way into that front inner clip and go into our outer zone 2. Wallace trying to put the pressure on, giving Ethan a little bit of room to maneuver. Wallace with a little bit of correction as a small gap, and a spin into the wall again. Wallace steers clear and passes over the finish line. That Jay-Z screaming. We'll have to get that wall cleaned up. It looks like Ethan Parnell's car and himself are okay, just at a loss of a front bumper. Sometimes that drifting, it looks like he almost got a little locked up. I don't know what steering or suspension setup, but it almost looks like he couldn't make the input he needed, or was maybe a little too late.
Yeah, that's a great point. And it looked like Michael Wallace was making a lot of corrections in the chase position, but Ethan Parnell was really doing a great job. It's so interesting. I don't know if he's having a mental roadblock, so to say, with that particular segment, because that's where he collected the wall last time. So I wonder if the steering wheel is locking, if he's just not transitioning quick enough.
There's definitely a lot of aspects. Suspension has been pushed to the absolute extremes of its geometry, so it's definitely being required a lot. And we're looking over a review of the live stream footage, and it looks like he just kind of got stuck. I'm not sure if he even, maybe his power steering's going out. The cars do have a lot of weight. As you can see, both our drivers are back up in the line, so Wallace is going to take that lead position, and Ethan Parnell taking that chase. Let's see if Wallace can hold together a lead lap and see if Ethan can maybe put the pressure on and maybe offset this battle.
Michael Wallace now in the lead position. Ethan Parnell will give chase. So these drivers staring down that long straightaway before they enter outer zone 1. And here they go. Michael Wallace out in the lead, followed by Ethan Parnell.
And here goes Wallace going down to our initiation point. You can see by the USDrift flags, a big gap to Ethan as Wallace starting to put a big left foot brake drag all the way across the bank. Maybe a little too much, keeping him off that wall, but transitions through that touch and go past the first inner clip. Ethan looks like he shuts it down, trying to make up the gap. Wallace's car may just have a little bit too much sauce in it for Ethan as he transitions through. Wallace has to keep it together through that inner clip. Ethan back into the party, and it looks like that part of the track is just giving his car a little too much effort as Wallace takes out our last clipping zone points. Big round of applause for both drivers. Unfortunately for Ethan, it just seems like something quirky in the suspension's locking him up into that position.
So my opinion here is well, before we get to that, the judges all coming in with Michael Wallace gets the win. Michael Wallace will move on while Ethan Parnell's day has now wrapped up. So there's many different track surfaces here. And I'm wondering with the lower PSI that they're running on the tires, if maybe it's a little bit too low because they're laying down that blue groove from the tire on that section of concrete right there, and it doesn't look as smooth. So I'm wondering if it really disrupted his momentum.
So I'm no doctor, but if I had to take a guess, I think is a little bit of that weight and momentum transfer that we were talking about earlier, where the combination of that tire choice or PSI may come into a factor because the car looks like it almost gets upset through that change. And I think whatever's happening is may or may not be locking up a tie rod or a steer component, maybe over-centering and locking him out that full lock. Unfortunately for him, Ethan may have been taking some advice from another driver on the input that they take, but necessarily may not have worked for him. Could have been a new issue for Ethan. It could have been something he just didn't know about. Unfortunately, that's something that each driver has to adapt to. Ethan probably should have maybe taken a little less angle through there, but he knew he had to push the car to its absolute limit to get past Wallace. So unfortunately, just wasn't in the cards today.
Yeah, unfortunately. And Ethan Parnell has pitted for Taylor Hull, and Taylor Hull took his biggest advancement in round 3 at Seattle. So pro driver Taylor Hull in FD taking Ethan Parnell under his wing and teaching him a lot. So at 21 years old, I know that we will see Ethan again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just going to look at our brackets. This is now, we're in the consolation bracket, lining that up, and we're going to take another look at our undefeated bracket. So we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Quality of Japanese craftsmanship. Brid.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. USDrift Battle on the Bay, Formula Drift's Pro-Am licensing event. So much action has gone down here at Langley Speedway. And again, this is our first time here at this gorgeous Langley Speedway. And I just couldn't be happier.
It's definitely an exciting time. There's jets in the air. And speaking of jets, Arrieta jetting through that first outer zone in his bye run, putting all the power down through that M20, that stroked BMW engine in his car. You can hear the wastegate cracking, making tons of noise. He's out here just making sure that him and his car are ready, getting an extra practice lap, taking that bye run, and basically just putting on a show for all the fans out here today. Yep. So we're going to move, after this, we're going to move into our next consolation bracket battle between Mike Wallace and Alex Yeager. So we're waiting for our drivers to get their vehicles ready for competition. We're going to have Mike Wallace up, coming out of Huntersville, North Carolina. I'm pretty sure that's his hometown. He lives right down the road from me in Virginia. So maybe he doesn't want anybody to know exactly where he lives. But he's 27 years of age, sporting that 1995 Nissan 240SX S14 with that Boss Kit front. It's definitely a very cool car, sporting a 1JZ VVTi, has ISC suspension, stage wheels, Accelerate tires. Mike's going to get those new Accelerate tires on the bottom of that car and get ready for his consolation battle here against Alex Yeager, the other driver coming up, all the way from Oak Ridge, New Jersey. 28 years old, has a 1991 Nissan 240SX, also sporting a 1J VVTi. Those Toyota 2.5 liters are great engines. He's got a Fortune Auto coilovers, a Cosmos Racing wheels. He's on Valino tires, sporting an Origin Aero kit. We're going to get him some new Valino tires on that car and get both those drivers up here and get right back to the action for you guys.
So quite a great story between both of these drivers. And you know, Michael Wallace, he's an engineer, fabricator, and a driver. And his dad was really funny, and I said, well, what do you do, sir? And he's like, I'm the toad. And so he does a bunch of work. For 6 years, Mike has been drifting. 5 years he's been competing. And Dad got into drifting because of his son. Because I asked Dad, do you have a racing background? And he was so proud to say no. But I got into this because of Mike. Mike is really comfortable on the track, and he was the first driver to come out here and do a demo in front of a NASCAR crowd. So really cool for him to see the track. They did run it backwards than from what they're doing today, and these two drivers on their way out.
And you can see our drivers are entering here at Langley Speedway. You can see Alex Yeager's purple TireStacks.com coupe, those Gas Factory boys over there, and Mike Wallace, them orange boys over there. Just getting back, I believe both drivers coming back from an event up in New Jersey. These guys have been driving all year long. They're both super aggressive drivers. They're both have vehicles built to their demand. This is definitely going to be a very, very exciting battle.
Yeah, and Alex Yeager was talking about that he absolutely plans on competing in Pro 2 if he earns a license. It's been a dream of his, and he would love to be able to prove himself in a professional setting. And, you know, like you were talking about earlier, that's the goal.
These guys are progressing, and when they progress fast, these guys are sometimes at the top of their game. And being at the top of your game, you want to continually get a challenge, and you're only going to find that at the top ranks of some of these pro guys. There's even having pro guys out here, the courses change. Some of the Formula D Pro 2 courses are even more demanding than our course here at Langley Speedway. So these guys are not only adapting as drivers and building themselves, they just want to grow. They want to get better. We got both drivers out of the burnout box. They got their tires warmed up. You can see Alex Yeager taking that lead position and Mike Wallace in the chase. Just a reminder here as we get these cars underway to please back up from the fence for your safety. We have Alex Yeager taking that initiation point. Wallace right there trying to put the pressure on early, taking a nice high line from both drivers, peeling off the wall a little early coming out of that zone as both drivers jump. Wallace had to cut through the smoke of Alex as they work into that first inner clip. Both drivers keeping their composure. A small gap as Yeager gets a little more bite from Wallace as he pours on the angle and starts putting in the throttle as he tries to clean up that gap that Alex has created through those two inner clips. He transitioned, Wallace still right there, making sure the sounds of that 1J still in the ear as Alex Yeager as they go over the finish line.
Now the guy is still drifting past that finish line. But inside clip 3 has been proving very tricky, and I'm wondering if it's smoke blindness.
There's definitely a factor here. Some of these guys, this line is definitely going to have them cutting through the other guy's tire smoke. And some of these cars are putting on some dense clouds.
Yeah.
Your visibility goes almost to nothing. And these guys are almost required to utilize a muscle memory at that point. They're driving blind. They're cutting through and listening for the car in front of them. They want to hear any sort of tire screeching or even a growl from a D-cell. They're utilizing every input they possibly can to the point when once they lose vision, they're still driving. They're still committed. They're still staying in it. And you can see where some drivers may fault at that. But it's definitely a huge X variable here in the tandem competition.
Yeah, you have to have a lot of trust in your lead driver. And right now, our lead driver, we're going to have Michael Wallace on the inside up against that wall, followed by Alex Yeager.
All right, we got our judges ready. It looks like our drivers are ready. Are you guys ready for this second half of this battle here at US Drift Battle of the Bay FD Pro-Am? Make some noise for both of these aggressive drivers coming down into our initiation point. Mike Wallace initiates. Alex Yeager right there holding the proximity. Let's see if he can hold it together. He looks like he's losing angle. Hard on that brake and throttle, trying to keep it on the door of Wallace. Wallace works past that touch and go as Alex Yeager holding the pressure in. Now a great transition deep into the door of Mike Wallace as they work in the outside zone. A little contact from Alex Yeager, making sure his presence is known. Wallace off that clip, and it could have been from Yeager's push. Both drivers keep their composure. Yeager taking out that front inner clip, and Yeager right back on the door. Wallace over the finish line. And an amazing second half of this battle here. Make some noise for both of these drivers. Screaming 1JZs. I'm having fun now.
Yes, sir. Man, that was a good one. That was so much fun. Alex Yeager and Michael Wallace just putting on the show for the fans, doing the best work that they can out here on this track. Man, this is a good time. I love this.
This is definitely the recipe when you get two guys that have driven a long time together. These guys have been the club loose. They drive a bunch together. They're comfortable and trust each other to some extent. So they're definitely just looking for the driver to make another error. Both these guys are pushing hard, and you can see those jolts, those surges that Yeager put through on Wallace's door may or may not have caused an issue with Wallace. Our judges are deliberating very hard right now, reviewing footage and going over everything to make sure they make the best calls possible. We got both our drivers kind of sitting right before that burnout box, waiting for our judges' decision. And whew, it has just been great driving. Alex was pushing it. Wallace gave him all the windows and opportunity to do what he needed to do to put on a great show for both us and our fans here at Langley Speedway.
Yeah, absolutely. So our judges, we have Ryan Lontaine, Reese Marin, and we have Dan Savage that are all discussing what we just saw on the track. So we're waiting for the judges to come in with, don't say it yet.
Oh, I'm excited.
Don't give it
I'm
up.
excited.
Hold on. As they are starting to come in, we have Reese, who has come in with
one more time.
But Dan
with
said,
Yeager.
So what does
We're waiting on Lontaine.
Judge Ryan say? Jaeger. That's it.
Oh,
So
that's it.
Alex Jaeger takes the win. Alex Jaeger moves on.
And a hard-fought battle here by Mike Wallace. A big round of applause as Mike Wallace takes that orange S14 off the track today. He worked hard to get through here. Unfortunately, just not enough as Jaeger takes him out in our consolation bracket. Jaeger only one life left, taking the last life of Michael Wallace. Let's see if Jaeger can pull it back together and pull it all the way into the win and try to take home one of these FD Pro licenses. All right. With that being our last battle in this first half, we're going to let our Langley Drift Club members come out and put on a little bit of a demo entertainment for you guys. So make sure you guys mingle around, stop into our sponsors, all of them. A big shout to Link ECU, Stage Wheels, Injuku Racing, BC Racing Coilovers, Valino Tires, Koenig Wheels, Wiring Specialties, Kenda Tires, OG Racing, TireStacks.com, Brid, and Lookout Drift. And a big thank you to Langley Speedway and also Sumer Speed for putting on this great car show here. So make sure you wander around, grab some snacks. We're going to bring out the Langley Drift Club for about an hour, and we'll be right back to it. So at this time, I'm going to call all Langley Drift Club drivers to grid. All Langley Drift Club drivers to the grid.
It's a pretty tough looking wheel.
Finding a light wheel that looks good, it's not always the easiest thing.
It can be really stressful.
This is the噂のバリバリバリの
licensing event. We are having a great day out here at Langley Speedway. Thank you so much for joining us. We're just going to take a little bit of a break. Come back and join us.
Definitely not going to want to miss any of this action here at this FD Pro-Am. Thanks to USDrift. A big shout to Langley Speedway. If you guys are joining us here today in the stands, make sure you wander around. Make sure you social distance yourselves. Practice safe. And make sure that you have a bunch of fun. And we'll be right back here at the action at the USDrift Battle of the Bay FD Pro-Am. And welcome back live stream. Thanks to NBC Gold and Langley Speedway for joining us here at the USDrift Battle of the Bay FD Pro-Am 2020. We've had an exciting amount of battles. We had some guys take out their cars during practice. We had them fix overnight. They're coming back to face battle now. We had our first losses here, putting some of our drivers into a consolation bracket, and also our undefeated bracket going strong. We're going to jump right back into our battles here. I'm actually waiting for Ryan from the Langley Drift Club, a newly formed addition here to Langley Speedway. As you guys have been hanging out with here at track, the fans have been able to enjoy Langley Drift Club's drivers joining in the fun, driving the competition layout that our same competing drivers are driving today. I also have Ryan here. Ryan just ran away from me. But
what's going on, Michael? Sorry.
Hey, man, what's going on? Oh, you're
What's
good.
up, man? How you doing tonight, buddy?
Ryan's been running around like crazy. He's been doing multiple things all day. We're going to give him a slight second to catch his breath. He probably just ran up these stairs. We're second floor up in the grandstand, so we'll give Ryan just a second here. But Ryan, Langley Speedway has opened it up to a Langley Drift Club. You're sporting the shirt. You guys are bringing out local drivers, grassroots drivers coming out here. Man, it's a great thing to see. It's a great facility. It's a beautiful facility. Give up people a little bit of the insight. What is Langley Drift Club?
Awesome, man. Thanks a lot, dude. So yeah, Langley Drift Club. I mean, it's exactly what you're seeing out here. It's about our community, and it's about growing drivers and having people that are interested in this sport at any level being able to come out here and have a good time together. Inexperienced drivers, seated drivers. It kind of caters to everybody, and it's like I said, it's about this area, it's about the community, it's about helping people, and that's what it is to me anyway.
Well, you're a local here. I believe you live only a few minutes down the road.
Yes, sir.
Definitely have seen some really cool stuff here. I mean, there's the NASA facilities, there's jets flying around doing aerial maneuvers and all sorts of crazy stuff that's going on while there's also a car show and everything else happening. This is definitely one of the cooler events that I've been to this year. What is your plan for Langley Drift Club moving forward?
So, obviously next year, starting 2021, we're going to have a full season here at Langley Speedway, so the fans can come out and enjoy this and see what it's about, and we're going to try to, grow some bigger events, and hopefully do this again with USDrift. They've been great to work with, and, I mean, we've put together an awesome show, I would say. Sumo Speed has been good. It's always nice to have some F-22s flying over randomly. It's just
mix it up, keep it spicy.
Yeah, just like, if y'all notice, our symbol is definitely old school bomber, World War II.
I can't find anywhere where that influence came from.
Yeah, man.
I mean, watching some of these jets fly through the air and do some of the maneuvers just literally right there, to the point where my cell phone's picking this stuff up, is crazy. The sounds around here, and then paired with driving race cars around, it's definitely a fun time. You've been driving this course out here today. You've brought your own vehicle here to go mix up with the mixer at the Langley Drift Club. So how do you think of the course? It's definitely a challenging, fast course, and you also plan on changing the course up for Langley Drift Club. You're not going to run the same layout almost every time.
Absolutely. So, as you see what's happened here, man, this track, be it only an oval, it actually is extremely challenging. It's fast, it's technical, it kind of caters to everything as far as what you'd want as a driver, in my opinion. And yeah, we actually have a couple different layouts. We know we have a lot of grassroots, a lot of local drivers that, may be interested in coming out. Maybe they're scared of the vibe or they're scared of the track. And, we are our own clique. We are a group. We all help each other, and that's what it's about. So yeah, we have our layout we're running today, and we also are going to run the kart track only to, allow the guys that may not have cages, they may not have the power. They want to come out with their friends and cageless tandem and, maybe learn. We're here from the novice level. We plan on having some novice clinics, to help grow drivers. We really rely heavily on the more experienced guys, and, they come out and, like, again, I had dudes changing my axles the other day. I broke axles. Dudes are running with tools, from other pits, and we're all high-fiving and fixing cars.
It really is just one big family, isn't it?
It absolutely is, and that's what's really important to me, man, is us. We know. We've been to other tracks. We've seen the looks, the this, the that, and we're not about that. Like, we welcome everyone with open arms as long as they're keeping the vibe positive, dude. That's what it's about.
For sure. I mean, like, I even seen competitors borrow parts to battle each other. It's definitely one of the coolest things about drifting. How does somebody new to drifting, somebody that's never signed up for their own drift event, where do you send them? How do they find out more about Langley Drift Club?
Absolutely. So obviously we have our Facebook page, Langley Drift Club. I'm currently working on our website, LangleyDriftClub.com. And, again, come out to one of our weekend events. We're going to have one the second weekend in December. Matter of fact, the kart track, which is what everyone's been requesting. So, we want to get them them out here. We want to get them involved. We want, come out, come to the pits, come to the cars, talk to the drivers, engage with us. Let us help you. Again, we're super eager, man. We want to grow the sport for this area. And it's not just about getting drivers here. It's about supporting our guys when they go to other tracks. We actually have, it's not just Langley Drift Club. We have a legitimate club. We have local sponsors like Millennium Racing Development. They're offering discounts to club members on tuning, on parts. Freedom Motorsports out of Pennsylvania, same thing, tuning parts. My coilover sponsor, Meister R coilovers. Good discount on that. Voodoo 13. Like, we have a lot of groups from all over this country that are coming together to help support our drivers. Tires, everything. We give it here. You're going to another event, high five, have fun. We want to support you.
It sounds like it's going to be an abundance of tools to both build yourself as a driver and also make some new friends in the process. I love this place. It's definitely a beautiful facility. I keep boasting about it. We've traveled all over the country. The bathrooms here, amazing. That should just set the bar for the rest of the Speedway here.
They're super clean. The whole facility. I mean, look, the walls, until we touch them, they're all one color.
These guys do a great job.
Yeah, and I just want to say, honestly, the gentleman, Mr. Bill Mullish, that owns this facility is a racer. And, he is all about supporting race scene. To have somebody like that that's supporting us and willing to do whatever it needs to be done to get what we need, you really can't ask for more. I mean, seriously, a facility, access, support, the staff, everyone is 100% behind this. Like, simply put, we're blessed.
It's definitely a super cool thing that's coming in. So I need all car show drivers to your car for the awards. All car show drivers, please report to your cars for the awards. A big shout out to Sumo Speed for putting on an amazing car show around our grandstands here. Ryan, I appreciate your time up here, man.
Dude, thanks for having me up to give a little talk, man. It's always good chilling, man.
Hey, great driving. I hope you're having fun.
I'm going to go drive some more clipping points.
Langley Drift Club dudes. We'll see you guys out there. As we're getting back, I guess, Ryan, you know what? I have a few more questions.
Go for it.
We saw one of our drivers take away one of these walls. Why don't you give a little bit of more insight of like the facility and the dangers, and especially since you're the guy kind of running around fixing and orchestrating a lot of the stuff that's happening, helping out Brian Eggert with US Drift and all the rest of our team here. You're definitely running around with their chicken with the head cut off. So
yeah, that's what I do.
What goes into like maintaining something like that?
So yeah, I mean that's just it. I mean, obviously this facility on a Saturday night has got 11 different classes running. You can see half the track we're using is this kart track, and they have a kart group here that runs religiously. In fact, we done messed up some of their barriers. We're gonna have to fix that one. But I mean, yeah, all these permanent jersey walls aren't very permanent. We have to move them day in, and every time we plan on driving, we have to basically redesign everything, really everything out, and we're gonna have to sweep up a little bit of rubber.
Well, there's definitely some rubber laid down. You can see the rubber lines are all over the course layout. Ryan, you and your team are doing a great job helping out, and it's very, very, very awesome to be here at Langley Speedway.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Pro-Am. I'm excited to see which 5 guys are going to walk away with pro licenses.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I mean, watching this driving, especially from these awesome suites that this facility has, it's intense. These guys are going hard. They're banging tools. They're fixing things. The guys are out till 3 o'clock in the morning, welding, grinding, cutting. I mean, that's what it's about, though. That's drifting. And, again, we couldn't be doing this without US Drift and Sumo Speed. It's been great. My LDC guys that run my events have been killing it. They're mixing in with everybody. We're doing a great job. You're killing it. I love it, man.
Hey, I thank you. I'm having a blast. I'm having a lot of fun. It's great to work next to people like Lorette Nicole and Ryan Lantain and Brian Eggert. And
we couldn't have better announcers. I got to be honest. She's amazing.
I think this is the A team right here. Yeah. Like they're doing a great job to the point where my job's actually the easy one at this point. You're doing a great job keeping the track running. We're trying to keep these cars going as much as possible. These guys have had a rough year, and it's definitely starting to show coming towards the end of the year where just mechanical failures and sometimes even funds are coming into a factor.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right, man. And just the last thing that I want to add is, the fans, everyone in these stands, everyone's outside looking at this car show. Seriously, I know this is an interesting demographic here. We have us younger gentlemen and ladies here. We have these older, maybe Saturday night specials that are here all the time, and they're coming out to see what this is about. And that's, again, we appreciate it. That's what this is about. We want to cater to y'all, want y'all to have a good time. We couldn't do this without the support of the fans, new and old.
Drifting's definitely one of those things that is for everyone, and I highly suggest if you couldn't join us here today, definitely stop into Langley Speedway. They got some cool stuff going on. Definitely check out Langley Drift Club online. Check up all your social channels. Stop in. Let's get ripping. We all just want to go drifting.
Heck yeah.
speaking of drifting, I think we're waiting on our drivers. Our judges are getting situated. Lorette's taking a snack break.
She's eating some really good food over there. I'm a little jealous.
It looks,
it's
yeah,
cool.
it
I'm
looks
gonna sit
amazing.
here. I'm gunning for the job, not playing.
But I'm telling you, that speaking of food, the chicken fingers here, amazing.
Yeah, I like the pork barbecue myself, man. But the
haven't had
chicken,
the chance
they're
yet.
not bad. They're not just your regular tenders. There's something about them.
Look, I'm not a doctor or anything, but those chicken fingers, they are great. So if you guys
Indeed.
are hanging out with us today, make sure you stop by, check out all the Sumo Speed Car Show, check out all the concession stands and all the other sponsor booths that have stopped in.
Yeah, say Back Bay Brewing stepped up, local brewer. They donated a whole bunch of beer for the people. It's very reasonably priced, so definitely support the
Speaking
locals.
of, I haven't even touched on that. The winner of today,
They're getting their weight in beer from Back Bay.
They win their weight in beer.
Them fancy craft beers, yes,
We're
sir.
gonna throw them on a scale, weigh them
yeah.
right there.
Oh, yeah.
And then give them all that beer.
And then you and I are going to grab a case and run, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay, all right. Shh.
But, and there's also the drivers out here not only going for that FD license, there's beer on the line.
Yeah, what's more important than that?
I
Let's
mean,
be
that's
honest.
probably the...
Even if you don't drink, you still
That's
want
almost,
it.
no, it's almost better than a champagne shower.
I mean, it kind of is. Formula D licenses are expensive. Beer is free if you win.
If you win.
Yeah.
Only your body weight, though.
Yes.
So if you guys, the drivers, are out there and you're...
No lead in your shoes. I'm telling you now. We're checking.
Make sure you guys eat a healthy meal today. Get all the beer possible.
Oh, man, good times.
All right, everyone. Thank you, Ryan, for coming up and hanging out with me. A big shout out to all our fans that are hanging out, being super patient for us while we're getting our drivers ready for our 2020 US Drift Battle on the Bay FD Pro-Am here at Langley Speedway. Just hang tight with us. We're going to step out. We're going to get everything resituated, and we'll get right back to the
I'm in the
action.
AC. You're going to have to kick me out of here now.
Thank you guys for joining us. We'll be back right shortly.
Thanks a lot, everybody.
Attention all car show entrants, please make your way to our DJ stage for your awards. All car show Sumo Speed Showcase entrants, please make your way over to the stage for the awards. All right, I got Alex Yeager back up here in the announcement booth with me. Alex, you've been battling out here. You have 2 battles under your belt. You're coming out. You've taken a little bit of a hit. Explain how your day's going here at Langley Speedway.
I would say it's going all right. It's definitely not going as well as I wished it would. Basically, we went out. I don't even know what you would call it, top 32. I don't know what it would be, but the very first bracket against Alex Licklider. We've been competing with him for quite a few years now. I battled against him in 2018, I think it was, or maybe it was last year, 2019. I actually lost, so I really was hungry to get a win in against him. We went out, first couple runs. I don't even remember if I let her follow first because it's all mush at this point, but I think I was a little aggressive in the follow, caught the barriers, dragged him around with me, had a little Congo line worth of track equipment following me.
It was very entertaining. You came in through that inner clip and just transitioned. Next thing you know, you had a whole extra 8 feet to the car and then paraded it back for us, which was very convenient. Well, I think that all these guys out on the track definitely thank you for that.
Yeah.
Going into your next battles, you're in our consolation bracket. You actually just took out Mike Wallace. Mike Wallace being a very aggressive and driver, you've actually driven with Wallace a long time. You changing anything going into the next battle? Do you have any strategy change that you're going to wait for, or are you kind of feeling good? Is the car now dialed in once we got that win under the belt?
I think we're about as dialed as we're going to get, to be honest. We either go against Dmitry Brutsky or Christian, I believe his last name's Nelson. It depends. Whoever loses, that's who we go against. Dimitri's going to be a tough competitor if that's the case. I mean, he just won the last Pro 2 round, so that's no matter which way you look at it, that's one of the hardest competitors
And
here.
Christian Nelson, I just had up in the booth a couple minutes ago, and he's definitely a hungry driver. He's definitely ready and capable, so you definitely don't have an easy bracket lay. Going through the rest of your battles, you're driving up on the wall, and I'm trying to give some insight to the fans, both at home and here at Langley Speedway. What's it like to drive this bank?
I gotta say, it's one of the more intimidating banks. I wasn't expecting that. I've competed at Wall Stadium. I've driven at Killcare, a couple other bank tracks, and I was thinking as to how low of a grade it is that it wouldn't be that scary. But it's fast. Like, you come into it and you really have to commit to it. Like, you're like, wow, we're going. I mean, my wheel speed on the bank's got to be upwards of 105 miles an hour. So the car is probably doing 70, 80 miles, or whatever, 70 miles an hour, let's say, around the bank. So that, and combined with the G-forces, it's pretty cool. It feels like wall, just not nearly as terrifying.
Now, after you're holding all that speed through, you got to come down basically through this touch and go through victory lane with 2 walls on either side. How much is that just adding to that speed that you've already built across the entire turn 3 and turn 4?
So this track is very, very difficult, and its surface changes. So you come around this bank, which is a really nice, obviously, NASCAR surface with all this grip and all this speed. And when we transition down into that start-finish line, I think it's concrete. When you get down there, the car, it all of a sudden walks out from under you. It gets super loose really quickly, which for me was like a big, thing to adapt to. The infield is a mix of concrete and asphalt as well. So you're always bouncing off surfaces. You kind of have to be on your toes. It took me off guard a lot more than I thought it would. Like, it may look kind of consistent when you're watching it, but when you're in the car, you're like, wait a minute. It feels like you're in the rain, and then you're in all this grip, and then you're in. It's crazy how it feels.
And that brings into a great point where you have to adapt yourself, not only to yourself and your car and ever-changing track conditions, but also to the driver in front of you. You have obviously showcased a lot of aggression going into it, especially with your battle at Wallace. You definitely try to leave your mark, per se. What goes on through your head when you're getting that close to a driver? Is it a source of zen, or are you kind of in a panic, more so of a maniac mindset?
I prefer to be extremely close to the lead driver. I have a really hard time staying kind of far away. I don't know if it's my vision or it's just my brain. I do not like getting lost in tire smoke. So to me, I'm just like, all right, if I'm that close, I won't be in the tire smoke. I actually find a lot of comfort being really close to it. I'm the most happy right there. Once they lose away from me, I kind of like get anxiety, and I'm like, wait, get back here. So I prefer to be there.
Definitely some danger. That's as soon as the cars start to space out. I mean, physics alone will make some damage happen and/or injury. So definitely want to be as close as possible. Well, you look great doing it, and I have to say you're doing a great job here today. And I hope that one loss won't diminish your entire weekend, and hopefully you can just bring that all the way through. That being said, man, congratulations. Good luck on your next couple battles, and thank you for coming up and talking with me.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for everyone coming and watching. All the sponsors, people that help. It's unbelievable. I could go on for an hour and a half of every single person that has helped me get here today. I don't even know what to say. It's an awesome feeling.
I mean, it goes back to that same drifting community we keep touching on, that everybody here is one big family, and we're all helping each other get to that. So a big kudos to the fact that you made it out here. A big kudos to you and your team for getting your car up and ready.
And Mike Wallace gave me those bolts. He gave me the axles.
Oh,
and
you're
all
right.
That.
You're
right.
right.
I beat him with his own parts from his daily driver.
I mean, Mike, if you're listening, I'm sorry, but that has to sting just a little bit, but that's drifting, and that's why it's so cool. You guys stayed here overnight. You hunted down parts. You got it from a competitor. You came over and helped. You put it all together, and you got back out there and still pulled out a win, and you're still up in here in the consolation bracket, and hopefully you can get all the way down so you can get one of those 5 Formula Drift Pro licenses.
I'm trying.
We see it.
I sure hope so.
Well, Alex, thank you for your time.
Yeah.
We're going to swap you out. We'll get another driver in here, and we'll get back to talking. Definitely go get that car prepped, and good luck, man.
All right. Have fun up here in the AC, man. It's nice.
I know. Get out of my AC. You're hogging it up. All right. I have a special guest up here. My dad. I'm just kidding. It's Rich Whiteman. He won't claim me as his son. Rich, you brought your chaser out here today, the beautiful black JZX 100. It has a 1JZ in it.
Correct.
It is built by Freedom Motorsports.
It's built by Toyota.
Toyota?
Yeah, it's factory.
So
yeah.
You're here with Tony and his Freedom Motorsports. How do you get here?
The motor is built by Toyota.
Oh, okay. I get you now.
Yeah.
I get you. So who stuck their fingers in the motor?
Everybody does. I mean, you probably have at this point, right?
I mean,
So,
it may or not have been
yeah.
one of my
No,
engines.
it's a factory 1J, factory 154, factory diff, factory axles.
Wow, so it
Yeah.
really is just a factory car.
Yeah, Toyota did a good job. So it's it's nothing to really change. They can handle 800 horsepower, the chassis, not the other little bits. It's making like 450 right now. So
I mean, that's healthy, and it seems to be one of the lower horsepower numbers out here, kind of at the mid bar. But it's definitely a heavier car and that extra wheelbase. How are you adapting that car to driving with some guys that are in an S chassis or a much lighter car like that E30?
yeah, so luckily they're doing chicane. So yesterday we were doing practice and it was a drag race, and Jaeger was just in here and he gapped me every single time I tried to chase him. So cutting the line, stuff like that, I try not to do. Today the chicane helps. So the second that they put their hands up, I'm gone. So
you're actually taking that strategy of leaving in the chase position before the lead driver. And it's something we spoke earlier about. It's something slightly new to you. Do you feel like you dialed it in at this point? You feeling comfortable? No, not at all.
No, not even close. No.
Well, is it something definitely that you're picking up and getting experience on? Moving forward, is there anything else you're changing to the car? Is there anything you're going to adapt into it?
It depends on this weekend. So I like the car how it is. So I still have I have AC and heat and radio. I like to keep it stock. But like you said, weight's a factor. It's 3,300 pounds factory, and I didn't take anything out. I put stuff in. So it's probably, with me in it, 3,600 pounds.
That's a lot of car, especially in comparison to some of these S chassis that are getting close to being almost under 2,000 pounds with similar horsepower. Is there anything crazy suspension-wise or angle or anything that you've added to the car to get it to do what it's doing out here?
Yeah, so the cool thing about the JZX is you went to Japan a couple of times and met some guys there who do this, like Andy Gray. They're pros at this. So I'm going to do a little sponsor plug. Fortune Auto, they do all my coilovers. We went through 6 different spring rates until we got dialed. We run 26K fronts, 6K rears. It's a little weird sounding, but that's what these cars like. So that was really important. The rest of the arms are almost factory. So we have a bolt-on knuckle setup, factory lower control arms, factory spindles. Out back, we have some excessive arms, and that's it.
I mean, it's really a simplistic setup. Do you street drive it still?
No. See, yeah, I gotta be careful. I'm on air, right? So this is a 1993 JZX 100. It is legal. So.
Well, it's definitely a beautiful car. It looks great. You look great driving it. Driving something like that may or may not be a little more gripped up or have a little more bite back per se. How does it like driving this big bank here at Langley Speedway?
The bank's no problem. So the car loves the bank. It likes to be fast and high. That's good. Touch and go is my struggle area. It rotates really slow, so you kind of feel that weight there. Depending on this weekend is what happens to the car. If somehow I get a license, some kind of miracle, then I'll probably spend some money, make it faster, make it lighter. If not, the car's going to stay how it is. Works great.
Well, I love the car the way it is. I think it's one of my favorite cars out here. Rich, I've known you for a long time. You do some cool stuff. You've been driving with your friends. We've been talking about Langley Drift Club and local drifting. You recently were at a different style of competition, a team style competition, and
nice.
Maybe one of your other vehicles took a little bit of a licking. How's it like for you as essentially a grassroots Pro-Am driver coming up and building not only one but multiple cars to put together at a level to compete? Is that kind of why your car is at a more mild state?
I try to keep it simple. Like, so the factory parts work. Until something breaks, I'm not going to upgrade it. But with that car being down and the Z being too slow, I wouldn't be here without like Freedom Motorsports. Like those guys, Andy's been up 2 a.m. getting that thing wired. I've been on the dyno constantly, getting this thing wired and ready to go because it actually sat for a year. We did all new, took it down to bare shell, put it all back together again. So without those guys, out having friends, couldn't do it. I still have a 9 to 5. I mean, I still work every day, so it's hard to get your cars done. Understand how it is.
Well, you have some beautiful fur children that you need to take
care
of too.
That's
so
true. I got 3 little baby boys. Yeah.
And then you got me to take care of too. So you have a lot on your line here.
Not my kid.
He won't claim me, but a big thank you to Rich Whiteman for coming out here and hanging out. Definitely a beautiful JZX 100. I hope to see you do well. Hopefully, I don't even know who you have next coming up.
Nate Chen, this guy right here.
Oh, you're coming up, Nate Chen.
Yeah.
Ooh, so that's a lot of cars.
Well, he's been really nice, and he actually said he's going to take it down a gear. So he's just going to do the whole track in second gear so I can keep up. And that's that's a nice guy.
See, and that's a really cool
that's
aspect.
A nice guy.
Like
I hope he's listening.
Nate, if that's a cool aspect if you're going to let Rich do that. And these guys are both quality drivers. I watched you develop as a driver over the years, and you've definitely built a more aggressive driving, and you're very capable of getting on. So Nate giving you that avenue may or may not work to his favor.
Yeah.
But Nate over there with John and Committed, they built a great car too. So it would definitely be cool to see how you and your JZX 100 go up against essentially a Pro 2 build.
It's going to be a battle. So, I mean, I trust him completely, so I'm going to try and stay as close as I can. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be right on me the whole time, push me around. So I'm excited.
That's awesome, Rich. Thank you for coming up and talking to me. While I got you, got any shout-outs or anybody you would like to give a warm welcome to? Say hi to mom or whatever.
Yeah. No, I mean, just everyone, all my family and friends. You know how this sport is. It takes everyone. It's not just one person. So, Freedom Motorsports, we got Fortune Auto, Smile Factory guys doing all kinds of like weird internet stuff. How Damien is. And
honestly, Damien's videos are awesome. I love Damien's videos.
Super
if you guys
awkward.
haven't, check out Smile Factory.
Yeah.
It's one of Rich's good friends. Everything else he's got going on, man, good luck this weekend. I really hope the car does well for you, and good driving.
Sure. Thanks, Mike. Love you.
All right, Dan, I feel like I've kind of been butchering your name all day. Why don't you introduce yourself? Give me the proper enunciation of your name.
Sure. My name is Dan Jaquila.
You're definitely going to want to pick that mic up.
Okay.
Like,
yeah,
there you
yeah.
go.
Sorry about that. Dan Jaquila. Rhymes with tequila. If you're having trouble, that's a pretty easy way to grab that.
All right, tequila. All right, Dan, you obviously have been out here. You've been battling it up. Your E30 is a great-looking car. Why don't you give us a little bit of insight how your weekend's been going here?
Sure. Let me start by saying this is a fantastic event. I really enjoy coming out to Pro-Ams. This is maybe my third Pro-Am, so I'm still very green. But to come to a facility like this with a nice big bank, all the pomp and circumstance is awesome.
It's definitely cool to see. There's as we keep saying, I mean, the jets flying around. The facility's amazing. With that being said, what's your favorite part of this?
I mean, my favorite part's going to be the driving, I would say, and that's kind of what you might expect being a driver.
I mean, that's a good answer. I can't argue that at all.
Sure,
That's a great
sure.
answer. It definitely has a lot of stuff here to offer. So with how your weekend's going, and I know you started off, why don't you give the fans an insight on how this track has been treating you?
So the track's been treating me great. Really, the issues that come up for me are self-inflicted or are me battling the car. You know what? I think that's sort of drifting, right? You fight yourself almost more than anything, right? In that lead position, you're trying to get that #1 score. It's you versus the track. It's you versus the layout, and then you have the opportunity to chase, right?
Big mental game, I'm sure.
Yeah.
In that chase position, what's going through your head as the chase driver, especially when a guy gets maybe a little bit of a gap on you or even close? What's that thought process? Do you kind of black out and you get in the zone and you just do what you know you can do, or are you thinking through the entire thing? Give the fans a little bit of insight, like with the speed and everything else going through this bank. What's their thought process going all the way down?
Okay, yeah, sure. So for me, it's close gap. But and I'm sure that these guys have talked already about chopping the line and doing things that you don't want to see. So it's close gap, but don't chop the line too bad, right? You guys want to see tight tandems. We want to see tight tandems. We want to drive tight tandems, right? Yep. So you got to make some consolation sacrifices there.
It's definitely there, and that's where I guess you have to pick and choose your poisons through every battle. Coming out, do you have a specific part of the track where the cars just seem the happiest? Is there anything that's kind of fighting you? Any sort of suspension changes that you had to do or plan to do, or anything else that would make the car operate better here? Or you kind of feel like you're doing what you need to do, and it's more so all the mental games that you were talking about earlier. It's more so just getting yourself up to par with the car.
So I think it's probably mostly mental games. I tend to try and push what I'm doing, push the speed, push the angle, and I'm tend to be very close to that tipping point. And so coming through the touch and go, I've been in and out, and maybe overcooked it a bit there with Dimitri.
I saw that, which almost ended poorly, but obviously both of you guys made it out alive. You guys both rotated it well. When you went through that victory lane, Jaeger was actually up here and he was saying the contact or the track changes between those materials. Do you think that was something that came into play when you were coming through, maybe looking for a little bit of grip that you weren't able to find?
You know, the changes are, to me, not as big of an issue. Maybe a description of where there's some difficulty due to a transition is in the last inner clip. There's a bit of a whoop in the track, and so the cars become maybe a bit more unsettled, and the driver's line kind of lends itself to you upsetting yourself too much to get off the line, and then you end up basically cutting yourself away from the ability to follow the line. So to me, that's probably the most challenging part on the track, save for making sure that you initiate high on the bank, right?
I mean, that's a lot of commitment point too. You almost got the car up to full speed at that point, and you definitely have to commit, or otherwise you're meeting that wall. There's definitely no in between at that point.
Absolutely. Yep, that's the name of the game. You got to commit or get out.
That's definitely it. All right, Dan. Well, I appreciate you coming up here. Do you have any shout outs or anybody you'd like to say hello to? Any partners, anybody that's helped you gotten here today?
Sure. Love to say thank you to my brother Doug, both of my parents, all my sponsors. Really appreciate all their support and all the help they've given me. And we look forward to continuing to execute. If you don't mind, I'd love to mention we've got a website. It's called 50statesofdrift.com. If you're a young guy or gal and you want to get out there and find your local track, what we do is every year we put together every grassroots event in the lower 48 and Alaska. And we'll put Hawaii back on the list if you get some events going again, guys. But if you want to get out there and find events near you or far from you, you want to do a drift vacation, driftcation, go to the website. It's 100% free. And if we're missing an event, hit us up and we'll put it on there.
Well, you hear that, guys? That's definitely a super cool aspect. Make sure you guys check them out both on social media, Instagram, Facebook, and everything else. Check out the website, 50 States of Drift. It's definitely a super cool tool for everybody out here, both new and old, to the sport. So I definitely appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, man.
Man, it's where I'm having a blast here. So definitely cool car. Definitely want to see more of that E30 out and about. So good luck today. Good luck on the weekend. And hey, man, thanks for coming.
Thank you, Mike.
Alex Dale Sargent, we have your wallet. Alex Dale Sargent, we have your wallet. Please see any of the Langley Speedway to go to the ticket window to pick up your wallet. And since I'm back on this talkie stick making some noise, I got Matt Bystrack here. Matt, you're the other purple car, the
Yes,
hatch,
I
if you
am.
will. There's
Yes.
Gas Factory boys. There's TireStacks.com on the door. It's a beautiful purple hatch. It's a new chassis, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically similar to what I had the years prior. Basically swapped over everything I can as far as driveline goes, and then just all new suspension, but the same stuff, GK Tech all around. Just regular BCBR coils. It's just a relatively simple car. So yeah, new chassis, but same setup.
Awesome, and the car seems like it's been treating you well. You already got 2 battle wins under your belt. You took out Arietta. You also took out Ethan Parnell, or per se, they almost took out themselves. It wasn't necessarily the most straightforward battles. With that sort of momentum with 2 battles in, what kind of confidence level are you taking into your next battles?
Yeah, I wasn't happy to get the wins the way I did. I definitely prefer a clean win. However, it gave me a lot of confidence in my driving. I'm driving way better today than I was the last 2 days or last single day. So yeah, just getting out there and be able to put down like good laps, because I knew that both these guys were competitive drivers. So having to step it up, actually stepping it up really gave me that confidence.
Well, that's awesome to see, and it's definitely worked out for you as being one of the few drivers still in the undefeated bracket. Our course here today is pretty challenging. Is there any spot that kind of stands out to you that like you've kind of been maybe working through the car or even yourself through? Is there anything that you're going to be changing? Do you feel like you kind of got this thing dialed in? It's more so just hunting for speed at this point?
Yeah, at this point, I'm not going to make any changes to the car. I know how it feels. It could be better, but I'd rather halfway through the event not try to reinvent the wheel. This is my first time ever on a real bank track, so I'm really just learning that, getting up on the wall, staying on the wall, not diving down the wall, following people on the wall. Like that definitely is a little bit of a learning curve. Other than that, infield's very simple. The changes in materials, aggregates are a real pain in the butt, but other than that, track's pretty straightforward, and I've been having a blast with it.
I mean, you look good every time you go out there, and this massive turn 1 outer zone here where the judges are looking to have your back bumper on that wall as long as possible through there. What's like your mental going through there? What's going through your mind as you're hugging the wall at 80, 90 miles an hour coming through? Like what's going through your head?
I couldn't tell you. I mean, I'm really trying to think of the fundamentals. Like, look where you want to go. Don't look at the wall. That's honestly the things that are going through my head, because I think all the drivers out here are really good. I think what kills most people is forgetting stuff like that, getting too chaotic, not paying attention to what we all know we're supposed to do. So even the last couple events, that's really what I've been trying to do. Like, I know what I need to do. I know where I need to look. I know where the car needs to be. So just trying to stick to those fundamentals when I'm on the wall or a tight situation like that.
Well, your other 2 battles definitely showcase that little bit of patience or control has definitely been a benefactor to you, taking away your next battle. You got Alex Licklider taking apart essentially your teammate, your best friend, Alex Yeager, taking a loss to Alex.
Yeah.
What's your strategy going up against Alex?
Kind of like I said before, you know, I don't got too much of a strategy, just to drive hard and don't want to lose, you know.
You hear that, Alex, out in the pit? He doesn't want to lose. So Licklider's going to have you up next. You got to go up against his supercharged V8 FRS.
Yep.
Give us a little bit of insight. What are you sporting underneath the hood of that S13?
1J, stock bottom end, rebuild head, but again, same stock valving, everything like that. Tomei turbo, stock replacement. I couldn't even tell you the number of the turbo. Runs on MS109, Tomei cams, makes about 490 horsepower, 440 torque. Really simple setup. That's kind of how I built it. You know, you keep the stock manifold, you know, the JZs and how they work. So just quick, easy 500 horsepower is what I was going for, and it's been very reliable ever since, knock on wood. And let's hope it stays that way.
Well, we all know how that acts, and you obviously are putting the engine through some abuse and burning up consumables at that. I get a lot of questions, especially when I'm walking through the pits, and your car is a good balance point. How many tires are you going through at an event like this?
To be honest, this really is a lot more tires than I expected to. I am getting 3 good laps out of a set of tires. The Volinos that I'm on, I always got a little bit more, I felt like, but I guess, you know, I didn't account for the bank taking up all this tire, the amount of turns on the infield taking up all this tire. So I'm getting 3 runs of tire. That's probably going to last, so I don't know, at least 10 to 14 sets.
I mean, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
So what do you do on a 9 to 5 basis so you can afford to come out here every day?
Outdoor digs.
Outdoor dig. Subtle plug.
Subtle plug, yeah.
So you work?
I do work, yeah. I work, I do 60, 70-hour weeks. I'm a pretty integral part of the company, kind of been there since the growth. So I work a lot, and any little free time I get is working on the car and trying to get it together.
Well, it looks like it's paying off. All the time spent onto it, the sweat, the blood, the tears, all the money spent, all the tires being burned. It looks like you're doing well. So, Matt, thank you for joining up here. Good luck with your battle against Licklider. Alex, if you're still listening out in the fans, he doesn't want to lose, so that's his only strategy. So good luck to both of you guys in your next battle, and I'm looking forward to it, man.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate you and like everyone else here. This is an awesome event. I think this is probably the biggest crowd I'll ever or have ever performed for. Thanks for everybody for coming out. It's been great. So thank you.
Thanks, Matt. I appreciate your time, man. All right, guys, I got one more special guest with me. Chris, the Hyperfest man himself. The guys have the booth right behind the grandstand here, an event that I've also been in attendance to. I get to drive my Super down there. VIR is a blast. You guys have stuff going on all over the place. Why don't you give everybody here a little bit of taste of what Hyperfest is and the goal set behind the event?
Really, the goal is to get as many people that are enthusiastic about this to be able to come to an event and get them to participate. Rather than just sitting in the stands, our goal really from the very beginning was, hey, I'd like to do that. Well, guess what? You can. Come out of the stands and go take your own car on track, go take a ride with a professional drifter, bring your off-road vehicle to the thing. I mean, we even have lawnmower racing at Hyperfest, so it's kind of a
I mean, the
mix.
last one I was at, you've also changed locations. In the last one, you have helicopter rides. There was an off-road section. There's villas on the complex. It's a beautiful place over there at VIR. And even when it was way back when at Summer Point, you guys did an amazing job. It's always been a great event to hang out at. So what do you guys have planned in the future?
Well, unfortunately, we were going to maybe move to not another venue, but we're going to add a venue for Hyperfest in 2021. COVID kind of messed that up for this year, so where that's going to be pushed down in the future. But we are continually trying to do new things. I don't really want to put anything.
Secret.
I don't want to do anything yet. You know what I mean? Because we still need to announce it.
Secrets are good, and that means that you guys are growing. And there's stuff that's in the works that's so big that you can't just release to us, and that's actually awesome because that means that you guys are doing stuff that, from the beginning, giving even USDrift their place here. Give us a little bit of history of where Hyperfest and how USDrift and almost how a bunch of these guys in this room with me even got to even get started around here.
Well, I run the NASA, National Auto Sport Association, Mid-Atlantic region, right? And so when we first started out in 2000, nobody knew who we were. We were trying to get people to come to the regular track events. I loved the sport of road racing. I wanted to introduce people to road racing, and the drifting was really just sort of burgeoning in the U.S. It had been in Japan for a while. But we really wanted to put this kind of event on. It was a car show in drifting and road racing to get people to the track, again, to get them involved. We wanted to, I love it, and when I see something I dig, I can't shut up about it. And so this was just sort of an extension of that. And yeah, with USDrift, the USDrift Nationals, actually the first time that we ever had USDrift Nationals was at the very first Hyperfest. We had Vaughn Gittin Jr. out there and his S13. I'm not sure. I don't think Forsberg was there yet. I think he came the following year. But the USDrift Nationals, that's really where USDrift started, was with Hyperfest. And of course, Brian Eggert and the whole crew from USDrift was phenomenal guys. I come from a road racing background, and putting Hyperfest on was a little too much. So I'm like, look, you guys love this. You know what you're doing. And here we are now. I mean, it was a good choice.
It's crazy, right? it's crazy to think. And I mean, Hyperfest, I'm sorry, I apologize, you said it already. What year did you guys start doing this?
2002 was the very first Hyperfest at Summit Point. We actually did two that year. We did one there, and a lot of people don't know we actually did Charlotte Motor Speedway.
I did not know that.
That
That's
year.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool little snippet. So Hyperfest basically embodies almost everything about automotive culture at this point. The last one, you guys have brought in a bunch of cool stuff. You have Power Wheels racing and a bunch of cool stuff on the downhill, and it's always a good time. I definitely suggest anybody that hasn't even thought about going to Hyperfest to definitely check it out in the future. It's been one of the most fun events I've ever gone to. It's definitely something that I check on the box every time. With that being said, do you have anything to bring anybody through the booth down behind you? You got Hyperfest down. You got your booth right behind here in the grandstand.
We do. Yep. It's downstairs.
I think you brought out your E30 or the
E30? We have our spec E30. My son, who is he just turned 19 years old, won the Mid-Atlantic Championship in that car this year.
Congratulations to him.
The very next morning, it threw a rod, or the rod bearing.
Racing.
Right.
Typical racing.
Rod bearing. So it still sort of runs, but yeah, we brought it out because it's got a big Hyperfest on the side. We brought my old 1974 260Z out. But if somebody wants to come by, we're doing we're going to. You give your name and your email. We're going to pick some to give away a pair of tickets. Awesome. We have 4 pair of tickets that we're giving away, and then some shirts and some other knickknacks and things like that, and just to talk about it. And
hey, I definitely suggest anybody around here and the fans, guys online, make sure you guys check out Hyperfest. It's a great event. Also, if you guys are hanging out today here at Langley Speedway, make sure you stop into the Hyperfest booth. Check out that cool E30. You said you had your 260 dots in here as well. Is that one, the orange one up front, the super clean one?
It's not the super clean one. That one is actually a different car. This is an all-original 50,000-mile 1974 260Z, and it's a driver. It's a survivor, and it looks that way.
That's awesome. I definitely appreciate your time coming up here, Chris, and I cannot express how much I love Hyperfest. It's been fun.
Thank
I
you,
have
man.
memories of growing up with my car friends there, guys that sometimes I don't even get to see anymore, and our memories are back through those years of 2012, 13, all the way up. I've grown up with these events around, so it's definitely cool to see you here, joining me here with USDrift and everybody else. It's definitely awesome to have you here, Chris.
Well, I appreciate that, man. We always consider ourselves as sort of brothers in speed, and I got to tell you, man, it makes me feel really good to think that it's been around so long that you've got memories from when you were younger. So that makes me feel good from just a personal perspective. I appreciate that.
Hey, man, that's drifting, is it not?
Yep.
That's motorsports.
It's motorsports.
It's
yep.
motorsports. So, Chris, I appreciate your time for coming up here. Guys,
Thank you.
if you're hanging out with here at Langley Speedway, make sure that you stop in, talk to Chris, check out the cars they got going on. And also, a big shout to everybody online. Check out the online. It's hyperfest.com.
Hyper-fest.com. That's right.
Definitely want to check it out online. And hopefully I'll see you at a Hyperfest, and I'll definitely see you at a Hyperfest.
You'll
Chris.
definitely see me.
I definitely appreciate the time. Thank you. Would you like to give any shout outs while you got some time up here? Anybody want to give a shout to, a family member, or anything else like that?
Well, to Laura Cabetto, my wife, she does a phenomenal job, and honestly, Hyperfest, she's not here right now, but all of NASA and Mid-Atlantic and Hyperfest, she works her butt off, and as much as I'm here in front of the camera and on the microphone, really, she is the backbone of a lot of this stuff.
Well, it takes a village, doesn't it? It's definitely something cool to watch a proper team do something for so long. So kudos, Chris. I definitely hope to see more exciting things and even more venues or all these secrets that we're talking about. So if you guys are here, definitely go stop by, see Chris at Hyperfest booth. And Chris, thank you for your time.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
No problem, brother.
Take care.
You too.
Anxiety constantly, I try to control it. Even when I know it's been forever, I can still feel the spin. Urge when I remember, and I never wanna feel it again. Don't know if you get it, 'cause I can't express, so thankful I am. With me when it hurts, I know that you'd understand. I don't wanna lose control. Nothing I can do anymore. Trying every day when I hold my breath, spinning out in space, pressing up my sometimes I still think it's coming, but I know it's not. Trying to breathe in and then out, but the air gets caught. Even though I'm old and know and I know how to shake off the past, I wouldn't have made it if I didn't have you holding my hand. I don't wanna lose control. Nothing I can do anymore. Trying every day when I hold my breath, spinning out in space, pressing on my chest. I don't wanna lose control. I need you to know I would never be this strong without you. You've seen how I grow, you took all my doubts 'cause you were home. I don't wanna lose control. There's nothing I can do anymore. I don't wanna lose control. Nothing I can do anymore. Trying every day when I hold my breath, spinning out in space, pressing on my chest. I don't wanna lose control.
Elvis Duran mornings. Hits all day. Hot 100.
Feel by the wayside, like everyone else. I hit you, but I was just kidding myself. Our every moment, I started a place. 'Cause now that the corner like you were the words that I needed to say. When you hurt under the surface, like troubled water running cold. Well, time can heal, but this won't. Before you go, was there something I could have said to make your heart beat better? If only I'd have known you better, so before you go, was there something I could have said to make it all stop hurting? Kills me how your mind can make you feel so unreal. Before you go, was never the right time. Whenever you're cold, when little by little until there was nothing at all. Our every moment, I started to play. But all I can think about is seeing that look on your face. When you hurt under the surface, like troubled water running cold. Well, time can heal, but this won't. Before you go, was there something I could have said to make your heart beat better? If only I'd have known you were the storm to ever show. I'd have known you were the storm to weather. So before you go, was there something I could have said to make it all stop hurting? Kills me how your mind can make you feel so worthless. Before you go.
Hot 100. All your favorite singers are trying to get out that early vote, and some are taking pics. See that at hot1005.com/waters.
I hear a lot about sinners. Don't think that I'll be a saint, but I might go down to the river. 'Cause the way that the sky opens up when we touch it, it's making me say that the way you hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, feels so holy, 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 holy. Oh God, running to the altar like a track star. Can't wait another second. 'Cause the way you hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, feels so holy. I don't do well with the drama, and no, I can't stand it being fake. No, 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 no. I don't believe in Nirvana, but the way that we love in the night gave me life, baby. I can't explain it. The way you hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, feels so holy, 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 holy. Oh God, running to the altar like a track star. Can't wait another second. 'Cause the way you hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, feels so holy. They say we're too young and then the players say don't go crushing. Wise men say fools rushing, but I don't know. They say we're too young and then the players say don't go crushing. Wise men say fools are rushing, but I don't know.
The rapper.
The first step pleases the Father. Might be the hardest to take, but when you come out of the water, I'm a believer, my heart is fleshy. Life is short with a temper, like Joe Pesci. They always come and sing your praises, your name is catchy, but they don't see you how I see you. Parlay and Desi, cross tween Hesse. Hit the jet speed, when they get messy, go lefty, like Lionel Messi. Let's take a trip and get the Vespas, or rent a jet ski. I know the spots that got the best, we going next week. I wanna honor you. Rise groom, I'm my father's child. I know when the son takes the first step, the father's proud. If you make it to the water, he'll part the clouds. I know he made you a snack like Oscar Proud. Suffer it to be, so now gotta clean it up. Formalize the union and communion he could trust. I know I ain't leaving you like I know he ain't leaving.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the USDrift Battle on the Bay FD Pro-Am licensing event on NBC Gold Track Pass, where 5 Formula Drift Pro 2 licenses will be awarded. The name of the game is attrition, and with a field of 18 drivers vying to compete for the first time ever at Langley Speedway, we have seen these 9 drivers advance out of our first round of 18. We'll meet these drivers in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand, remove your hats for our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Now let's draw our eyes down to the track and meet tonight's drivers. From Sykesville, Maryland, he is 31 years old, driving that 2014 Scion FRS. Put your hands together for Alex Licklider.
Up next, coming all the way from Glenwood, Maryland, a 35-year-old piloting that 1996 Nissan 240SX. That S14, that's Savage Motorsports, sporting an LS 6-liter engine, Doug Lanciano.
From Alexandria, Virginia, he's driving the 1987 BMW 325 IS. Get loud for Xavier Arrieta.
Our next driver up, the man himself, Rich Whiteman, in his JZX 100. Make some noise for my dad. The finger guns and everything. Rich is excited to be here.
From Charlotte, North Carolina, in the 2003 Nissan 350Z. Get loud for Christian Nelson.
Our next driver up, piloting that Toyota GT86 with that V8, thanks to Committed Service Brand. Give it up for Nathaniel Chen.
Out of Oak Ridge, New Jersey, in the 91 Nissan 240SX, Alex Yeager.
Sitting next to him, his best friend, also from New Jersey, piloting that Nissan 240 hatchback, Matt Bystrak.
And a driver in the Formula Drift Pro 2 Series. He came away with a win in Seattle. He's out of Springfield, Massachusetts, but really from Belarus. He's in the 2005 BMW Z4. Put your hands together for Dmitry Brutsky. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is our field of drivers vying for a Pro 2 license. And again, something that we didn't talk about, their weight in beer is also one of the prizes tonight.
Yeah, Egger and the USDrift guys are adding in an extra thing. They're going to weigh the winner. And luckily, thankfully, for a local brewery, they've supplied beer of the weight of our winner here today. So not only are they going to take home a win, take home a trophy, and a pro license, but they also get their body weight in beer.
So much fun. So tonight, what's going on? Because of the wildness and the unpredictability of 2020 and COVID things, there's been a lot of events, unfortunately, that haven't been able to happen. So where normally this event is awarding Pro 2 licenses for the top 3 podium finishers, we're allowed to give away 5. So 5 of these drivers are going to be able to step into either the 2021 or the 22 Pro 2 series.
All these drivers out here have been battling all weekend, taking in both crashes, mechanical failures, and mental hurdles. These guys have been swapping parts between themselves, helping their competitors come back onto track. These guys have been staying in, and these guys are out on track now, making a little bit of a show for our fans here at Langley Speedway. And a big shout to Langley Speedway with this beautiful facility, giving a nice and challenging course to our drivers to really put them through their paces to see if they're up to par to move up to the big league.
Oh man, they are so excited. We are so excited. This has been such a great day, and something that we've never done in Formula Drift is to have a double elimination bracket. So we saw that happen for the first battle, the top 18 drivers. So we saw those drivers go from the championship bracket. If they lost their battle, they moved into the consolation bracket because it's so much effort to get here, right?
It's actually a great way to get these guys out here, and these guys have pushed super hard. We've been interviewing and talking to these guys all throughout the day. They all work an amazingly rough schedule to make everything work for themselves. So these guys, they come out here and they're putting everything on the line, and sometimes mistakes happen. But they get 2 lives there. It's almost like a video game where they're not done for the day. They get thrown into the consolation bracket, and that consolation bracket actually gives these guys a second chance to come back and take out our winner. Now, when they get to that top, they're going to have to take our winner out twice, and we'll get back to that as we get deeper into the brackets. But definitely as for right now, I'm excited to see these drivers come through. It's definitely the cream of the crop, and I'm excited to get back to action.
Okay, Mike, me too. I think what we should do is talk about the track and what the fans are going to be expecting. So when the drivers come onto the track, they're going to go into the burnout box, and they'll do some burnouts to warm up the tires, get that grip nice and sticky. They'll line up, and we're going to have a lead and a chase driver. So the lead driver is going to be on the inside. He's going to be on the right. That way he has that clean, fresh air right against that wall, and he can put down that 100-point qualifying run. And the chase driver, man, talk about the responsibilities of what he has to do.
So the chase driver not only has to mimic exactly what that lead driver is doing throughout his line, but he also has to make sure that he doesn't come in contact or stop that lead driver from doing what he's being asked. And while holding on to that, the judges want him as close as possible. He wants to mimic his line, hold the same speed. He's going to put himself through the tire smoke, through transitions. There's a lot to come through it. We've also talked about the track conditions all day, and these guys in both positions are ever-changing track conditions. Our sun's going down here. We're losing light, so the track temperature is going to come down, which both can add grip. We have different track materials out here. It's definitely a whirlwind of stuff for these drivers to deal with, but luckily they've done a great job so far. We move into like our tandem format where the drivers compete into a head-to-head battle. Each battle consists of 2 runs, and that higher seated driver leads that first run and chases the second. Our 3 judges will determine a winner or decide to have that battle one more time. Our fans definitely love the one more time. You can know from FD that they always want to see more drifting.
Absolutely.
But we also want to get some winners out of here too. So these drivers are going to be working hard to make sure that they come out with some sort of advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, you know, these drivers, they have seen tandem battles already this afternoon. Now they're coming back in. I would imagine, and I'd love to hear your opinion on it, are they more comfortable in their car, and are they more comfortable on the track?
Well, every driver out here, you've seen the progression throughout the day. They've definitely taken and utilized their practice sessions and the allotment of their tires they brought with them to the maximum amount. And each driver here is definitely showcasing that they deserve to be here. You've seen progressive leaps and even battles like Jaeger and Wallace, where Wallace was doing exactly what he needed to do and Jaeger was pushing through. The guys were doing a great battle, and that's the level that we're seeing out here. And to see that at a Pro-Am level here, it's super cool.
Yeah, it is super cool. Our first battle that we're going to see is Bystrack and Alec Licklider right here. And so this is going to be really, really cool. And again, throughout this entire bracket format, we're going to have a winner that moves on in the championship bracket and then the consolation. So they get a second chance. Of course, they have the opportunity, if they lose in the championship bracket, to move to the consolation. They can go undefeated in the consolation round. That's, of course, what they're hoping for.
Yeah, our drivers that are still in our undefeated bracket are definitely having a higher advantage, being able to almost push the limit a little bit. Maybe they'll save it. Some drivers may play it a little safe to take that and leave it in their back pocket in case something does happen to their vehicle. Or some drivers may utilize it to push the limits. They may do something a little risky to try to get a win out of maybe a better car or a better driver, where all these strategies are going to come into so much play that I could ramble on for hours about how these guys are going to try to battle themselves. And if you are just joining us, we're getting Matt Bystrack up on the line. We got Alex Licklider. Both these drivers in our next battle are going out, and they're going to warm up their tires. Both these guys have been battling all weekend pretty well. Alex taking out his best friend of Matt. I'm sure Matt wants a little bit of revenge. He's telling me over the radio. His strategy is the win, so Alex better watch out. But Alex has been improving as a driver as well. He's been traveling all the way down the clutch kickers and doing as much as he possibly can with that FRS. It's all these guys, that family operation. These guys are traveling around the country to try to get better, and we're about to see 2 drivers go at it that really deserve to be here.
Right, absolutely. And we're a judged sport. So we have 3 very experienced judges out here. We have Ryan Lontaine, our head judge from Formula Drift. And then, of course, we have Reese Marin, who is the Club Loose instructor, plus so many more on, on his resume. He's everywhere.
Reese is teaching people all over the country, and Reese is doing a great job. And through that, he's been able to convey what is necessary, and especially in a judge's position, it's definitely a benefactor. And it also brings us into our last judge. Rapper Dan Savage.
Rapper Dan Savage, our 2014 Pro 2 champion. And he was able to come out here. He has his competition car. And so a lot of times the judges come out on the course in their rental car. Hopefully the rental car companies aren't listening to that. But they go as fast as they can without drifting the rental cars around the courses to make sure that everything can be linked together. But Rapper Dan, he was able to come out again in his competition car, link the whole course, and this course is really technical.
It's definitely some challenges here, and having Dan in his car and having him the ability to drive it while both setting up the track and during the Langley Drift Club mixers here, he's had the ability to really dial in what the judges need to see. There's really no ifs, ands, or buts or circumstance that now that we've basically calculated what exactly we need to see here. And we have Alec Licklider taking that lead position and Matt Bystrack coming up to the line. It looks like we're about ready to get started into the action here for these tandem battles. I'm super excited to get into the drifting. As much as I'm sure you guys love to hear me talk, I really want to see some cars start driving. So Lorette, going into this,
yes,
I know Alex, did you talk to Alex in the pits? I believe him and his girlfriend, his spotter is up above us, giving him and relaying information to him. I definitely know that he has been pushing to get that engine running right. With that new supercharger, I think he makes just under 500 horsepower. And Bystrack, when he was in here, I think he's just under similar. So definitely a similar weighted chassis. And I'm curious to see how it lines up, especially both of them taking different paths of momentum coming into this.
Yeah, Licklider's spotter is his girlfriend, Stevie, and she's been doing this for a year and a half. Man, that girl hustles. She is a hard worker, and together they are just a really amazing team. Alex has been drifting for about 5 years, but he's been competing for 3. So 2020, it's been really challenging, and he's doing everything that he can because he's used to doing 20 to 25 events a year, but this year he's only been able to do 10. So even with let's say a lack of driving that he's used to, he's still coming out here, he's still pumped. Stevie told me that he's all heart, he's all dedication. He just eats, breathes, thinks, dreams about drift.
And Alex has definitely showcased that through it. So again, the word that our judges are ready. We got our drivers on the line. They got their feet on the gas pedals, and they're ready to go. Alex comes out of the chicane clean, and it looks like my Bystrack, we got a clean start. Both drivers come down the straight, and Alex initiates. Bystrack's right behind him. A few car lengths behind as both drivers work up their line. A nice high line from Alex, a little early coming out of that outer zone, transitions into our touch and go. Matt Bystrack right there on the door of that GT86. Bystrack keeps it together through that front under clip, and both drivers work their way to that outside zone. Alex, a little bit of a bobble, and Matt had to make a correction. It looks like he may have missed a shift there. Alex keeping it together, a little feet off as Matt takes off that front under clip, really struggling behind that FRS of Alex Licklider.
Man, real unfortunate for Matt Bystrack. Again, it's difficult for us to talk about what's going on in the car because most of these drivers are making this look so smooth, so good, but there's so much violence and movement in the car, and there's shifting, and there's braking, and foot braking, and e-braking, and yeah, just...
There's 1,001 inputs
totally
that these drivers could put in at any point during here, and not necessarily is there any hands down correct one. Each one of these cars are completely different. Alex's FRS are obviously showing different characteristics than Bystrack's hatch, and Bystrack is going to have to make some sort of adaptation. And unfortunately, it looks like Bystrack has left the track. I haven't got wind yet if he's going to be taking his competition timeout, but it will be a good time to explain how that works. Our drivers here are allotted a competition 5-minute timeout. These drivers can call that timeout one time through an entire competition, and they have 5 minutes to fix whatever was wrong. So we haven't got any official word that's what happened to Matt Bystrack, but we do have Alex Licklider back on the line, and unfortunately, hopefully, Matt didn't suffer any sort of engine failure that's going to take him out of the competition today.
Right, and that, all these guys are talking about competition timeout. So we are getting word that there is a competition timeout for Matt Bystrack right now. And, we did see Alex Licklider with a cleaner run. The guys will report back to us. Hopefully we can hear from timing and scoring what exactly is transpiring down there.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the harder parts of running a drift event, is especially keeping all these drivers up. These guys are working hard. Their crews out there working hard, spotters and families, to get these things ready as quickly as possible. So looks like we're going to send Alec Licklider in. So if you guys are joining us here at Langley Speedway, make sure you make a bunch of noise for Alec Licklider as he comes past you on the stands. And it looks like we're going to get our next battle situated up here. We got Nate Chen in that FRS with that V8 built by Committed Service Brand in the burnout box. Right behind them, that's my dad, JZX100, Rich Whiteman, getting ready to warm up his tires, and this is going to be a good battle. Both these guys are definitely great drivers. Nate has been dialing in this new chassis. Rich changing over to this chassis at the end of the year after a year break, he was telling me, and it's definitely going to show as he works his way and works his magic into this longer, heavier car. Let's see how this similar horsepower, slightly different weight really plays into a factor. Rich was super happy with the way the JZX stood on the bank. Nate really didn't show any fear. So it's definitely going to be a great battle here.
I think so too. And Nathan Chen, a really young gun of a driver, he said progression also costs money. So he's a completely self-funded driver and working on Wall Street. He has his finance management degree, and he's hoping that he can translate his finance experience into his drift career and earn and save money in order for him to be able to move forward with this. And he was born and raised in Northern Virginia, so he feels like this is his home track. He has a lot of connection to this track, and he just really loves being here.
Well, it's definitely cool to see Langley Speedway open up their doors to drifting. It's super cool to see Langley Drift Cup here in the future, and it's also really cool to see this USDrift Battle of the Bay, the FD Pro-Am here. It's a super cool venue. We got our drivers up on the line. Nate Chen, you can see him. He's got his third brake light illuminated. You see that black JZX100 of Rich Whiteman. Both these drivers are ready to go. Rich is going to take that chase position. Let's see if Nate can give him essentially what the judges are going to call a 100-point run, and see what Rich can do with that.
Right? So the boys are off. Nate Chen in that lead position with Rich Whiteman in the chase. We see him initiating early on that outside zone 1, and Nate Chen doing a great job. Rich keeping him in his sights.
And here we go, Nate past that touch and go, and Rich is right there, showing a little bit of patience as Nate transitions past that front end clip. You can see the little bit of a weight difference as the JZX was a little low, and Rich seems like he's making adaptations as he starts to close in on the door of Nathaniel Chen. Nate transitions that last outside zone. Rich is still there holding pressure. Not bad considering that's a bigger car, and a big round of applause for both drivers. They come back over our victory lane here.
Yeah, well done. So it looks like for Nate Chen, maybe that shorter wheelbase is helping him. It's really those transitions and those flicks
Creating
making
a
it
snap.
Yes, making it easier.
And that chassis is definitely going to promote a little bit more than Rich's, but you can even almost see where Rich gave him a little bit of a patience and then adapted on the next inner clip. So Rich was doing a great job making adaptations to Nate Chen's style of driving, and now Nate's going to jump into that chase position where Rich will take the lead, and now Nate's job is to adapt and mimic Rich as well as possible, and Rich now has the job of doing the 100-point run the judges want to see. So I don't think there's any sort of clear advantage going into the second half of this battle, so both these drivers are going to have something up their sleeves, and here we go. It looks like we got a clean start. We got the JZX of Rich Whiteman going out in the front. Nate Chen initiates. Rich Whiteman all the way up in that bank wall. A nice wide line. Nate a little lower, but staying right there with that JZX. Maybe a little bit of a speed. Nate right there through the touch and go. And you see that JZX 100 taking a wide line, and unfortunately a little wide, but it looks like he keeps the majority of the tires on. Nate right there on the door of Rich Whiteman coming past that first inner clip. Nate gives him a little room. The transition, that's a big car. A lot of patience as they transition to our last outside zone. And Nate Chen holding the proximity to Rich Whiteman. Make some noise for both drivers. They come back across our victory lane here.
Wow, well done. Well done by both of the drivers. Mike, in your opinion, did Rich initiate a little bit later on the bank than what you would have expected?
Well, Rich was out all day through practice, and he was initiating way earlier than he ever had to. And I just watched the live stream. He actually initiated at the beginning of our USDrift flags and held that line all the way through. You can see Nate made a few bobbles to get the line back in and a shorter, but you see him pull him back in right here. Now, Rich went super wide through the outside, get to that outside zone, and this is where Nate took advantage of that and filled that gap that Rich made through the bank and jumped right back into him and kept that pressure on through the rest of the run. So we're definitely going to have to lean on the judges on a final decision on this because I'm no doctor, so I definitely don't know what's going on, and we're waiting for our judges. So bear with us. And we look like we got our next up. We have our battle coming back up between Matt Bystrack and Alex Licklider in the burnout box.
Okay.
So while we're waiting for our judges' decision, we have one Reese Marin with a Nate.
It looks like the judges are all in agreement. Nate Chen takes the win. Nate Chen will move on, and Rich Whiteman will move to the consolation bracket.
And we got word that Matt Bystrack has made his competition timeout. That means him and his team has repaired whatever necessary in his car in only 5 minutes. Him and his team have been working hard all weekend. His teammate also blowing a diff and having a little bit of a rough time going back through it. And these guys are back out. So we got Matt Bystrack in that lead position right near that Link ECU tent, and Alex Licklider in that FRS, that V8 powered Toyota waiting for her in the chase.
Alex was telling me that he makes changes at every event. He's good with adjustments. They have a dry erase board in their vehicle. And now the guys going, we have Matt Bystrack and Alec Licklider. Alec Licklider currently in the chase position.
And you see Bystrack taking a mid-line there, but Alex Licklider right there in the proximity, following Bystrack line that he's chose. Alex is still there, transitioning very similar to Matt Bystrack's line, going into that outside zone 2. They work their way to that inner clip, and Bystrack right there on the point, but Alex is not far behind him, maybe giving a little bit of room through this inner. You see Matt took out that third inner clip as they worked their way into that last outer zone across the finish line. A little safer of a pass from Alex, but it's definitely mimicking everything that Matt Bystrack had to throw at him. It's going to have to go to the judges.
Yeah, so we're going to look at this again. Matt Bystrack was the one that called the 5-minute competition timeout. We haven't gotten word what was happening, but obviously his car looked like it was carrying a lot of momentum. Did you feel like he had that fluidity on point?
Well, Matt definitely did a nice, smooth to lock initiation, giving Alex a good line to follow into that bank. He took a little bit of a mid-line, but Alex definitely held the pressure on and transitioned even when he did, even though he had a few cars back, which is impressive from Alex to hold that momentum through. He's also right here, you can see he pulled back into that front inner clip, and he gave a little bit of safety through Matt, and you can see Matt took out one of those inner clips, so Alex putting a little bit of a safety there may or may not have worked to his advantage, so we'll definitely have to see how it works out for him.
Well, the judges are computing their scores and picking between Matt Bystrack and Alex Licklider. And we are waiting for just
two
our
judges with the result. We're waiting on our final, and it looks like Alex Licklider will take the win here. Alex Licklider will move on to our next battle bracket. This being our undefeated bracket, that doesn't mean that Matt Bystrack is done for today. He will jump into our consolation bracket where he'll still have a chance to compete for one of our Formula Drift Pro licenses. All right, we got our next two drivers coming out onto the track. We got Dimitri Buski, an already Pro 2 driver. piloting that BMW Z4, which has treated him so well. An old Michael Essa Pro car. He has adapted to his own liking. And we also have Christian Nelson. You can see him in that orange 350Z. Both these guys are aggressive drivers. They definitely know what they're doing. So this is going to be an action-packed battle. Dimitri already having a Pro 2 win in Seattle a few weeks ago. And Christian Nelson has been traveling around, definitely burning up as much Kenda tires as he possibly can. So he's super dialed in his 350Z. And both these guys are going to put on a show for you guys here at Langley Speedway.
Dmitry Brutsky, he again isn't competing for a Pro 2 license. He just wants track time. He wants to make sure that his driving is precise. So Brutsky out here with his two sons. His two sons are changing his tires and wheels. So the two drivers taking off, they are going down that straightaway to outside zone number 1.
And you can see Dimitri taking a wide line. Christian Nelson right behind him, a few car lengths, but holding on and trying to mimic that line. A little shallow of a line coming to the outside zone, but Dimitri making some corrections. And both drivers doing a great job adapting to each other and a great transition past that front rear clip. A big correction for Dimitri. And Christian, unfazed, staying with angle, going right past that front rear clip. Let's see how they do in that front inner. And both drivers, Christian pushing hard, maybe have made contact, maybe have made it out alive. Both drivers make it over the finish line. And like I said, super entertaining. They survived. Christian really trying to put the pressure on. Both these drivers giving thumbs up across the line. They're having fun. I'm having fun. This is entertaining drifting.
Christian is hungry, guys. He is looking to prove himself. And again, we have a Pro 2 driver that has earned his license. He's gotten a first place at round number 2. And so Christian knows that he's competing against one of the most talented drivers. He knows that he can also hang with him. He wants to prove himself against a proven driver.
And there's definitely something to say, too, that Dimitri's still here putting in work to get more seat time. The hustle doesn't stop once these guys learn their license. It's definitely going to continue. So you're going to continue seeing these guys around the country and outside of Formula D honing their skills. And you can tell just here that both these drivers have a massive amount of car control. There were some sketchy situations in that last battle, and both guys did a great job. And then at the end of the time, they both got their hand fist-pumping thumbs up
So
out the window.
good.
I mean, that's drifting.
Yep, absolutely. And so last night during practice, the car for Dmitry Brutsky was running too rich. They downloaded the old ECU codes, and what they had to do was log in remotely. The car is now running much better. And Christian, what a rad guy he is. He told me that he would give parts to other drivers, even the drivers that he was competing against, because he would rather lose against a fully functioning driver that he knew was the best.
Well, it definitely comes into a factor here, and you see that where just small mistakes in that lead and being so close can also be detrimental to the guy in the back. And you can see here Christian's going to take that lead position and Dmitry taking the chase. So let's see how Nelson will do in that lead. And Dmitry right there initiates right to the door. And both drivers, Dmitry with a big correction, but keeps it off of the wall. Christian pulls down to that lower level. Both drivers hold their cars together and transition past the touch and go. Comes past that first inner clip. Christian just nailing it. Coming out to that outside zone, it looks like both these drivers are finally falling into the line that our judges wanted to see. Christian Nelson keeping the power down for that first inner clip. Dmitry looks like he stepped back a little bit to take a little bit of a safety, keep his car together over the finish line. Oh no, Dmitry spins over the finish line. Definitely not something we want to see from a chase driver. Christian Nelson with a few mistakes himself. These guys are definitely not making it easy for our judges.
No, I'm very surprised. Okay, so our judges' scores are starting to come in, and it's unanimous. Christian Nelson gets the win. He stays in the championship bracket. Christian Nelson gets the win, and it's Dmitry Brutsky that moves on to the consolation bracket.
It just goes to show you here that it doesn't matter if these guys are already holding a Pro 2 license. These guys are all driving at a high level. They all are trying to push for mistakes from each and every one of them. These guys are high class and pushing it to the very extreme. So make a big round of applause for all these guys coming out here driving. A big round of applause for Dimitri Bucci and Christian Nelson, as Christian Nelson will move into the next undefeated bracket. And unfortunately, Dimitri losing one life here this weekend. And I messed it up through the intros, but this Savage Garage S14 definitely sounds rowdy. I believe it has a V8 engine under the hood. I'm not 100% sure, but he's taking that lead position underneath the Link ECU tent. Is that right? Doug Lenciano getting a buy run. He's going to showcase that his car is still fit for competition here at USDrift.
So Doug is a self-taught master Porsche technician, and isn't this so amazing that he's self-taught? He's watched a bunch of YouTube videos. He's taken his car out. He's figured out how to do this. And he's moved from a turbocharger to a supercharger. So he's making a lot of different adjustments throughout this 2020 year. He's doing, making tweaks to his driving style. He wants to fine-tune how he initiates and enters the bank. So I feel like he's been working on that. And with this buy run, he has an opportunity to do just that.
He definitely does, and let's see how he handles it. He takes a smooth initiation in, starts applying power. He's taking a mid-line through that bank, tons of wheel speed and tire smoke as he transitions down into this touch and go. That Savage Garage S14 with that S15 front end on it looks pretty good as he transitions that outer zone. A lot of commitment and throttle through that outside zone to number 2 as he works into the inner clip 2, and already at the inner clip 3. Obviously, this car has a little bit of speed to it. A little weird transition to that outside zone, but keeps it together and starts applying throttle past the finish line. Makes some noise for Doug Lenciano in that Savage Motorsports car.
And something we've been talking a lot about: heart, dedication, passion. This man drove here. He left Maryland at 2 a.m. on Friday morning. He arrived at 6 a.m. He slept 2 hours, and then he went out and practiced. And now he's out here again. So again, this level of commitment just speaks volumes of these drivers and their teams out here.
Yeah, every driver out here is working super diligently to make sure that they even make it here. Never mind once the competition starts, it is crazy. It is demanding. These cars are asking so much of both themselves and their drivers. And then you got to start putting into the consumables, the track conditions, the X variable, the drivers. And we talk about it all the time, but this stuff is not easy. And these drivers are doing a great job of trying to make it look easy and put it on a great show for our fans here at Langley Speedway and for you guys joining us on NBC Gold, the Track Pass. All right, guys, if you've been hanging out here with Langley Speedway, hang tight. We'll get right back to the action and NBC Gold. We're going to go to a short commercial break, so don't go anywhere. We'll get right back to the action here at the USDrift Langley Speedway 2020 Formula D Pro-Am Shootout.
Quality of Japanese craftsmanship. Brid.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
And welcome back to the USDrift Battle on the Bay FD Pro-Am here at Langley Speedway. These guys have been battling all night, and we got our next two guys up. Who's the next two drivers coming up on the line here?
We're going to see Alex Licklider and Nate Chen. So we saw Nate Chen in the 8.6, and he's doing a really great job. In my opinion, I think that he's trying to get that really high line. All the drivers are, right? But I feel like he's really nailing it. I feel like he's on that high line on the outer zone number 1, which really sets you up for the rest of the track. Because if you come down into a mid or low line off of, and this is the NASCAR turns 3 and 4 that we're talking about, outer zone 1, once they come in, you want to set yourself up and you want to carry a lot of momentum and fluidity into the touch and go, which is at the victory lane, the traditional finish line. The guys are then going into inside clips 1, outer zone 2, inside clips 2, and when they get to inside clip 3, you don't want to have a straight line over to outside zone 3, which is really easy to do, but that's not the prescribed line that the judges asked for. They want, again, you to carry that momentum, carry the back of the car through outer zone 3, and then to the finish line.
Well, we've seen all day that these guys obviously are almost drag racing out of our start. Both guys are doing an incredible amount of speed and then entering for this long bank here. And I believe it's a 6-degree bank here at Langley Speedway. Yep. And these guys are transferring all the way through, and that's a lot of speed. And that's why our fans here in the grandstands normally don't hear a lot of drivers come through on throttle. And our judges really want to hear our drivers come through this almost this power alley past this victory lane, through these walls, all this danger. They really want to see them lay the power down and really commit to that momentum and utilize that throttle throughout the entire way to the outside zone, and using that scrub of almost applying even extra throttle to help transition the car to hold momentum and speed throughout the course to bring them into the front clips. And then it starts getting technical, and we've seen a couple cars already go into our cart wall here, just manipulating through our 200 clips.
Right, and you know, I'd love to get your opinion on the track, because look at the outside zone number 1. It's so dark out there. So these guys that are on the straightaway, they have this long lit straightaway, and then as soon as they start getting into the corners, you can see it goes from light to dark, light to dark. Are they blind in some of the spots out there?
Well, sometimes in a chase position, they even get blinded by the tire smoke. So these guys are used to not being able to see everything all the time. They're also driving through these cars on varying chassis that they have all sorts of visibility. Some guys have too many stickers on the windshield. I don't even know how they see out of the car anyway, but these guys are utilizing both the front windshield, the side windows. They're trying to take in as many inputs as possible. They're using their butt in the seat to even feel what the car is doing, any upset, and they're listening to the cars around them. They hear that lead driver make a little bit of a bobble, or even hear the engine load slightly different. I've heard guys even using the wind sound around the car changes everything. Guys are taking every sort of input they possibly can to make it through here. And the low light and the changing temperature of the track is definitely going to come into a factor here as we get into our later battles here.
Yeah, and I mean, this transition coming off of outer zone 1 into the touch and go, it feels like for me, this is one of the segments on the track where that smoke blindness really comes into play. How do you fight through that?
Well, I've taken my few share of licks, and I've also given my few share of licks, and sometimes there's a miscalculation. There's definitely a risk factor that has to go through there. There's timing, there's taking all those other inputs before, and especially coming through off of the bank where wheel speed is super high, there's tons of tire smoke, and cutting through that touch and go where we want to see our drivers hold a lot of momentum into basically scrubbing and accelerating through that front clip. That transition, depending how these guys come off of this bank, is really going to allow how much smoke or line choice they choose and how blind their chase driver is going to be. Our chase drivers have that job to be in the optimal place, and if they are where they need to be, they're going to have a little more visibility. But sometimes on this track, you just have to cut through the tire smoke and kind of hope and pray. All right, we got our next two drivers up on the line. We've got Matt Bystrack taking that lead position, and Sabi Arrieta is taking that chase in that BMW E30. I'm getting the word from the judges. They're ready, and we're going to take our drivers out. Matt Bystrack in this consolation bracket battle, taking that lead position. Arrieta in the chase. Both drivers initiate, working the way. Matt taking a mid-line. Arrieta adjusting, falling in line. A little bit of a correction as he gives Matt room. Arrieta close to that wall, transitions through that front clip, takes out that front under clip, makes an adjustment, tries to stay on that door of Matt, and oh no, contact from both drivers. And Matt keeping his composure with the car. He's going to look like he's going to finish his lap. Unfortunately, it looks like Arrieta just put a little too much sauce going into that front under clip, and Matt just got choked off. He had nowhere to go.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is just the case. Still out on the track, but we have the best and fastest track crew out here, so no need to have our safety crew out. Our car is pulling away, so driver's okay. He'll go back to the line if there was no damage done to the car. Possibly he might have to call his competition timeout, but what do you see here, Mike?
Well, as I'm reviewing the live stream footage, it looks like Arrieta tried to walk in and just the bank pulled him down when he tried to creep in on the door of Matt Bystrack's hatch. And that line choice coming off of the bank really just set him improperly up for the rest of the course. He tried to keep the car in line and on course and behind Bystrack's hatch, but unfortunately, his line choice just came back to bite him.
Drivers checking in with our safety crew and with our track crew. Most likely at this point, they'll assess if there's any damage done to the car, if the car is still safe to go out and drift and compete in tandem on this track. Looks like there's some movement around the car. And again, safety first here. Our drivers' safety is of the utmost importance. So again, we just want to make sure that all is well.
All right, it looks like Arrieta seems to make the decision to move forward. He's pulling up to that lead position next to Matt Bystrack's hatch in that chase position there. I'd like to take this time to give a big shout out to all the fans here at Langley Speedway that came out and hung out on this beautiful Saturday night to watch some drifting for the first time here. Make some noise for yourselves. We appreciate you. A big round of applause for everybody hanging out all day. The big Sumo Speed showcase, and we got some movement. Looks like Bystrack has left the line. All right, while we figure out what's going on with our drivers, I would like to give a big shout out to our event sponsors, Link ECU, Stage Wheels, Injuku Racing, BC Racing Suspension, Valino Tires, Koenig Wheels, Wiring Specialties, Kenda Tires, OG Racing, TireStacks.com, Brid, Lookout, Langley Drift Club, Sumo Speed, and of course a big thank you to Larry King Law's Langley Speedway here, and thank you for everybody to come out to hang out. It looks like we have Arrieta on the line. We don't fully know yet what's happening with Bystrack, and as soon as I know, I will update you guys. So hang tight, take a short bathroom break, and we'll get right back to the action.
It's a pretty tough looking wheel.
Finding a light wheel that looks good, it's not always the easiest thing.
It can be really stressful.
噂のバリバリバリの
We want to welcome you back to USDrift's Battle on the Bay, Formula Drift's Pro-Am licensing event. So exciting for us to be here at Larry King Law's Langley Speedway. Now, this track is pristine, but it has so much history to it as well. And this is a NASCAR track. Some of your NASCAR heroes started off here, and now we're hoping that some of your drift heroes are going to start off here tonight, because this is the first time in this shootout event format that we've come to Langley Speedway. So what an honor for us to be here.
Definitely a big shout out to the Speedway here. Langley has been amazing for both the drivers, the fans, and it's cool to see this type of energy again at a drift event. It's definitely something that definitely COVID has taken away from us, and just the numbers and the sheer thrill of this year has definitely seemed to water down, and this has been a refreshing amount of energy coming to a drift event and seeing so much support between other drivers and fans and even the track and the event organizers themselves. It brings back a lot of old school drifting vibes for me, so it's definitely super cool to be here. A big thank you for them. A big thank you for all the sponsors that came out here and all the guys that they're showing cars. We got jets up in the air. This is a cool place.
Yeah. And we're right across the street from NASA. Are you kidding? This is just like a dream. This is so cool.
And the locals here are like, yeah, we've heard of
I
NASA.
know.
And we come here and we think it's the coolest thing in the world. They have wing tunnels. There was multiple F-22 fighter planes flying around.
Yesterday
doing
was
backflips,
rad.
making tons of noise. And that's also another cool thing. Thankfully, because of that, there's a noise ordinance here. So our drivers have the ability to come out here and really throw down as much horsepower and let those engines sing. And you can see you have Rich Whiteman on that line again in that JZX 100. And it looks like we have Ariana on the backside of this on the track.
Yes, but according to our consolation bracket, Rich Whiteman's going to have a bye run. So Rich is going to advance. Again, this is a real great opportunity for Rich to be on the track by himself. If he isn't feeling very confident on outside zone 1 or even the touch and go, he has the opportunity here to really start making adjustments.
This is definitely the point where he wants to maybe try something new.
That looks
and
good.
He is not staying with it.
Come
the tried and
on.
true, going past that touch and go, a little bit off the wall, but transitions that car to the front clip, taking it out. A big left foot brake stomp to get out to that outside zone, keeps the car under composure. A lot of weight and car to throw around as he keeps that chaser in, pinned all the way past our last third inner clip, going into that last outer zone, starts putting down the throttle over the finish line, taking out just the last part of our clip. And Rich doing a great job on his bye run. This bye run and showcasing that his car is still fit for competition means that he's going to move on to the next bracketed battle.
Our next battle on the track, we are going to see Dmitry Brutsky and Alex Yeager. So, again, Dmitry Brutsky isn't looking for a Pro 2 license, and nor is he taking away track time from anybody. I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea of what a Pro 2 driver is doing here. He's not taking up valuable time or space away from a driver that's trying to compete. In fact, I feel like he's perfecting his craft, but he's also showing the drivers who are here looking to earn a Pro 2 license what they have to stack up against.
So Dmitry already having his Formula D Pro 2 license and seeing battle and even a win, he's definitely has some experience. And if I was a competing driver here not holding a Pro 2 license, it's definitely somebody that I would love to drive with.
Yep.
And it's the same reason these guys want to push up to those higher ranks, that for whatever reason or another, Dmitry has more experience in things that these guys are striving to get to. And it's also a trust thing. They know that they can trust Dmitry is going to do confidently as much as he possibly can to do what the judges are looking for. And that little bit of confidence can both bite you, but also be a huge benefactor going into the rest of the run, especially in that chase position. Now, Dmitry coming back here and dialing in, drifting is not only about the fastest car, it's also how well you can adapt to drivers and your car to drivers in front of you. And we've seen a couple drivers this evening where they've had a few hiccups or bobbles due to a correction of a slower or just even a different chassis or car in front of them. So Dmitry's also getting massive amounts of practice following cars that necessarily don't do what he's expecting. And that sort of practice is hard to get to, especially in a real life situation. In today's day and age, we have simulators and all sorts of stuff to get tons of practice done. And I'm sure these guys are all practicing as much as they possibly can. So to see Dmitry come backwards and to get a more diverse seating can only be a testament to why he has a win already in the Pro 2.
Yeah, and what I love so much is that it's such a family affair. So his wife was calling and checking in on him, and his two sons, Jacob, who's 10 years old, and Andrew, who's 8, they were taking the tires off of the car. They were changing the tires and the wheels. It was amazing to see.
It's definitely cool to see Dmitry bring his entire family out here, and they're all helping for that one big cause. And they, of course, want to come out here with a win, but they're also taking it for a data point and everything else, and including his kids and changing tires. I mean, it seems like it's probably a cheap crew for him to travel with this evening, but it seems like those guys are doing exactly what's necessary, and that's super cool to see because Dmitry's car seems to be treating him super well this weekend.
Yeah, and you know, we have Alex Yeager who's out here too, who he's taking this the most seriously that he's ever taken it in years past. So he's really focusing. He has the car set up, dialed, and the right crew on board. And this story that I love, his spotter is Shayna, and that is his lady. So she came out to the September 20th event out in New Jersey and won that event. So she's been his spotter ever since, which I think is really cool. And of course, Moose is out here from Formula Drift wrenching on his car, who I just adore. And, you know, if he earns this Pro 2 license that we keep talking about, it's that golden ticket, right? he absolutely plans on competing. It's always been a dream of his. And he, again, wants to prove himself against a professional setting. So I feel like him going against Dmitry Brutsky right now is a really good barometer of where he needs to get to.
For sure. And that's also a testament, too, that these guys are fighting to go into that Pro 2 field. And having a Pro 2 driver here really sizes up everything. So these guys are going to go into battle with these drivers, really sets the bar to really understand if they're ready for the next stages.
So I think what we're going to do right now is, as the drivers are getting ready to get set up, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
The quality of Japanese craftsmanship. Brid.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are just getting ready to go into our undefeated bracket. That is going to be the battle between Alec Licklider and Nate Chen.
Both these guys piloting Toyota chassis, one claiming a GT86, the other an FRS. Both these guys have V8s under their hood, one being a naturally aspirated engine and another being a supercharged engine. They're going to be a similar battle here, but both these drivers have slightly different driving aspects. So here we see we got Licklider in the chase position, Nate Chen in the lead. You can see Nate Chen in that blue GT86
Whoa.
and Alec Licklider lighting the tires up early. Nate Chen right there on the wall, taking a wide line, comes down to a midline as Alec Licklider falls right in between them. Nate transitions past that touch and go. Both drivers just a little shy off. Comes through that front clip. Nate just grazing it. Alec taking it out. A little left foot brake as he works his way back to the door of Nate Chen as he goes through that second inner clip to that third inner clip. And a mishap from Licklider. A spin as he transitions through the first two inners. It looks like Nate Chen, a slightly different driving or line choice. Alex just couldn't capture what he needed to do. Definitely going to take a disadvantage in the second half of this battle here in the undefeated bracket.
Yeah, unfortunately for Alex, that will go down as an incomplete chase run. But we saw Nate Chen just jump off that line. So much horsepower, just chucking him down that straight away. And I mean, my goodness, the gap that he created between him and Alex going into outer zone 1, he transitioned so nicely into that touch and go. And again, Alex is doing a good job of mimicking his far off, I would say about a car length and a half away from Nate. But Nate, man, he just had that line dialed.
And you could see Alex was definitely trying to fix that proximity, may or may not have not enough grip, and underestimated the speed of Nate Chen's car. Now these drivers are back on the line. They have swapped positions. Nate Chen is in the chase. Alec Licklider taking the lead. We've definitely seen Alex be a little bit of a slower car through these other cars that are super gripped up. So let's see how this strategy works out for him. Both drivers work in. Nate Chen drops behind Alex as both drivers initiate by our Nobori flags over there, and they're going through the outside zone 1. Alex Leclerc holding a nice wide line, keeping it above that dotted line, transitioning in to that touch and go. Nate Chen still in the back of that FRS. That GT86 trying to push in and put some pressure into that outside zone. Alex doing a great job. Nate being patient, waiting for his gap to make his dive. Gives room to Alex Leclerc to make that transition to our third inner clip. Both drivers transition to our last and final outer zone. A little surge from Nate Chen as they both cross over the finish line. Makes some noise for both of these drivers. Putting on a great show here at Langley Speedway.
Wow, great run by both these drivers. And Nate Chen just in that chase position behind Alex. Alex just trying to make up for that oh my gosh, can you say that word for me? His mistake that he made, because now I messed that up. That's my mistake. Just trying to make up for the mistake that he made here on outside zone 2, spinning out.
And this is something where the spotters that are above us on this tower probably came into a play where Nate and his spotter may or may not have had a conversation where the differences of Alex's car. Seeing and picking up on that difference between the cars allowed Nate to show a little bit more patience and keep the car manipulated behind Alex, even though Alex had a slightly different chassis setup than Nate did. Definitely going to have to lean on the judges. And it looks like we have a winner. Nate Chen will take the win. Nate Chen gets the win. He's going to bump Alex Leclerc into our consolation bracket, and Nate Chen is going to move forward into our undefeated bracket.
It's a pretty tough looking wheel.
Finding a light wheel that looks good, it's not always the easiest thing.
It can be really stressful.
And welcome back to the USDrift Battle on the Bay FD Pro-Am here at Langley Speedway. We got our next two battles up and ready to go. We got Arietta taking a nice high line with Matt Bystrack trying to clean it up. Arietta throwing tire smoke all the way across that bank here at Langley Speedway. Transitions to that touch and go. Coming off of it extra early. Matt following him into that outside zone. Arietta has to curl it back into that front clip. And Bystrack's still there. Lets him transition. Comes behind the back of Arietta's E30 BMW. Bystrack, you can see his party lights on as he come across the finish line here.
Oh, bumper's gone.
And make some noise for both drivers, as obviously they're having a great time here. Our finish line ends where you can see those flashing lights on track, and these guys are staying in it. And Bystrack dragging his rear bumper away. Unnecessary components.
Right. These poor guys. So Matt Bystrack and Zabi Arrieta just doing a great job. And here we can see we have Bystrack that is in the chase position and just really chasing down Arrieta in the replay. So in your opinion, is that proximity too far away?
He's definitely putting in an active chase, and that's what we want these drivers to do, especially at a Pro-Am level. We understand that the drivers and cars are going to be massively spaced apart, so we want to see as much effort as possible. That goes for both drivers. We want that lead to put down what we expect to be a confident or a fluid run. And for the driver in the back, we definitely want the same thing. If you're running that car to its absolute maximum, but still holding and mimicking the line, it's actually, in a judge's eye, a benefit. Now, there's definitely a point where speed and car is going to come into a factor, but those kind of details are going to go down to where the judges are going to decide what's actually here. And guys are going to start picking poisons. You're going to see guys starting to chop lines, if you will, and taking a little bit of a deficit there to try to gain some points somewhere else and where their car is more suited. So whereas one lower horsepower car might do a little something weird on the bank, but that puts him in the right space through this touch and go to go into this front clip, we can definitely find an advantage there. And it looks like we're going to have a winner.
That is
Bystrack
yep.
takes the win. Matt Bystrack, congratulations, taking the win. Moving on into our next bracket here in that consolation. If you guys are just joining us either on the live stream or here at Langley Speedway, this is a double elimination format. So these drivers can take 2 losses during the weekend, and when they take a loss, they're going to jump into our consolation bracket. Our consolation bracket allows these drivers to battle out one more time where they can go and take on some of our winners out of our undefeated bracket. We have another car getting situated. That's Savage Garage S14 of Doug Lanciano and Christian Nelson in that orange 350Z warming up the tires in the burnout box right there at the Langley Speedway wall. These guys have races here every Saturday. They have Wacky Wednesdays. This Speedway's doing some really cool things. A lot of the fans here in the stands are locals, and they are seeing drifting here for the very first time, and we're super excited to be here. So we got our drivers back up on the line. You can see them on that Link engine management tent right there on the start line. We're just going to give a quick moment to our judges to get prepared and in position, make sure our track is up to par, and then we'll send our drivers and get right back to the action.
The next battle on the track, we have Christian Nelson versus Doug Lanciano. Now, Doug Lanciano is in that lead position. He's against that wall, heading into outside zone number 1.
And it looks like he's going to start putting the power down. He's going to try to walk that as close to that wall as possible. Doing a great job. Christian taking a mid-line. And it looks like a big straighten, a massive correction. Christian's going to have to shut it down for the safety of both drivers. And it looks like, unfortunately, that's going to be an incomplete for Doug.
Unfortunately, a really difficult run for both the drivers. It looked like Christian was really high on the bank, but then
Christian was actually a midline on the bank. Doug took that high line.
Doug took the Doug took the high line, and Christian had that low line off outer zone. Oh my gosh, outer zone 1, and then coming into that touch and go, just.
Yeah, Christian definitely made a little bit of a slight error in judging. It looks like he almost hiccuped to his initiation, killing the momentum of the car, not allowing him to take that same line as Doug. And then when he got up there, starting to put the pressure on, it looks like Doug shut it down, and I'm unsure what happened. It looks like Doug's car is back up on the starting line, so I don't
Was there
know
contact?
if it was a engine safety or if maybe he missed the gear and shut it down for safety. But we're going to get the second half of this battle underway as Christian Nelson in that 350Z is going to take the lead. And Doug already initiating a weird initiation and has to make a big correction, still holding angle. Christian taking a weird line as well. And Doug carrying a ton of speed makes a correction to stay on our course here. Christian starting to fall into the line that we like to see. Doug driving in the tire smoke of that 350Z. Nelson transitions past the front clip, that third inner clip. Doug's still right there. Both these drivers definitely made it entertaining the first half. Doug looks like he got a little lost through Christian's smoke in that last turn, but definitely pulled it over the line. Both drivers survived to fight another day, and it's going to have to go to the judges. Honestly, Doug made a couple mistakes that I don't know if he's going to be enough.
Well, that was a really interesting situation where it looked like we almost had a pass on our hands. So Christian Nelson out in the lead on that last run, and Doug Lanciano just initiated so early and so low on the bank. At a point, it looked like he was going to make a pass. He moved up higher towards the bank when Christian was already moving down into the touch and go. So Christian is already in inside clip number 1, and Doug looking like he's trying to make some adjustments in there.
Well, it looks like Doug came out of the hole and lit the tires up before he even decided to initiate, delivering as much power as possible, trying to keep up with Christian Nelson on those Kenda tires. And when Doug launched through, he anticipated Nelson to initiate. There's definitely going to be a review of where Christian did take his initiation point, as Doug did look like he whipped the car into initiation, and Christian, well, appeared to be in his way, at least from the driver's perspective, where he looked like he chose a tight line to save both himself and the car and his run. And it just looks like it may have been just a little too much sauce too early.
Yeah, and so all 3 judges have just come back with a one more time. So we're going to allow these drivers to go back out. So Christian Nelson and Doug Lanciano will do battle one more time and have another opportunity to clean up those mistakes.
Well, definitely maybe it was a little bit of a butterfly going into here. Maybe these guys have never driven before, and both these guys may have quirks that are coming into play now. The temperature, the track temperature dropping, the ambient air temperature dropping. There's a lot more grip to be found here on this track, and especially with the temperature forever going to get a little colder here as the battles go on. These guys are going to have to constantly adapt their cars. I wouldn't be surprised if these guys just found a little bit of an imbalance and then try to drive through it. Big kudos to both guys keeping these machines off of the walls and not into each other. But we're hoping through this one more time battle they can come back with something a little more what the judges are looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, there's that prescribed line that the judges have had 2 drivers' meetings about on Friday and also this morning. And the judges were talking about going very high on outside zone 1, as high as you possibly can. When we're talking about going high on the line, on this NASCAR track, you can see the dotted line, the last dotted line. That's where we want the front of the car tire wheels to be. So that's considered to be high. Once they come into this touch and go, again, going high off that line and hitting that touch and go will set them up for the rest of the track. Otherwise, they're making adjustments the whole entire time.
Langley Speedway is a great facility, and it's a nice wide track. There's definitely a ton of real estate that some of these guys are not utilizing to their maximum. Taking that nice high wide line sets you up really well to transition that momentum fluidly from our touch and go as close as possible to the wall back to this front clip here before we get to our second outer zone. That line choice is going to be critical to make sure that they hold their momentum fluidly all the way through here. And that's something I touched on earlier, that we really want to see these drivers floor it all the way past the fans here. Not only for our own entertainment here up in the tower and our fans over here in the grandstand, but we want to see a committed throttle from these guys, and especially with some track changes, I know it's going to be hard to find, but these guys are going to be pushing it to their extremes, trying to find that.
Absolutely. So let's do this. Let's take a deep breath. We're going to rack them and set them up again. Let the judges get organized, the drivers get everything together, and we will be right back with this US Drift Battle on the Bay FD Pro-Am licensing shootout.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
Welcome back to Langley Speedway US Drift's Battle on the Bay. Man, we have seen some wackiness, some wildness, some amazing battles on this track. And right now, what we're looking at is Dmitry Brutsky versus Alex Jaeger. So right now, we're on the consolation bracket side. And again, the consolation bracket, this allows drivers who've driven so many hours to come out here and get a second chance. When you think about how much time and effort and energy and money it takes to do this sport, to only be able to come out to one event and then be done, it's heart-wrenching.
Well, US Drift has definitely done a great job in adding an aspect that combines both what we see in Formula D and also what we would like to see here, and getting right back to it. Dmitry Brutsky taking that lead position. Alex Jaeger in that chase. Dmitry all up on the wall through that outside zone. Alex Jaeger taking that shorter, tighter line, but right there in the door, putting the pressure on through the touch and go. Alex doing a great job putting the pressure on Dmitry. Dmitry probably hearing that Jay-Z scream through his window as Alex is surging into that front ender clip. Doing a great job, gave him just enough room for that Z4 to transition and right back on the door handle. Alex doing a great job following this Pro 2 already licensed driver and pressure over the finish line. And we got our judges, a big round of applause. Dmitry with his hand out the window already, still on throttle. That is drifting, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause for Dmitry Brutsky and Alex Jaeger on a great first half of this battle.
Alex Jaeger, get some sun. That was so good. We have Dmitry Brutsky, again, who is a heads-up, straight-up driver. You know, Alex knows that he can really throw it in. That proximity was gorgeous. That is what the judges are asking for. So Dmitry Brutsky was out in the lead. Alex Jaeger's like, son, I am right here. I want to make sure that you know I'm right on your door. So going around that outside zone 2, and we have some flashing lights going on right now. Mike Perez, what What do you think is happening?
It looks like our safety team is going to address Alex Yeager. It looks like he had a small thermal event under the hood there. And we're not sure what exactly is going on, but he is out of the car. Everyone seems to be in relaxed state there, so everyone seems to be okay. Unfortunately, that may or may not take Alex Yeager out of competition today. This being in a battle in our consolation bracket, he cannot afford another loss here. And pushing these cars to their absolute limit definitely finds their flaws. These guys have been putting these cars together, and I can definitely speak from experience where these guys are putting everything they can and almost finding the best way to do things almost by failure. And unfortunately, it looks like this small failure from Alex may or may not end his time here. You can see Dmitry Buski is out of his car, checking on his fellow driver, and that's something else that is so amazing about drifting here. These guys, they are holding each other up, making sure that they're getting out here. Alex borrowing parts from other competitors throughout here. Unfortunately, I don't know if I'm going to be able to see Alex Yeager come back. He does have a competition five-minute timeout. Well, while we get our drivers situated here and make sure that everybody's safe and the track is suited for competition, and we thank you for your patience as we get our drivers ready for battle. You see Christian Nelson over there, and Alex Yeager's out of his car. Dmitry Buski's out of his car. We'll get right back to the action here after a short commercial break.
It's a pretty tough looking wheel.
Finding a light wheel that looks good, it's not always the easiest thing.
It can be really stressful.
All right, we're back here at the USDrift Battle on the Bay FD Pro-Am here at Larry King Law's Langley Speedway. It appears, I heard over the radio, that Alex Yeager had a little bit of debris that caught fire on his exhaust manifold. So the car is okay. Alex should be ready for competition. A little bit of a scare. Maybe he just wanted to stretch his legs a little bit of an ice block to both drivers as they're going to have to go into the second half of this battle. Dmitry Buski doing a fantastic lead run, allowing Alex to really push the limits here. So now Alex Yeager is going to take a lead lap. He's going to have to do the same thing for Dmitry, try to best him, try to run away as Dmitry gives the best chase he possibly can. Both these drivers are extremely talented and they're ready to rock. So as soon as both drivers are back up in the line, we get right back into the action here. And it looks like we got some movement from Yeager, and it looks like both drivers are going to start to work their way back to the starting line. I don't know yet if they're going to warm up their tires, and it looks like they're not going to need to. Alex Yeager pulling up in that lead position, Dmitry Buski in the chase. I'm ready for this one.
Oh, man, I am so excited. We have Dmitry Brutsky that is in that chase position. Again, this driver that has so much professionalism, and we have Alex Yeager out in the lead. He's up against the wall, going down that straightaway. He's coming up to outside zone number 1.
And Alex does. He's all the way up on that line. And Dmitry right there, holding the pressure in proximity. A little left foot brake as they go into the touch and go. Both drivers doing a great job. Alex right there on that front clip, and Dmitry mimicking that line beautifully. Alex filling that outside zone too. Great, going to that second inner clip. Dimitri's still there, giving him a little bit of room through these front clips as he works his way. He's probably going to make a dive here at that last outer zone, and Alex keeps him away. And Dmitry Brutsky, a spin at our last outer zone before the finish line. Burning off tires for you guys. An unfortunate turn of events. Alex Yeager with a solid lead drive. I don't know if he's going to be able to come back from that one.
No, unfortunately, because he... Oh, Dmitry, you are a great sport, man. We loved having you out here and driving with these drivers. Man, these tandem battles were incredible, and Dmitry Brutsky just doing a great send-off. He knows his night's over. He wasn't able to complete his run, you know, and looking at this line, Dmitry gave quite a bit of room from Alex, and you know, that proximity wasn't quite there that Alex was really pouring on in his chase run. So Dmitry doing a great job, and yeah, Alex, well done.
Maybe a little bit of a scenario of fire and ice here, where that little thermal event may have put Dmitry on a little bit of an ice and may have given him a little bit of an advantage. And that's part of this racing here. There's so many aspects that go into here. And unfortunately, Dmitry just couldn't keep it together. Alex did a great job. He'll move into that next bracket. And unfortunately, Brutsky is done in this weekend battling the consolation.
You know, in the back of my mind, I have to wonder, was that spin intentional? Because Brutsky doesn't want to take away a spot from Alex Yeager. And Alex trying so hard, could it be tactics? Could it be Brutsky just wanting to come out?
I don't think so. I think Dmitry was just trying to give the most he possibly can.
Me too.
I think Yeager was stepping out and maybe had a little bit more speed in the car, and Dmitry didn't anticipate that. But that jumps us right into our next battle. Doug Lanciano, Christian Nelson. Doug taking that initiation up high on the bank. You can see his taillights going off of the wall. Moves into, and a small correction. Christian, very low on the bank, but tries to meet at the touch and go. Transitions at the same time, trying to fall behind Doug's S14 as they work there into the outside zone 2. Both drivers doing a great job. A little bit of bobbles from Doug as he repicks his line. Christian diving in on him through that front clip now, putting the pressure on as Doug makes another small correction. Christian, a great transition to the outside zone, holding that proximity all the way across the finish line. And a great chase by Christian Nelson, even with Doug doing a slight little bobble in the lead. But both overall, a great drive from both drivers.
You know what I love? When the judges get hyped and when the judges are clapping for the drivers, man, that's when you know that these guys are really pouring it on. So a great run by Christian Nelson and Doug Lanciano. So Lanciano was out in front, got really high on that wall outside zone number 1. That's exactly what the judges are looking for. And now coming into the touch and go, it looked like Lanciano was he was too far out. In my opinion, he did miss that. I think that Christian did a really great job in following and mimicking the leader. So, yeah, look at that movement.
There's definitely
so good.
some patience and some confidence here. And we're going to get the second half of the battle here, and we'll see if that translates through as Nelson takes that lead position. Doug, a few car lengths behind, but really putting the power down and starts to suck into that 350Z on the bank, almost bringing more speed than Nelson out into that touch and go. Nelson does a great job past that touch and go and transitions to that front clip. And a big over, but keeps it together. And Doug, an amazing transition and patience through that outside zone as Chris Nelson brings it back online, and Doug is right back on the door of the 350Z. I'm sure his spotter told him this was do or die, and Doug is trying to put it down, and it looks like a misshift into that last outer zone. These drivers are definitely keeping it entertaining here. A big round of applause for both guys. They're definitely throwing it out and throwing it down. This is good stuff.
This is great stuff is what this is. So Christian Nelson and Doug Lanciano in that one more time battle. So These gentlemen getting another opportunity, again, to clean up the mistakes that they had earlier. So Christian Nelson out on that lead run, going down that straightaway, really high up on that bank. He dives down. I feel like Doug was higher, but the job as a chase driver is to mimic everything that the lead car is doing. So a little bit too high. He should have come down a little bit shallower, following Christian, and those drivers just coming out inside clip 3 and then crossing that finish line at outside zone number 3.
Definitely a line choice is going to come into a factor here. And we do have a decision. Doug Lanciano is going to take the win there. Congratulations to Doug, holding on to that undefeated bracket, throwing Christian Nelson down into our consolation bracket. His weekend is not done here. Let's see if he can take those mistakes that he made through this battle, correct them, and see if he can pull a win back in that other bracket, our consolation bracket here at the Battle on the Bag.
Now, what I would love to do is bring in head judge Ryan Lontaine. And Lontaine, if you wouldn't mind discussing what we just saw between Doug Lanciano and Christian Nelson.
Yeah, the reason we went with Doug Lanciano is that Christian Nelson in his lead run over-rotated inside clip 1 to the point where it wouldn't be chaseable. He got the car pointed almost backwards there and came to a stall and then kind of drifted straight. The tires were spinning, but he wasn't really drifting anymore. So we had to incomplete that run for him. And when Lanciano was leading, he did a good job. He had a couple of bobbles. He wasn't super precise on his lead run, but he put down a lead run that was scoreable. So lead to lead, in comparison, Lanciano did have the advantage there. Now, Lanciano was a little bit sloppy in his chase near the finish line, but Christian Nelson had already incompleted at inside clip 1, so the run was over. As soon as the lead driver incompletes anywhere on the track, the run is essentially over at that point. And we do that for safety reasons. We don't want the chase driver to be forced to maybe pass a lead driver that has spun out or hit the wall or something like that. So over the years, we've developed a rule. We just say, as soon as the lead driver incompletes, the run is over. That way it's safe. We're not forcing the chase driver to potentially pass somebody who's stopped dead on the track and could cause a pretty serious crash.
Right. So in your opinion, with Doug moving forward, what does he need to do to clean up his next battle?
Well, we saw earlier in the first battle, before the One More Time battle, where he, coming off the bank, he kind of straightened up and just drove off the track. He didn't complete the course. And we had heard from potentially his spotter that said he didn't feel that he had the room to make his transition coming back down to inside to the touch and go area here. So I think he needs to be more precise. Okay. He seems to be off of a couple of areas of the track. He was pretty high in outside zone 1 on his runs, but then he would miss the touch and go. He would maybe be off of the inside clip 1 area. So he just needs to tighten it up and be more precise to the scored areas.
Okay, so we'll see Doug move forward, and Christian Nelson will go into the consolation bracket.
That's correct.
Yeah. So Christian Nelson's night is not over. Doug Lanciano is going to see Nate Chen in battle.
Yeah, so Nate Chen's been putting down some pretty great runs. He's been really high in outside zone 1, and he's been pretty precise out there on the track. And he's proven that he's very fast. If you remember one of his earlier battles, he blew away the chase car running up to initiation. Yep. And it wasn't just on the run-up that he pulled away from him, but as he went through the course, he kept pulling away. So he's a very fast driver that's able to be precise throughout the scored areas of the track. So Lanciano's got to be on his A game in the lead position. He's got to lay down a very precise run, so he's going to have to work on that. I don't know when he has a chance to work on that. I guess he's going to have to work on it in his head before he gets out there for his battle. And when he's chasing Chen, he's going to have to give him no space. He's going to have to be as close as possible on his door, basically all the way around outside zone 1, or he's not going to have a chance because Chen is fast and precise. That's a deadly combination. Some guys are precise, but they're a little slower. Some guys are fast, but they're not precise, which gives you an advantage because they're not fulfilling their lead driver responsibilities. So when you've got a driver like Chen that does both, it's pretty tricky to beat somebody like that.
Yeah, I agree. Well, Ryan Lontaine, thank you so much for that very precise breakdown. I really appreciate your expertise. So right now we are going to take a few minutes and allow the judges to talk, get back to where you need to go, and get our drivers ready to go. So this is US Drift Battle on the Bay FD Pro-Am Shootout.
The quality of Japanese craftsmanship. Brid.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
And welcome back to the US Drift Battle on the Bay FD Pro-Am. We got our next two drivers up on the line. We have Rich Whiteman in that 2000 Toyota JZX 100 with that 1JZ VVTi engine up against Matt Bystrack sporting that TireStacks.com S13 hatches Gas Factory boys. Both of these guys are local to Club Lou's. Both these guys are driven a ton together, and Rich Whiteman taking a large, wide line, and Matt keeping it confidently right there. A small correction for Matt as they transition to the touch and go. Rich, a great angle to that touch and go. Matt giving him plenty of room to maneuver that big chaser all the way into that outside zone 2. Matt knows he can put the pressure on, and Rich is a confident driver as Rich flows that big car into our last inner clip. Matt's still there, giving him a little room to transition and dive to our last outside zone. Can they keep it together over the finish line and do a great job? Another great lap here at the US Drift Battle on the Bay.
Heck yes, and again, the judges up here are clapping for this battle that just went down. An unbelievable job. The talent here is immense, and I love seeing these drivers leaving everything on the table because they can leave this event being so proud of themselves because every single driver out here, every single team member have given their all. They've given their best, and this is what it's all about. This is where the dreams, they started many years ago, but this is the stepping stone.
It is, and a lot of these guys have worked really hard to get to this point.
Yep.
And to start to see all those fruits of that labor come of all places here at Langley Speedway, while they're actually hunting down for one of those 5 FD Pro licenses, these guys I know have to be hyped because just the driving alone is exciting.
Yep.
And to get judges to clap is definitely a feat. So
Yeah.
these guys are definitely going out and doing exactly what we're asking of them. Rich took a great wide line all the way through. You can see that giant Smile Factory banner on the back of that JZX 100. And Matt did a great job behind him.
Yes.
A few corrections to get back under where he needed to be, but gave him the patience and the room for Rich's slightly slower transitioning and bigger car to do what he needed to do. Matt did a great job. Both drivers did a fantastic job. We got them back on the line, swapped around, Rich taking the chase, and now Matt to take the lead position.
Yes, absolutely. So Rich Whiteman, you know, when I was chatting with him yesterday, he's so humble, and he's such a humble guy, and he was just so excited to be out here and drive with his buddies, and for him to be coming out here at USDrift Battle on the Bay and just laying it down again. I feel like he is one of the guys to beat out here.
Rich has definitely taken this year and showcased that he is a threat to these guys, and so has Matt Bystrack. Both these guys kind of taking a more fun route over the years, driving cars, Rich traveling to Japan. These guys love this sport for what it is, and to see them come and showcase these skills at this stage is really cool, especially since I've grown up with these guys. I've watched them develop as drivers, build multiple cars over the years. They're doing a fantastic job, so I'm super excited to see the second half of this battle.
Me too. So unfortunately, we are getting official word that Matt Bystrack, who's already used his competition timeout, has broken an axle. So unfortunately for Matt Bystrack, because he already used that competition timeout earlier, he doesn't have another one, and his night has now unfortunately come to an end.
An unfortunate turn of events, so please, by all means, make a massive amount of noise for Matt Bystrack, doing a great job here. And also make some noise for my dad as he drives past victory lane. He's going to take the win out of this battle. Rich Whiteman will move on to the next bracket battle here in the consolation. Rich Whiteman doesn't have his work done for him now. He's on the next bracket, and he'll have to battle against Christian Nelson. Christian Nelson in that orange 350Z, a very aggressive and confident driver as well. Definitely going to be a good battle to watch.
Oh, yeah. I'm so excited to see that. And again, we're looking at the consolation bracket. That's Christian Nelson against Rich Whiteman. And here we have Alex Yeager that has...
He's going to be taking a bye run, showcasing that his car is still fit for competition here. Alex has been doing a great job all weekend. He initiates a nice high line, taking this practice and really up on that wall, running that zone all the way through. With clean air in front of him, transitions to the touch and go. Flicks that front inner clip, working into that outside zone too. You can hear the throttle modulation as he tries to peel the car back into that clip, a little far off that front clip. Probably testing out his limitations and the flow and where the car really wants to go. Tend to take some of this data into his next battle here. And it looks like he's going to be going up against Alex Licklider, who he's already seen today. He's already seen him through our undefeated bracket. So these guys are going to go see battle again. Licklider and Alex Yeager. Whew. These guys are definitely building a feud at this point.
Heck yeah, that was the third battle that we saw today. So now these two drivers, Alec Licklider and Alex Yeager, are facing off again. So I wonder if this is going to be an... What's the word I'm looking like an advancement for the guys, because they already know what they need to do in order to beat the other drivers. So
there's definitely going to be some strategy going in here. These guys already understanding in a battle format what these guys are capable of, what their cars are capable of. These guys are definitely going to be looking into how that car and how their opponent's car reacted to themselves. This is where the spotters and drifting come crucially. We have guys up top of us, over top of our judges and announcing tower, looking over what's happening, watching every driver. Some guys even going as far as timing runs to figure out how fast some of these guys are. That information and data being relayed to our drivers is super important. And I really think this is going to come down to not only our Battle of the Alexes version 2, but it's really going to come down to our spotter battle. Both these guys have really fought well through the entire weekend. It's going to come down to how well they learned and adapted to each other from their previous battle earlier.
Yeah, so it was Alex Licklider that kept his way through the championship bracket. He just recently has come into the consolation bracket. Alex Yeager was the one that got knocked out in the battle of the two Alexes version 1. So Alex Yeager has been fighting his way through this consolation round. He doesn't want another loss.
No, and both of these guys being in the consolation bracket cannot take another loss. If
Right.
these guys want to win one of these 5 Formula D Pro licenses, they need to take a win here. And both these guys have fought hard all weekend to even get to this point, taking losses at different time. It could come into a factor where Licklider has a little less momentum coming fresh off of a loss, where Yeager has been fighting, coming back with some wind in his sail, taking some wins from away in this consolation bracket. It definitely can come into a factor. Drifting is just as much mental as it is physical, as it is the engineering of the car.
Yeah.
These guys are working definitely really hard, and coming from experience, they're doing a great job. And I'm
Absolutely.
really proud to see a lot of these drivers out here pushing it and pushing themselves and even pushing each other and sharing that. Seeing guys share parts and make sure that all these guys stay out so they can beat them at their best is what drifting is.
Absolutely. This is the community of drift. So let's just take a little breather for just a minute. We are going to just play this out and let the drivers get to the line.
The quality of Japanese craftsmanship. Brid.
We're at Nate, Doug. in the chase position, followed and Doug Lanciano in the lead, already high on the bank in outside zone 1. Nate Chen doing a great job of mimicking
Doug filling that hole zone. A little late into that touch and go. A weird line for Nate Chen to follow. He works his way into that outside zone too, though. Lorette, how much do you think that weird line choice is going to come into a factor here?
You know, it's going to set them up for the entire rest of the track. And if these guys are trying to make adjustments the entire time, that fluidity, that commitment isn't really as smooth as the judges want. So they're looking for commitment, which we can absolutely see both drivers have. But again, it's that momentum that keeps them moving, and especially off that start, down the straightaway, outside zone 1. Again, the judges have prescribed a very specific high line for the guys to get into the touch and go. And now the touch and go, they're just supposed to, what we love to see is for them to graze the wall. We want them to fill that zone. If they're touching the outside line of it, we're going to see some point deductions.
It's definitely difficult for our chase drivers to fall into that line, expecting our driver to be a whole car length different onto the track. So we'll see how that plays into our second half of our battle here, as we got both of these guys back up in the line. Nate Chen taking the lead, Doug Lanciano in the chase. Doug just lighting the tires up right off the bat. Nate Chen running away. As Doug's not going to let him get away that easily, trying to put the power down. Let's see if he does that line choice again to try to make up some proximity. No, he follows Nate on a great line, mimics his line, a few car lengths back, a little deep in that outside zone as Nate holds his position. Nate holding his composure through that front inner clip and transition to our third inner clip. Doug's still on the outside, a lot of left foot braking. It looks like he might have gone too far, igniting a little bit of rubber on the track with a backfire, and definitely a show here. Give a round of applause for Nate Chen and Doug Lanciano. Fireworks here. Fireworks here.
Fire and fireworks. So Nate Chen and Doug Lanciano. Man, Nate Chen is just so fast coming out of that chicane and just down that straightaway so fast, lining himself up really high on that outside zone number 1. He's doing a great job. You can see he's creating a lot of smoke, a lot of tire smoke, filling that touch and go zone. Now he comes into inside clip 1, maybe a little bit too far outside zone 2. Maybe not as smooth, but inside clip 2 to inside clip 3. And we have a unanimous decision. All 3 judges have said Nate Chen is moving on.
It was definitely cool to see Doug Lanciano even following Nate's aggressive line, taking probably more speed than he's ever taken through this course, and following Nate through that line. There's a lot of commitment to come down off of that bank with a ton of speed, stay on throttle committed, and basically aim your car for this light pole right here where a bunch of our media guys are hanging out right here on Victory Lane. That's a lot to ask of somebody. A bunch of fear factor comes in, and it was cool to see him take that a little bit of initiative, letting Nate guide him into almost the danger zone, and him doing a great job. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough for him to take the win here, and Nate moves on. Our next battle up, you can see Christian Nelson warming up his tires. He's going to take that lead position up against Rich Whiteman in that chaser, in the chase position. Make some noise for your favorite driver as Christian Nelson takes that lead position. Rich Whiteman in the chase. Christian comes up and initiates. We want a nice high, wide line, and it looks like Christian's going to deliver. Rich trying to get that relatively stock Toyota to follow Christian, and does a great job shallowing up a little angle to hold that proximity as Christian does a great job, presses that front inner clip, and so does Rich. A small correction, a little left foot brake as he starts to put the pressure on as Nelson massages that 350Z past our front inner clip, past front inner clip 3. Rich is still there. Still on the door, doing a great job holding the pressure in. A little bit of a dive into that outside zone from Rich, but overall a great run from both of these drivers.
Yeah, I thought the guys both did a really great job. For me, Christian was a little bit smoother than Rich. I feel like Rich did a great job, but coming off of that outside zone 1, Christian just was really high on the bank. In my opinion, I felt like Rich was a little bit lower. So that touch and go wasn't perfectly set up for Rich, and we throughout the night have seen him just laying down these pristine exacting runs. So again, he is moving into that lead run position. Rich Whiteman is now the leader, and Christian Nelson will give chase.
Yeah, definitely you can see where maybe the horsepower and the weight coming into a factor, and where just the overall speed of Christian Nelson's 350Z, especially on those Kenda Kara 20s, they initiate Rich right on the wall, and you can see Christian having a more grip in that car, the ability to suck in and drop back and have a line choice. Rich doing a fantastic job keeping his composure. Nelson right there, huge angle from Christian. That was awesome. An aggressive transition. He's right back on the door of Rich Whiteman, trying to do as much as he can to stay as close as possible. Rich, that big car, transitions past that third inner clip as Nelson still has the pressure on. And a good dive, a lot of composure, and a great run here from Christian Nelson. And also a big round of applause for Rich Whiteman, giving him a fantastic lead run for a fantastic show here at Langley Speedway.
Absolutely. Yeah, Rich Whiteman just put down a really great lead run. Christian Nelson, I mean, the proximity that he was on with Rich Whiteman was beautiful to watch. So again, it was Rich Whiteman that was in that lead run and Christian Nelson giving chase. Now, as you see the drivers initiating, both Whiteman is very high on the wall. You can see Christian is a little bit further down. Touch and go, both drivers filled out that zone, and now they're going into inside clip number 1. What do you think, Mike?
This run was definitely cool to watch. Rich having a slightly less horsepower than Christian Nelson's V8 Power 350Z. You could see Nelson having to make strategic changes to the way he was doing things. On his initiation alone, he had to step back and gave him room, and it's going to pay off because Christian Nelson's going to take the win, taking out Rich Whiteman out of our consolation bracket. That'll be the end of the weekend here for Rich Whiteman. Dad, you did a great job, but Christian Nelson is going to move on to our next bracket. All right, you can see Alex Yeager warming up his tires, having that small thermal event. He's right back at it. He's ready to go. We got Alex Licklider on the lead. This is the Battle of the Alexes version 2. These guys have already seen battle, our third battle today. They've already kind of figured out what each other's capable of. Yeager taking that loss, and then Licklider taking a loss later. We'll see how that mental game is going to come into play.
That's a great point, that mental game, where Yeager knows that he lost to Licklider earlier, and now he wants to take that win. He wants that redemption. He wants to make it past this round because, again, five licenses.
Die.
Yep.
Speaking of do or die, Alex Licklider is taking that lead position, and Alex putting the pressure on immediately. Alex doing a great job keeping his composure. A great wide line from Alex Licklider as he can pull it back into touch and go.
No.
And it looks like Alex tried to take his line. Both drivers doing a fantastic job avoiding each other. But look, everybody give a wave to Alex Licklider, giving you a round of applause as Yeager finishes off the lap, burning some tires for your enjoyment. Definitely some high stakes, high speed driving here going on.
So Alex Yeager finishes his run, and he's coming back, and we have Licklider giving him the thumbs up. Drivers chatting to, yep, we gave him a high five. Heck yeah, man.
Make some noise for both drivers. Alex lighting them up.
You Alexes are awesome, and that's all I have to say about that.
Alex version 2 battle is pretty
I
cool.
loved it. Oh, man.
Seriously, an amazing amount of kudos to Licklider for holding on to that. Alex Yeager looks like he shut it down, had to deliver the power a little lower. It looks like he almost got pinched by Lighter's aggressive line choice. Alex held on to that outer zone maybe a little too long, forcing him to have to scrub a ton of speed to get back down to the touch and go, ultimately taking away Alex Yeager's line. When he did that, Alex had nowhere to go, but both drivers did a fantastic job of avoiding each other.
Yep.
So we're going to have to go to the judges on the final decision of who ultimately is at fault, but we can bring it back to our second half of the battle where Yeager's going to take the lead position and Licklider will take the chase.
And at this point, we have Alex Yeager in the lead. There's quite a bit of difference there.
Jump. A bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for him. And Yeager all the way up on the wall. Licklider doing his own thing. Both these guys are putting on a show. Make some noise for both drivers. They come past their stands here. Yeager's doing a good job filling out that outside zone. Licklider looks like he's going for a Sunday cruise a couple car lengths behind. Alex avoiding that front clip. I'm not 100% sure where the strategy is for both of these drivers, but make some noise for both of them as they come across the finish line. Definitely getting weird out here now.
Well, my initial thought was Alex Licklider didn't want to have anything happen to Alex Yeager's car. And so in the name of self-preservation, I feel like maybe he just stalled off the line a little bit so that Alex Yeager could do his own run and that there was some separation and some safety.
I think Yeager had a little much in there, and I think Licklider maybe overestimated how much was going on. We'd have to really lean on the judges to see how long he waited there, but I think Licklider tried to take a little bit of an advantage by taking the jump, which he is allowed to do. But it looks like we're getting our judges' voters to pop in. We have 2 votes in, and it's unanimous. Alex Yeager will move on in the Battle of the Alexes version 2. Alex Yeager will move on in a great fought battle from Alex Licklider all weekend. Unfortunately, going to end his time here, but Alex Yeager will go up against Christian Nelson in our next bracket in the consolation. All right, as we get our drivers situated, their tires swapped, this would be a good time to go on a bathroom break, grab some snacks, visit who you need to visit. We're going to go on a short commercial break, and we'll get right back to the action here at the USDrift Battle on the Bay FD Pro-Am, and a big thank you to Langley Speedway.
It's a pretty tough looking wheel.
Finding a light wheel that looks good, it's not always the easiest thing.
It can be really stressful.
噂のバリバリバリのバリのタイヤ
quality of Japanese craftsmanship.
Poker face. Poker face.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
If you're joining us on Embassy Gold Track Pass, welcome back to the USDrift Battle on the Bay FD Pro-Am here at Larry King Law's Langley Speedway. It has been a fantastic event here already. I've had a bunch of fun. There's great food, great people, great cars, a great atmosphere, music. There's a pit full of my friends. I get to announce drifting. I'm sitting next to Lorette Nickel. I'm sitting next to some FD judges. I don't even know how I got here. So it's definitely been an amazing day so far, and we're getting into our final battles here. We're waiting for our drivers to get their vehicles prepped and ready. Our next battle up, Christian Nelson and Alex Yeager. Both these drivers have been working extremely hard. Both these drivers are in our consolation bracket, so they have one more life. This is all they get.
Yep.
One more loss, and both these drivers are done for this weekend. So we're definitely going to want to see the best we possibly can, and both these drivers are both pushing these cars to their absolute limit. So this is where mechanical failures, overheating really start to come into a play. And this is where that time where these drivers are prepping those vehicles, oncing over, is both crucial for both not only getting a win, but also the safety of both the driver and the asset alike.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like we're very lucky out here with the weather this weekend. It's been so good. Last night there was this really heavy mist and dew that came in and sat, you know, in this bowl here, and it created a lot of condensation and it created a lot of slip on the track as well. So tonight, a really still night. We got a little bit concerned that it was so still that smoke was going to sit here, but
we'd be drifting if we didn't have a little bit of a chance of rain.
Right.
I feel like every time we go drifting, there's always a small chance, but luckily, Langley Speedway has been treating us great. The weather here has been great. I mean, we've had nothing in the sky but F-22 fighter jets, so I cannot complain. Our drivers are still getting ready, so please bear with us. We definitely appreciate your guys' patience, and I'm sure these drivers do as they're rushing around, chickens with their head cut off in the pit. They guys have brought friends and family. These guys are a low budget tier and really trying to make this work. So their entire force, their friends, their families out there making this happen for them. They're working diligently. So we appreciate your patience with us and the drivers, and we'll get right back to the action as quickly as possible here.
It's a pretty tough looking wheel.
Finding a light wheel that looks good, it's not always the easiest thing.
It can be really stressful.
You to please step away from the pit, stay away from both for your safety and also the distraction with these Been driving for a long time. That Nissan TirestX.com Purple Gas Factory Coupe. A great car. Has been treating him well, and he's been driving great. Going up against Christian Nelson, a 29-year-old out of North Carolina, sporting that orange 350Z.
sporting a V8 engine, a 5.7 LS1. He's got a BC Racing coilovers, Graham Light wheels, Kenda KR20s, and a big shout to Wallace Fab for helping put that car together. Also, a big shout to Freedom Motorsports in Pennsylvania. I know they've also helped him as well. All of us here are a big, massive family, so these guys have been helping each other even progress and get parts all weekend long. I'm really looking forward to seeing this battle. Both these guys are super aggressive. Alex has been doing a great job. Christian has definitely come out with something to prove. So this next battle is going to be exciting.
Welcome back to US Drift Battle on the Bay. This is a Formula Drift Pro-Am licensing event. Now, we have been talking about those golden tickets. We are awarding 5 Pro 2 licenses. This is the next step of these drivers' dreams of accomplishing moving into Formula Drift. That is the Pro 1 series. That is the premier series that these drivers are looking forward to compete in. Right now, we have Christian Nelson and Alex Yeager. We are going to have Christian Nelson in the chase position. Alex Yeager will be the lead driver. He is up against the wall. And again, this is going to be such a great battle.
It definitely is, and it looks like our drivers are off the line, and they're coming down. Alex taking that lead position. Christian Nelson right there trying to put the pressure on early as both drivers work. Both drivers up high on the wall. Christian coming off a little early as he's trying to make up that space and dive in on that touch and go right there to the door. Transition pass, keeping that proximity on. Maybe a little bit of left foot brake could have saved Christian there as Alex works his way into that front inner clip. Christian's keeping his composure. It looks like a big straighten correction from Christian Nelson as Alex Yeager holds his composure all the way through that last outside zone. Then a great job by both drivers. A little bit of a hiccup there from Christian. He's definitely going to have to hold an aggressive amount of momentum going into the second half of this battle, but a great job from both guys nonetheless.
I feel like Christian knows that there is some work that he needs to make up now. Unfortunately, it looked like he straightened a little bit, was maybe making some more adjustments than Alex Yeager was. So it was Alex Yeager, he was out in front, followed by Christian Nelson. So really got high up on that wall, started the early initiation. It looked like Christian had dropped down a little bit. Both drivers filling out that touch and go inside clip. And then right there, that's where Christian Nelson went a little bit wide on outside zone 2. So the drivers coming in and making really good use of inside clip 3 to outer zone 3.
Definitely see where line choice is coming into a factor here. And we'll see if they can make the right line as Nelson taking that lead position up, and Yeager trying to put the pressure on early. Christian Nelson up on that high line. Yeager taking a midline, a little less angle we like to see, but meets back before the touch and go. Nelson a ton of angle. Yeager giving him space and dives into that outside zone and holds his position all the way into the outside zone too. Nelson unshaken goes into that inner clip. Alex still right there, lets that 350Z transfer as both drivers work their way into our last and final outside zone. Alex surges into the door of the 350Z, and a great battle here by Alex Yeager and a great lead run by Christian Nelson. Exciting stuff. It's great driving here. Alex is doing a great job. Christian's giving him enough of a window to even make those types of moves. This is good drifting.
This is great drifting. And good for these guys for throwing it down. Really great lead runs and really great chase runs. I think both drivers made a few mistakes that the judges are now watching the replay. So we're watching Christian Nelson's lead run, and Alex Yeager unfortunately made a correction on that touch and go. He didn't fill the zone, came out a little bit wide. Alex doing a great job. That proximity, man, is so good.
Definitely made Christian understand that he was next to him.
Yep.
When you're driving, and especially with the open window of that 350Z, you can hear everything out of the engine of that other car.
So we're just awaiting our judges, Reese and Dan. And Ryan, we say Alex Yeager takes the win.
Unfortunately, ending Christian Nelson's weekend here, but a great battle by Christian Nelson. Alex is going to take that win. He's going to go up against Doug Lanciano in our consolation bracket. Doug, just taking a loss recently, just jumped into this consolation bracket. Now Alex also only having one life left. Both these guys are going to have to pull out a win to move on, to take on our winners of our undefeated bracket, and that's Nate Chen. Nate Chen is sitting pretty with that GT86, with that V8 built, that committed service brand, and he's waiting for his opponent. And Nate still has 2 lives, and this is where it gets really interesting. So Nate, if he can pull out a win of his next battle, and we'll find that contestant out after our next battle of Doug and Alex, that winner of that consolation bracket now has to beat our undefeated winner twice. So not only has he to go out there and better the driver that hasn't taken a loss all day, but he has to do it 2 times. And it's definitely a feat, but it's not impossible. I've seen drivers come back, and sometimes even working with that momentum from the loser's bracket and taking that swing all the way to the end. So Nate definitely doesn't have to chalk anybody out. Alex and or Doug Lanciano can come back and steal this win from Nate Chen. So Nate's not done working. All these guys' teams are going to be working super hard to make sure this works. So hang tight with us. We'll be right back to the action here shortly, and we'll be... I can't even speak. I'm so excited. Thank you guys for coming out and hanging out with us at the US Drift Battle in the Bay FD Pro Am. We'll be back shortly.
Quality of Japanese craftsmanship. Brid.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
Welcome back to Langley Speedway. We are just getting set up for our last battles of the night. So we are looking at Doug Lanciano versus Alex Yeager, and whoever wins will face Nate Chen. Now, Nate Chen has gone undefeated all day in that champions bracket. So as you were talking about, he has to get beaten twice, because it wouldn't be fair if he goes through the entire undefeated bracket and then takes a loss and then gets second.
Well, that's the advantage of coming out here with a setup or a comfortability in the chassis and taking those wins. He gets 2 lives to get a chance of taking a win here. He's basically already locked in a Formula D Pro 2 license, and he's going to be battling it out. On the winner of our next battle is Doug Lanciano and Alex Yeager. The loser of this battle will take home 3rd place this evening. So both these guys have already put together an amazing amount of work, and for them, a little prematurely, may or may not be already enough, but these guys aren't going to stop fighting.
No.
Keep going. They want to take home the ultimate W and take that
For
momentum
sure.
all the way up to the pro level.
Yep.
They want to come in with some confidence. They want to show up to that Pro 2 field and really boast about how they took out some drivers and this entire field of amazing drivers over here at Langley Speedway, and come in with a bunch of momentum, not only for their partners alike, but it's just a good feeling to go in to, especially the big leagues, with that much.
Yeah, absolutely. And these guys have never taken a handout. They've never taken the easy route to get here. And so for them, these lion hearts that have been putting everything on the line, there's no way that that pressure is off for Doug Lanciano and Alex Yeager or even Nate Chen. Man, they want to prove themselves. They don't want to go into Pro 2 on, a soft note. They want to come in roaring.
No one wants to be questioned why.
Right.
They
Yep.
want to go in confidently, and that confidence is what's going to bring them a win, just like Dimitri did in Seattle. So we're definitely going to see some aggressive driving. These guys want it. Both have been doing an amazing job. Doug Lanciano has been taking some weird lines, but his last battle with Nate Chen, which got him into the consolation bracket, may or may not have unlocked a very fast, aggressive line to get down to that touch and go. If he can keep that composure together, Alex Yeager is going to definitely have a battle on his hand, because Doug has a very fast car. And you can see Doug has been wrestling that car and try to dial it in all weekend, while Alex Yeager has a little bit more of a balance point and feels really comfortable in it. So you're going to see 2 completely different driving styles and cars and horsepower level. These guys are really going to mix it up, and it's going to be a great battle.
Heck yeah, I am so excited to see this. And, Doug and Alex and Nate Chen and this entire paddock of drivers. Man, kudos to all of you guys coming out here, to the team members, the family members, the spotters, crew chiefs, mechanics, friends and family. Thank you so much for all of your love, for all of your support. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here, so thank you.
Everybody here, I'd like to thank you fans as well for joining us both on the live stream at Embassy Gold, the Track Pass, and also you guys in the grandstands. And you guys in the grandstand, let those drivers know you're here. Make a bunch of noise. Stomp your feet. Make them hear. Shake the announcer's tower. I want to see these windows shake with all the noise you guys are making. Let's make these last couple battles of our night here at Langley Speedway an exciting one.
As we're waiting for Doug Lanciano and Alex Yeager to make their way to the track, we'll just take a quick commercial break.
It's a pretty tough looking wheel.
Finding a light wheel that looks good, it's not always the easiest thing.
It can be really stressful.
So here we go. we're looking at the path to the finals. Now, these guys, Doug Lanciano and Alex Yeager, both unofficially have earned their Pro 2 license as they are finishing in second and third. But they still have to battle Nate Chen. Nate Chen is waiting for one of these drivers. Again, Doug Lanciano and Alex Yeager on the line.
So you can see Doug taking that Savage Garage S14 in the lead position, a very fast car up against the piloted TireStacks.com Purple Gas Factory Coupe of Alex Yeager, and you see both drivers initiate. Yeager putting the pressure on immediately as both drivers work their way in a nice high smoky line. Alex keeping that pressure all over Doug. Transition tight, just grazing the rear bumper of the S14 as the rear bash bar rips off the front and Alex stays in it. Doug doing a great job keeping his composure, and Alex Yeager is making his presence known, not letting Doug Lanciano walk away from him, both working the way through the front clip. Alex even a slightly better line through there, coming across the surge. Oh, wow, this is great drifting. Alex Yeager doing a great job. Doug Lanciano giving him a lead to chase. This is drifting.
I am giggling up here because, my goodness, this is so much fun. So Doug Lanciano and Alex Yeager, man, just doing a great job. So we saw Doug Lanciano, who was in the lead, but Alex Yeager, man, that aggressive, hungry style right there, letting Doug know he's right there. That proximity, again, really, really nice. That line, both drivers filling that touch and go, going out to the outside zone. Man, what do you see here, Mike?
Let's talk about Alex's transitions.
Yep.
When a chase driver has to follow a lead, they have to let that lead driver momentumly change the pitch of the car. If that lead driver swings the car and you're still in his way, that is your fault. Alex did the bare minimum and a very exciting way to do it. Just getting the front bumper of his car ripped off by the bash bar. That means only fiberglass made contact with Lanciano's car. Just enough to rip off a body panel and let both these drivers finish off a run. Now, we'd have to go to our judges officially to see if anybody is at fault for that, but that contact is definitely exciting, and we cannot argue that at all.
Yep.
So we're definitely excited to see the other half of this battle. Both drivers are back up in the line. Alex Yeager taking the lead, Doug Lanciano in the chase.
Yeah, there was no drivers that went offline once that contact happened. So the drivers are now in the reverse, so we'll see Alex Yeager in the lead, followed by Doug Lanciano. So it looks like there's no fault being listed for these guys, but Alex Yeager out in front first, going down that straightaway and shutting it down.
Oh, wow, Alex Yeager's hood has flew open, and Doug Lanciano drove around him. We do have a restart lights up, and it does look like Alex is okay just navigating blind through that first turn. An unfortunate amount of events, and I can at least speak from experience.
Oh, there you go.
Rich Whiteman has been driven here. My hood has popped up. It is just a factor of the pressure in the pits of how much these drivers are under. Not only did he have to fix the car and get it prepped, unfortunately, he might have forgot his hood pins.
Which Chris Forsberg did earlier this year at, where was he?
Oh, I forget which round.
Yeah, Chris Forsberg was out. It wasn't at an FD round. It was, I don't know. You can look it up. Chris Forsberg, his roof came up and he kept drifting. He didn't stop drifting. It was pretty amazing.
Rich Whiteman, the driver of that JZX 100 here, was actually over, I believe, in Michigan when he did the exact same. His hood went up on that same exact car, and he finished his lap.
That's awesome.
Chris was over at the Alpine Horizon.
That's it. Grid Life. Yep.
And that was a fun event as well. And
all right, so here's what we have. All three judges have come in with Doug Lanciano, moves into the finals with Nate Chen.
An unfortunate turn of the event, but we do have a ruling where your body panels must be secure. Any body panels coming up because of wind or any other notion is a very distracting, if not harmful, to our chase drivers, and therefore that rule's been put into place. Unfortunately, that's going to knock out Alex Yeager, putting him into that third place position, locking him into a Formula D Pro license unofficially, but that puts Nate Chen up against Doug Lanciano, and these guys are going to battle it out. Doug has to take out Nate Chen twice. He needs to beat Nate twice. So that means these guys are going to see battle 2 times. So hang tight as we get these drivers situated, and we'll bring them up.
The quality of Japanese craftsmanship. Brid.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
And welcome back on the live stream, NBC Gold Track Pass. Welcome back to the USDrift Battle in the Bay FD Pro-Am. If you guys are just joining us online, this has been a very exciting time. Just to recap, Alec Yeager, his hood flew open, unfortunately ending his run here tonight. He will take that 3rd place position, but that puts Doug Lanciano into the final against Nate Chen. He's gonna have to take Nate Chen out twice, so both our drivers are back in the pits, prepping themselves, prepping them cars to get them up on the line and ready for battle. All right, this has been a long day, a long day, an exciting day at that.
Yep.
There's been a ton of cool stuff happening. Sumo Speeds, Showcase, Drift Langley's, the mixer. We've been drifting all day.
All day. And yesterday was our practice day. We didn't have any qualifying. So the drivers were out here for about 4 to 6 hours. And so, you know, it was like a qualifying session where we had the drivers out here one by one, just getting used to the setup of this entire track and trying to link everything together. And something that I found very special was the opportunity for all the spotters to walk up to our 3 judges and say, hey, my driver's about to go on the track. Can you please watch him? And tell me what he needs to do to improve his line. And the judges gave very specific points and advice. So, you know, we have drivers who had the ability to really think about what the top of the line judges were saying and how to improve your line and what you needed to do and how you could be more precise. So I love that they had that opportunity.
It's definitely a crucial point.
Mm-hmm.
Especially some of these spotters are just as fresh, if not newer, than some of these drivers are. So the information that they have to relay is extremely difficult. And
Yep.
having a panel of essentially experts, some being instructors themselves, have the ability to convey information over that their spotter themselves may not be able to even pick up and or deliver.
Right.
Our drivers work very hard. There's a ton of things going on. So that spotting position is a very important one.
Yep.
And to have access to that.
is definitely a crucial tool that a lot of our spotters for our drivers did utilize.
Yes, absolutely. And this whole weekend has just been so much fun, so wild, so hectic, and especially with a double elimination bracket. This is for the first time something that I've ever seen. And I'm so fortunate to be the sideline reporter for Formula Drift, and I've been in there 6 seasons. So for me to be able to come down to Virginia and see this event and see, again, I keep talking about these hardworking drivers and team members that are out here, but man, nothing is handed out to these guys.
No, definitely every driver this weekend has worked for it.
Yep.
Even some more than the others. And you can see where some of this is paying off. These 2 drivers are coming out. You can see Nate Chen has brought out his GT86. We are waiting for Doug Lanciano to work his way into this final battle of the evening. Every driver here has put everything on the line. Some even losing and crashing their car and now having to bring it home and make the repairs. Some guys even making the repairs overnight from practice day, sharing parts with friends, family, the friends. This is drifting, and I am proud to say that Langley Speedway has done a fantastic job of bringing drifting here.
Yep.
Langley Drift Club, I'm sure, has a bright future here, and I'm sure US Drift may have a bright future here. And I'm excited to see how this final battle tonight, or another one more time, if Doug Lanciano can take out Nate Chen.
Yep.
If you guys are just joining us, Doug Lanciano has to take out Nate Chen twice. He won and fought back all the way through our consolation bracket in our double elimination format to meet Nate Chen in the finals. Nate, being undefeated through the entire event, holds a little bit of a safety cushion. Do you think that's going to pull any sort of mental into him? Do you think he's going to maybe play it a little too safe? I've seen it happen before, and I would hate to see it happen here.
What a great question, but I know that even as a young driver who has a lot of experience under his belt, I don't feel like playing it safe is even in his rule book, his playbook. I don't think he has that sentence anywhere within a mile of space of him. His heart is on the line. I think when he came into this event, he said, I was going to leave everything on the table. I was going to give it my absolute best. That means probably going 99 to 100% of his ability instead of backing it down to 90 and just seeing where he stacks up against Doug Lanciano.
Well, you can see Doug has pulled his car out onto track. That's Savage Garage S14. Looks sitting very pretty next behind that committed service brand LS GT86 of Nate Chen.
So these two have not seen battle against each other tonight. We did have the 2 Alexes, Licklider and Jaeger, that saw each other early on in the brackets and again on the consolation. But this is the first time that Doug and Nate are meeting tonight.
And we've had a ton of battles throughout this weekend, and it's almost rare that 2 drivers meet again in the same bracket, and we got to treat that to see 2 guys battle it out again. But Doug taking the victory a little further into that undefeated bracket, coming into our consolation bracket almost at the last possible spot. So he took a bunch of wins before taking a loss, and now taking that loss into this final battle where his opponent also has 2 lives. So there's a lot of mental games going on here. Both drivers are very fast, very precise. Both drivers want this really bad.
Oh yeah.
You guys are in for a treat. We got Nate Chen in that chase position, and Doug Lanciano, you can hear that V8 screaming, warming up those tires, working his way up to the line. We'll get right to the action here. Maybe our final battle here, unless Doug Lanciano can upset Nate Chen.
Okay. This is it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of our final battles. I want you to stand up. I want you to start stomping your feet, clapping your hands, get loud. We want these drivers to hear you. Stand up. Let's go. We are going to send it. 1, 2, 3. Send it.
And here we go. Doug Lanciano taking that lead position. Nate Chen in the chase. Doug,
making sure that throttle's sticking all the way through that outside zone. Nate, a few car lengths back, but trying to peel him back in, and Doug, a small correction to get him back to the line. He wants that touch and go. Nate's still right there as they transition past that front inner clip. Nate, a little bit of a slower transition to get back behind that S14 of Doug Lanciano. The works away is that front inner clip, and that third inner clip, a little left foot brake, and the transition in. Both drivers keeping their composure. Nate, a car length behind, and they both survive over the finish line. And a great first half of this battle.
Great job, guys. Great job. A great job by Doug Lanciano and Nate Chen hustling back to the line. He is ready to finish this off. Now, again, this is a judged run. This is what we've been doing all night. So our judges watching very, very carefully, knowing that these two drivers made it through these two brackets. So Nate Chen now in the lead.
It's definitely going to come down to this. Doug Lanciano needs to pull away a win. If Doug can pull away a win here, he's going to have to come back to battle with Nate, but he will be one step closer to securing an overall win here at USDrift Battle on the Bay. But I'm sure Nate Chen doesn't want that to happen. He's going to do everything in his power in that lead position to walk away from Doug Lanciano while still delivering a 100-point run. But we know that Doug has a ton of horsepower under there, so let's see how it goes.
Wow, Nate Chen high on the wall, just doing a great job using all that horsepower. But Doug Lanciano right there, both feeling that touch and go.
As they work their way into that outside zone, Nate establishing a little bit of a gap as Doug made a small correction to get back onto Nate's line as both drivers transition to that third inner clip. Nate right there. And Lanciano, a bit of a big correction as they go into that last outer zone and over the finish line. Both drivers survive. Make a ton of noise for both your drivers. They come past this victory lane. Make some noise. Stomp your feet. Let everybody know that we're here. Great drifting here tonight.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to bring our third place, our second place, and our winner down to the front of the bird's nest. So we are not announcing our first and second place winners and finishers yet, but if we can please have Doug Lanciano, Nate Chen, and of course Alex Yeager. Gentlemen, make your way down to the finish line, and this is going to be a great time. We are going to announce the winner of the USDrift Battle on the Bay Pro-Am winner.
While these drivers are working their way back around the course to get set up here in victory lane, make sure you show your appreciation. Make some noise for these guys as they pull in these beautiful machines. These guys have fought hard all weekend. Make some noise for these guys. They put on a small show for you, jumping right into formation. Give it up for your top three drivers here at the 2020 USDrift Battle of the Bay FD Pro-Am.
This has been an amazing weekend. So much heart and dedication of drivers, talent that we saw here again at the USDrift Battle on the Bay Formula Drift Pro-Am event shootout. So, in third place from Oak Ridge, New Jersey, he's driving the 1991 Nissan 240 SX. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Alex Yeager. Now, this has come down to two amazing drivers. We had Nate Chen and Doug Lanciano going head-to-head and fighting through the champions and the consolation bracket. So, your winner, out of Vienna, Virginia, racing that Toyota GT86. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Nate Chen, your winner of the USDrift Battle on the Bay FD Pro-Am. Congratulations to Doug Lanciano taking second place. Please don't do what Chelsea Denofa did and fall. Be careful up there, Nate Chen. Congratulations to you. What an amazing podium. We will get the official results of the top 5 finishers and those drivers that are walking away with a Pro 2 license. Mike Perez, this has been an outstanding day.
I cannot imagine any other way this could have gone.
Man.
This is amazing. The weather stayed away. The guys drove their heart out, and some of the best drifting I've seen from this level in a long time. I'm excited to see what these guys can do going into a Pro 2 field, and a big congratulations to these drivers. So make some noise for these drivers. Make sure they know what's going on. Show your love to them. These guys have fought hard, them and their crew, and thank you, Lorette Nickel. Like, this has been a pleasure to be up here with you, and I'm so glad I got to share this event with you. And thank you everybody else that has come out to Langley Speedway and hang out with both me and Lorette. Big shout to all the guys over at USDrift. A big shout to Langley Speedway. And I'm excited. I can't even talk. I'm going to let you go from here.
Well, Mike Perez, thank you so much. Again, a huge congratulations to third place, Alex Yeager. Second place went to Doug Lanciano. And your winner of the U.S. Drift Battle on the Bay, Nate Chen. You guys, congratulations. Thank you to everyone on the NBC Gold Track Pass who've checked in with us, who's been watching with us all day. A huge thanks to every single one of you that have been out here supporting US Drift.
Let's just give one big woo for everybody here today. On 3, 1, 2, 3. Woo! Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and we appreciate you. Please be safe on your way home. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the first ever US Drift Battle on the Bay at Langley Speedway. Thank you so much for joining us. This is Mike Perez. I'm Lorette Nickel, and on behalf of the entire US Drift judging staff members, everyone's safety team, thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you soon.